There is no one on the line with myself, so I'm going to have to count on the audience, that is you, to tell me about our quality of sound, whether we're functioning at all. In other words, there's no one to produce for me, and I'm producing for myself, just home now, from my birthday bacchanal. And obviously, would rather be there than here. But there are a number of, it's just things happened in such a way that Peter Moon convinced me to come back in time to produce for tonight. Much changed in his department. That was going to be a cooperative venture in this regard. So I'm going to give a quick look at our messages on my telephone here, which I'll leave on throughout the night, and be checking every once in a while to, oh my god, there's an old article that I looked up, and it's a very important one. Oh my god, I should have, actually wrote that down. And as a matter of fact, let me do that now. So forgive me while I distract myself. Oh, hell, I actually got a message from him. Oh my god, I got a message from Jameson Reese too, who's in rehab. Anyhow, that's great news from Mr. Moon. He says that he says the event's going well. I'm adding his contact here. New contact, add contact. So let me type in this. You're going to hear me doing silly little things like this because not quite sure what else to do right now. And this is Peter Moon's cell phone, which he's never used before. We've never used this before together. So, oh yeah, so his last name. All right, let me get that. Moon. And by the way, for those... Oh, well, I guess I shouldn't say such things. Okay, let's see now. All right, more details. Add to existing. There we are. Add to existing. And there we are. Yes. And so we added to that. Wonderful. Okay. I'd never done this before. This is a new thing for me. Adding a new number to an existing number on my little cell phone, which is going to be replaced at some point in the future. By January, they're going to replace this little unit. And all right, and I'm not quite sure if it's worth responding to our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, because he's like he's out of contact. He's locked up in a rehab center. Going through withdrawals. Amanda Ute says, happiest of birthdays, darling. Oh my god. Let me tell her, give her this first. Yes. No, I shouldn't bother with an I love you gif right now. There's no time. Let me, calling on Skype. I'll tell her. Maybe I can get calling Skype. And there we are. Send that to her. See if that does anything. And aside from that, let me add this into my files, the other stuff. This is what you get when I'm producing for myself, is sheer chaos. It's just I'm easily distracted by a lot of things. And there's just a lot of greed that I have for incoming information, and I do process that. And declining age gap, and there we are. Oh my god, actually got it. Wonderful. Okay, so got the article here, and we'll now get the and this concerns something that's very interesting to me, and that's declining age gaps in marriage. Of course, Peter Moon has the classical age gap in marriage and a bit beyond. Demographic statistics like this, they fascinate me. Okay, let's see if I can get a call started. If it's not going to be, wanted to check in with Penny Bradley and Amanda Ute, and it'd be wonderful if I could get one of those ladies to respond. Oh, Selena Khan is here. I know what I can do is potentially give her a call. Let's see if she responds. And of course, then if not, then that's okay. I just plow ahead. And I've got a lot to plow ahead with just based on East Asian geopolitics alone. I understand that somebody by the name of Pick, probably a shortening of Pickering. Okay, Pick, China, and he was saying points we have against Biden's pick for China ambassador says we cannot trust the Chinese on Taiwan. There we are. That was 2 hours ago. Okay, and this is important, and so there we are. Let me get the Nicholas Burns. Fuck, that sounds like Bill Burns or William Burns. I remember the name of his wife. We could bring that up if Peter's able to join us for a few minutes later. And of course, whether or not he's able to join us is open to question. He should be able to join us, but it'll be a little later than usual, I would suspect. He'll have to get home. So again, let's see if people can hear me. I'm going to go into the live stream. Oh yeah, since Penny doesn't seem to be there, let's try. Let me ask Crystal River. Oh God, I couldn't bother her. She works at night. All right, there we are. She works for a living, different kind of work, but it's she does that psychic reading. Yeah, that's it. And so love her dearly. She, like many people, wish me a happy birthday. Won't have a moment's chance to respond to any of them. And we hear the classical ringing, and if we can't bring her on, let's see who we can bring on. And Penny, of course, is probably someplace else. Oh, and there goes Iris Romero. Perhaps I should call him our Papuan, but would hate to burden either of them. And I don't think this is going to work. Let's end that call. And, okay, no point in calling Penny for right now. And we'll just get started. Oh yes, Selena, how could I forget? Let's give her a try. And let's try an audio call. And I don't think this is going to work either. Yeah, her Skype has always been iffy. And that's fine. We'll hang up. Okay, then. We're going to check the live stream, and we are going to go into the... Marcus Grix is with us. He says, "Hey, DD, can't stay long today. I have got dad duties. Just turned up to say hi and hit the like. Is it your B-Day today, DD? Happy B-Day, DD. May the Coke flow like a river." That's so cute. Thank you. Hugs. And, all right, so we have an excellent connection, so it says, and that means I got to get started on the stuff I usually do. Oh, this is painful, working without a producer. It's a royal pain in the ass. And, all right, so we've got a number of people watching. That usually increases with the night. And all right, get out of Penny Bradley's timeline, and then turn instead back to the YouTube channel. Oh God, that's my curiosity getting the better of me again. Saw something bizarre, had to take a look at it on the net. Okay, okay, this is nice, and gonna hit that too. Just make certain I preserve that before it disappears forever, and get that into my files, so to speak. And after that, then I'll tend to some business. These look like gummy candies in the shape of pawns. That was the photograph that they showed. Gummy pawns. Like in a chessboard pawn. Okay, so this looks fun, and there we are. Just going to put that over here. All right, and then we're going to move this over here. Okay, thank you for the upvotes, and certainly we need that to counter the agents of chaos and who use the bots to load up their downvotes. So understand that as soon as you get on here, use as many computers as you have available, your PC, your laptop, your iPad, whatever's got a different IP address, your cell phone, and then load up a upvote just to counter all of the robotic downvotes that immediately assail us the moment that we turn the stream on. And so they're coming in hot and heavy now, and we're neck and neck with them. So just counter them immediately with all the upvotes that you can muster. All right, then. Golden Ratio says, happy birthday. Thank you so much. Don't know what gender you are. Kisses if you're a lady and hugs if you're a male. Underfell Girl Sands, who's every bit the lady, that's Sarah Shields, says, happy birthday, Douglas. Thank you so much, honey. Love you dearly. And here we are, neck and neck with the cultists of the Kings of Edom, and they are paying. They actually pay for the robotic downvotes. So it's 13 versus 13 right now. And just keep mobilizing all of the upvotes that you can muster to counter them, or the episode does not distribute because YouTube works on a popularity aggregate. And therefore, what they try to do is they prevent they try to preempt YouTube distribution by putting as many downvotes as possible at the very beginning of the live stream, so that it doesn't distribute at all from the very beginning. So the only way you're going to override that is by throwing in as many upvotes as possible. And by the way, Golden Ratio says, female from Australia with a wink. Well, love you dearly, honey. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't know how long you've been listening. Hopefully you're a bit familiar with my venue. Montauk Madness joins us, says, happy birthday, Douglas Dietrich. Thank you so much, and deeply appreciate your joining us, sir. Obviously, as you can imagine, been overwhelmed lately with all of the social obligations. And then my late and sainted sire's birthday comes up on the 23rd. He is, of course, no longer with us, but he is the man who raised and guided me. He is likely not my biological father for reasons that I've gone into before, but certainly is my spiritual father. And my love be unto him, and then I'll have to pay my respects to him publicly on the 23rd, which is his birthday. So let's see now what we're dealing with here. Okay, so should I be grabbing these links? I guess this is normally what I would do. And all right, live stream links and infinite distractions. What did I just do? Did I turn that off? No, I moved it. Okay, there we are. To be without a producer, it's, oh well, it was bound to happen. It was either homelessness for Jameson Reese or entering rehab. He's been through this before. And it's kind of like Mark Twain, right? It's easy to quit because he's done it hundreds of times. That's what Mark Twain said about drinking. All right, and so our man Jameson has been in rehab before and bounced back into his addictive ways. We'll see what happens this time, and everybody maintain him in thought and prayer. We have a public prayer request as well I'll bring up soon enough. All right, so I think I've got this changed. All right, is live and burning bandwidth. Yes, all right. So, all right, let's get this over here. Just press the save button. All I need to do, that gives the hyperlink its position in the Facebook timeline, where as an old fart, I have the majority of my ability to communicate with the rest of the world. I'm going to try and change to Instagram. Had, of course, the Edomite witch, Lena Shea, set up an Instagram account only to burn me later with basically, as I said, I'm always looking for a chick takeover because I'm an incompetent adult and completely unable to run my own affairs, and that's what's taken advantage of by many. And of course, I'm not in that vulnerable a position as Jordan Maxwell, because he was much older, and he was like somebody who really was ripped off by every young person who set up some internet affair for him. And these were overwhelmingly male Eastern Europeans. And so they just destroyed his life. And of course, Lena Shea did that in my case, which she was assigned to do, and wiped me off the internet completely. And what we have built back is based on the charity of various parties. And we still have charity coming in, thanks to the people who contributed on my birthday so far, and we will encourage others to do so as we continue. In the interim, and by the way, that's a terrible way to start a transmission, is talking about victimization and all the rest of that, but then that's an ongoing job hazard. It's what you deal with. With Jordan Maxwell, his biggest problem was, of course, simply age and dependency on younger people to help him with media that he did not understand, felt he could never learn. And, of course, everything I learned was involuntary. I never wanted to learn how to work all this. And as you can tell by my doing what I'm doing right now, it's just, to me, this is not what I want to be doing. I'd rather be talking about the subjects I'm trying to talk about tonight than doing this. But this is a necessary part of producing, and this is normally why I had somebody working with me to burn bandwidth while I did this, and present a kind of at least half-assed professional. And of course this is not professional because I'm not being paid in any conventional sense. I of course subsist off your contributions, and that's definitely appreciated. And for those who are contributing in the spirit of my birthday, that is beyond appreciated. Of course there are just too many people I feel indebted to even know who to dedicate tonight's show to. I'll dedicate it to you all. And so that's a good start right then and there. With that, of course, as should be obvious by tonight's promotional banner, we will be speaking quite a bit about the Far East Asia. And of course, it's in keeping with the October theme. In many ways that many people wouldn't understand. October, of course, is the month of national holidays for both communist and nationalist China, in case you didn't know. And, all right, Rocco Fowler says, back at it again. Sammy Romero says, sound is loud and clear, Doug. Happy solar return. Sorry, beautiful. Thank you so much, Sammy Romero. Hugs. My best to yourself and your brother. He's got the clasped prayer hands, the sign of the peacock. That, of course, is my icon. Because of my possession by the peacock angel, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Dietrichonic background. And it is amazing to me how many people on Facebook get filtered in as quote-unquote friends that I never friended, but that's all right. Who cares? This sort of thing happens. God knows. Maybe the aggregate chooses friends for you these days and just pumps them into your timeline. It's not supposed to work like that, but, you know... I haven't got time to protest. And okay, so a number of people apparently shared links on my timeline. I haven't had a chance to review any of them, and we'll probably get to it as soon as I can. And there's Justin White about an hour ago. Had no time to even get him a e-card going this time, and gonna put some little hearts here while I'm on the timeline with these people wishing me a happy birthday. There was one birthday I missed so many of them, and it's so always sad to to have that happen. And it was the old timeline that I had, of course, that was wiped out by Lena Shea. That was a timeline that had 4,400 hits on it. Likes, that is. So that was a popular timeline. And there you have it. That was her entire assignment in life. That's what she was born and bred for. And that's impact, of course, is something that... oh, there she is. Oh, Crystal River sent me a photograph of her and Jordan Maxwell. Oh my God. Oh, it brings tears to my eyes. Oh, I just weep. His life was just, Oh, there's just this sadness that if you think I'm bitching right now, if this guy was on an interview and you let him go in that direction, he'd cry the entire interview about the internet that got, people copyrighted his name. There was one of the Croatian punks that he employed to set up his website copyrighted his name and stole all of his materials. And it said he was Jordan Maxwell and was selling his life's work on the internet. This while they were trying to slander and defame him and call him a plagiarist, saying that he really stole everything that he was that he was pontificating, sharing from Manly P. Hall, who's an old, very, very, shall we say, pervasive, prolific. The word would be prolific. He was a prolific writer and producer of information, content producer is what you'd call it. Of course, this was in the days way before the internet. And so these are living relics. Oh my God, living fossils from another age. And oh my God, there's 5 more of these birthday cards here. I didn't even see them. 5 more birthday wishes. So let me give them some hearts here before I get started. And I might as well get started as soon as possible. And there we are. Crystal, I had no idea he inherited Manly P. Hall's library. That's where that comes from. Okay, so this is why all of those individuals were saying he was plagiarizing Manly P. Hall. These punks who were like setting up his website and websites, because there were several. All of them were stolen. Well, 2 of them. He never had websites other than the 2 that were established by in each case by a young Eastern European male who then proceeded to steal everything he had. And one of them copyrighted his name. So there we are. I'm going to respond to Crystal River. That is mind-blowing. I had no idea that he had that he had inherited Manly P. Hall's library, and that's incredible. And I presume he probably lost it all because he was like he was sleeping on the floor for years. Him and his brother were like just this side of homelessness, sleeping on the floor in like chicken shit apartment rooms, little dilapidated motel rooms or shit, or what you'd call hotel rooms, but they weren't livable by any human standard. And so it's one of those things that the more you learn about it, the more you weep. I wonder if he's still alive. Honestly, if he's still alive, I'd be shocked. Oh God, is that Our Lady? Oh, that's Penny. Let me just okay, give her a heart, and let me tell her we'll call on Skype. We'll call on Skype. There we are. Okay, and so let's do that here. Penny Bradley. Okay. Okay, we're gonna hear that obnoxious ring. Okay, Penny, so how are you tonight? Could you give us an update on your status? Mine is, of course, that it is my birthday. It's deeply appreciated. I understand that... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good. And you sound okay. I'd like you to speak a lot louder. I'm not quite sure how you're feeling, but I understand that
I literally just crawled out of bed, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So just shout into the mic, and so I understand that you published something trying to help myself and Peter Moon out. You were saying something about, if you really want to help some people out, there's some authors who'd like you to buy their books and stuff. We don't want to do that now, but I was contacting you to try to get you to tag me before I put my own promotional banner up. Now that I have that up, this is a Wednesday, so we've got until Sunday. Probably the day after tomorrow, we'll tag that to my timeline. But do me a favor, whenever you do something like that, it's a gesture that's deeply appreciated. I can't imagine anyone having any protestations or protests or complaints about you tagging them with something that promotes them. So from now on, when you produce and publish a post like that, please just tag it to my timeline. That would help immensely. Then I could,
I
yeah.
had you in. What I did was, because all of these ships are offshore
Uh-huh.
and not being unloaded for whatever reasons.
Uh-huh.
A lot of the people in my timeline were complaining that they were not able to buy Christmas presents. And so I did a post of, these are the authors on my friends list who would appreciate you buying their books. And I listed both you and Peter
Uh-huh.
as friends who write. And um, I actually got some comments about, when I proposed the idea. I got some comments about, well, people should be able to buy what they want to buy. And I go, look, if you want to buy something that's stuck on a ship, fine, go for it. But if you want to have options, that's all I'm doing, is giving you options.
That's
So,
incredible. The rank stupidity that is out there, the kind of rancor that drives people to say something that is just so blatantly ridiculous.
oh, these were normally highly intelligent, insightful people. So I'm sitting there with my jaw gaping open, going, "What the fuck?" And then I went ahead with the post. I posted, this is what I'm doing, and each comment thread got its own person. And it ended up like 60 people on my friends list that I know of write books. And you and Peter were two of them. So yeah, I'll tag you in it.
Yeah, not right now. We'll do that the day after tomorrow, because we have till Sunday, till my next show. Won't be until Sunday. So if we do it now, then it will wind up on top of my promotional banner. So we don't want to do it right now, but you get my point. In the future, yeah, just when you produce something like that, just tag it. And but this time we'll wait a few days and then tag it, and then that way it won't interfere with tonight's promotional banner. But bless you, love you dearly, and I love Trisha Whitmer dearly too. She says, "Happy birthday, Sir Douglas. Listening to you now." So I wrote back to her, "I will speak much about thy nation this night, my dearest Trisha Whitmer." And with that, I have answered her, and of course, a kiss to Trisha Whitmer, a wonderful human being. And of course, Penny Bradley is a wonderful human being who is with us now. Could you give us an update on your neck pain, your surgery, when this is taking place, how the other day you woke up without spasming yourself awake?
I had spent 4 days with neck spasms so bad
Oh,
that I was taking pain medication.
oh, I'm so sorry.
Normally, I just dissociate and I have what most people would consider a headache. And
I thought you
this
were
time,
going to tell me normally I just dissociate and have what most people consider something like a hallucinatory dive into a different realm of existence or something. Just phase out of this reality, kind of like virtual reality,
I
but biochemical.
know the difference between reality and my memories, and I know the difference between 3D and everything else that I encounter.
I understand, honey. I was just saying
No,
that.
you don't. When I was a kid, I didn't know the difference, and my dad used to beat me if he couldn't see
Oh,
it.
that's awful. Oh,
So I learned very young to tell the difference. And at the time, it was quite abusive. But as an adult, listening to all these people who cannot tell fantasy from reality, I'm like,
they needed a dad to beat them. Yeah.
pretty much, yeah. So it is what it is.
Oh, that's awful. Oh my God. In terms of that, I'm so glad that you could come on tonight. So what I'm going to do is, because this is an unusual night and it's the first night without a producer, how familiar are you with what's been going on with Jameson Reese lately? Do you know he's been sentenced by his parents to the rehab, and rehab found a bed for him.
Oh, I knew he was going, but I had the impression it was his own idea. And I was personally twice.
The idea. Oh yeah, the very idea of Jameson Reese wanting to cure
Okay.
himself of his addictions. I'm so sorry, honey. That's so naive.
You know, I tend to take people at face value because I don't want to dig into the psyches of everyone I interact with.
Yes. No, understand.
Now, you think I'm weird, think how I see everyone else.
Oh my God. Yes, no worries, honey. I mean, and well, they deserve to be looked at as, as weird as they are. We all are, of course. But the horrible thing is that people, for some reason, think that they're cleaving to some kind of, as you said, reality, but they really can't discern whatsoever. So that's like, their loss. What I'd like you to do is help me out a little bit because I'm producing for myself. I was wondering if you could just bear with me and just kind of respond to me and keep the bandwidth burning while I just take care of a few things with these people here. And by the way, this is totally indulgent on my part because honestly, I really don't need to be responding to these wonderful people right now, but I really can't resist. And it is one of the joys of life. Now that I'm back, I'd like to try and make this a little bit fun tonight. And so I'm just kind of...
I have trouble talking to myself on video as well. So
it's awful. Okay. Oh my God. What do you do when you have the camera, you see yourself, but no, you have a producer. At all times, you do have a producer.
No, I don't. He
Really?
has had COVID, and last
Who,
week...
Daryl?
Yes.
Oh my
last
God!
week,
When did he catch this? Oh my fucking God! What?
two weeks ago.
Oh my
And
God!
he was in the hospital, and they gave him the jab on his way out, and he was sent home with an experimental drug that he took the full series of it, and he's been running around doing business, and part of the time he's just flat out on his back, can't talk, and then he'll get up and run a few shows, and because he's mostly sitting with his computer doing it, he's not exposing anyone, but
But
yeah.
so you're left
he
producing
was,
for yourself.
he was pulled into court this week, and
Pulled into court. What?
some reporter got wind of it. So if you do a Google search of the media, you'll find his picture splattered across major media.
Really? What was this
yeah.
about? Well,
He went as a reporter to the January 6th thing.
oh, uh-huh.
Yeah.
Daryl Neely did.
Daryl Neely did, yes.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
So it's been
Uh-huh.
an interesting week.
Oh my God! Well, that's to say the least. And so, what are the charges against you?
I don't know.
Okay. Does he know?
There are folks in my world who give me just enough information for me to extrapolate from, and not anymore. And I generally describe myself as the family mushroom, as in kept in the dark and fed shit. That's why I developed the research skills that I have, is because nobody tells me anything. Come on. It's the truth. I'm telling the straight up truth.
Yes. Oh my God. And so it's just remarkable to me. Okay, so all of these
So
wonderful... Yeah, go ahead.
it's been an interesting week. Oh, my neighbor just started his car, so give me a minute.
Okay. What happens when her neighbor starts the car? Or she has to go mute or something, or she runs out to...
It's the vehicle that y'all kept saying sounded like an animal growling.
Oh, right. No, I mean, I don't mind hearing it if we know what it is. It was just, I was concerned for your safety at the time.
It's my neighbor's car. It's not as loud as usual today, so Lou says the door was closed. Okay.
There we are.
So, yeah, I did make a comment to them about, there was this very loud truck that went down the road, and I said,
Uh-huh.
It would be nice if some people would fix their mufflers.
Right, they call it muffler for a reason. Yes, apparently he
Yeah,
did.
and the neighbor gave me this excuse that the part that he had missing was like $400 and he was having trouble finding it because it's an older vehicle.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so that
So,
that's well, there we are, and of course, it doesn't help that he keeps it up on tinder blocks half the time in the front yard to get all
oh no,
rusty.
actually it's in the parking place. He drives it to and from work, and it's a former what's the proper name for it? California Department of Forestry.
Uh, um,
Yeah.
oh.
It's one of their cars, and you know that pretty green that they paint everything? It's that color.
Are you being sarcastic? Or because
Well, I think it is a pretty green.
okay, okay.
California Department of Forestry paints everything that color, and they have their people wear uniforms that color. And it's really a very pretty green, but it's kind of weird that a government agency appropriated it.
The
So
color, that color. Yeah.
anytime you see that color in clothing or in automobiles,
Uh-huh.
usually pickups, it belongs, it has at one time belonged to them. And they do sell their
They're old
stuff,
vehicles. Right.
their old vehicles. They do sell them to employees and
That's
or the
amazing.
public.
That's amazing. I had no idea. So thank you for these wonderful little gems. And of course, Lou, apparently, so the reason that we also heard the motor so clearly and distinctly is because Lou often had the door open at the time the individual started his motor. May I ask
Well,
what the
it's like this. We run a swamp cooler instead of air conditioning. And if you're running a swamp cooler and you don't have something open to
oh,
release the pressure,
oh,
it gets so bad that you feel like your head's going to explode. So the door's usually open about 6 inches.
oh my God. That's awful. I mean, like
It's old school tech,
oh,
it's not modern stuff.
oh my God. Well, yeah, why don't you like step up?
Because actually it feels better
Uh-huh. Okay.
because you have water vapor in it and
I
the air's
see. Okay,
dry
okay.
here, and
Yes.
air conditioning makes it more dry, and so you end up with nosebleeds. So
Right, right.
there's advantages to it. It's just, and it's a lot less expensive.
Right.
It's like running two fans instead of a $400 a month bill.
Okay. All right. Okay. So there we are. So that makes sense to a degree. It's still, I mean, I can't stand the thought of the door being open just like that. You must have a lot of confidence in the safety of your neighborhood. And beyond that, I had this image of just all that smoke coming in constantly from all the hellfires nearby.
Well,
What
it's
about that?
filtered it's filtered through the cooler pads,
Okay.
and the air pressure inside is enough it doesn't come in through the door. So it's an exhaust.
Okay. Yes. And Lou said
And we have
something.
an enclosed patio on the back doors, and we have not had anyone crawl over the fence.
Okay, that's delightful.
So,
Of course, you are out in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, and
exactly.
yeah, and so aside from all of that, honey,
I,
what?
I basically live like somebody 50 years ago,
Wow, wow,
except I have a computer.
right, right. No, no, it's incredible. I mean, both of you are just have this wonderful little life that's in this wonderful little well, this horrible little place. By
Actually,
that,
it's not that bad a place as long as you're not expecting big city comforts.
there we are, there we are. Uh,
And both of us were raised on farms, so we're comfortable with this.
Oh my God, there we are. So there you have that country living, and it's so and when is your surgery scheduled?
We, we don't have the surgery itself scheduled yet. We are still waiting for Medicare
Hmm.
to approve it.
Hmm. Okay, Okay. Oh, by the way, Abdul Edwards is with us. Oh, by the way, hopefully Medicare will do that. I'm certain that they will. And I'm just going to, while you're here with us, blessing me with your company, is there anything you need to run and take care of before before basically what I'll do is I'm going to start monologuing soon. And when I start monologuing, of course, I suck all the oxygen out of the room. I'll be talking about Far East Asian politics tonight, the geopolitics, because obviously, having come back from my birthday celebrations, the one thing that I was made aware of was some things that happened during the weekend concerning China. And so China is very much in the news and needs some addressing. So once I get started on that, that'll be it. I'll be, pretty much entering a zone. And before I enter that
Yeah,
zone,
I've witnessed that zone before.
okay, thank you. And before I enter that zone, I'd like you to kind of just help me out because I'll probably ask you to kind of hold the stage while I refresh myself and keep checking in for the night because it gives me comfort to be on a call with someone. I was wondering if you'd be kind enough to just maintain the Skype call. Then if I in that sense, you're kind of like a producer, but honestly, as far as I'm concerned, once I get in the zone, you can probably, if you wanted to, go back to sleep. But my feeling is you're probably up for a while. And with that in mind, it's so glad to talk to you. I'm so glad to talk to you tonight because it brings me back into a comfort zone, which is important. And this is why I feel for you not having Daryl Neely with you. So when you don't have Daryl with you, you can tell us a bit about what it's like to produce for yourself. And I noticed you just left a comment on the. Let me go back and see what you said. And this is probably
I
something I'll.
said happy birthday.
Oh, there we are. Now I'll have to. I feel obligated to respond to that with some flowers for you. And so, yes, there we are. And let me see if I can find some flowers for you. That would be that would be apropos. And so, with your experiences just recently, you could describe that and a few other things that you feel are important. And what have you heard? Just curiosity. If do you, I take it that you inevitably are stuck listening to the news cycle or exposing yourself to it. So you might have heard some things about China recently. And anything come to mind before I go to address that
Oh,
particular issue?
I was because I'm noted as space related. The orbiting whatever it was brought to my attention from the mainstream media, which made it sound extremely threatening.
Hmm.
But Al Jazeera News ran an article where the Chinese said that they were simply testing a space rocket item that would be able to be reusable exactly like SpaceX. And they were saying other countries are doing it, it's not a big deal. So
Okay, I'll put that into
not
some
not
perspective.
knowing
Sorry.
the
Hmm.
not knowing the objective truth, I'm sitting here looking at this and going, so they are actually serious about the space race that they're involved in. Because they do have things on the moon now, they have things on Mars now, they have several things in orbit. So now they're producing a reusable space platform.
Hmm. Okay. I'll go into some depth about that, and I want to thank you very much for exposing to us what you heard. And so, what I'd like to do now is take advantage of your company by refreshing myself for a few moments. I'll go on mute. I was wondering if you could tell people about the challenges that you face producing for yourself while Daryl is out like this, and the way it sounds. It doesn't. Do you get any impression that there's going to be an endpoint to his absence? He seems to be involved with both health and legal issues. So this sounds very. And I hope his mother is doing well through all of this. I mean,
His mother also caught COVID.
oh my God,
She was in the hospital for a couple of days, and she's home now,
oh my God.
and apparently doing well. I talked to her on the phone a couple of days ago.
Oh, thank God. That
Yes, I actually know Doris. She's a
yes,
good person. I like her a lot.
yes, yes.
Um, so yeah, I've been checking in with him,
Good.
and it's not like he's gone every minute. The last show I did, he sent me the login for the network Skype.
Mhm.
And so I started the show by myself, but I was on all the network devices.
Right.
And he came in about half an hour into my show, and my guest had done a failed to show. And so
Your guest had done
he
a failed show. What does that mean? the
that
yeah.
a fail to show means that they're invited and they
Oh,
have
he
to
failed the show. He failed.
then
Oh, okay.
and then at the last minute they're not there.
Right.
And after the show I was informed he had two deaths in his family.
Oh
So
God.
that's understandable.
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
That's why I'm not naming who he was, because, shit happens.
Hmm.
But I'm left there with, I've talked for half an hour and I'm staring at this screen that's just me. And then Daryl shows up and I'm like, oh, thank God.
Yes. Oh
And
my
and
God.
and he brought one of the new hosts on the network with him, and the man had not a clue who I was,
Uh-huh.
and he was intelligent and gracious and polite, and held his own for the next hour and a half, and I was just absolutely tickled pink.
Wonderful, wonderful. By the
So,
way, again, just before I go to refresh myself, I will take a quick stroll through the chat room before I go mute. I do want to remind everyone that the cultists of the Kings of Edom, my enemy being your enemy, these are the enemies of all life on earth, the people who seek the destruction of all life on earth itself as part of their insane idea of communion with their anti-gods. And these people have been around, of course, for millennia in terms of this kind of cultists, and the kind of chaos that they've wrought upon the world is self-evident. But they are particularly afraid of anything I have to say. And in order to prevent distribution of our episodes of Critical Omissions, they hit us with a lot of downvotes. And this, of course, because YouTube bases its distribution of transmissions on popularity, this prevents the transmission from distributing at all. The only way we can overcome that is for all of you to hit an upvote as soon as you get here. And so when it comes to this is your stand against the cults of chaos. This is what you can do in the struggle. And you need to do this with every weapon that you have at hand, in the arsenal at your disposal, which is, of course, your whatever different IP address you have in terms of an iPad, a laptop, a personal computer. Use them all to hit several different upvotes with, so that it registers as coming from a different source point to YouTube, because that's what these people do, along with, of course, paying for the bots that hit. Many of these bots later get filtered out by YouTube itself. Sometimes they don't. And for that reason, we have to play as dirty as they do. And they're as dirty as they come. So with that, I do want to go through a little stroll through the chat room and thank everybody. Of course, we have these wonderful people in there. And Montauk Madness 2.0 says there's lots of weird things happening to people. I have someone trying to steal my experiences. By the way, that sucks. If you have experiences and you relate them publicly, then someone else comes along and relates them. That's something I never have to worry about. Nobody says they've experienced what Douglas Dietrich has. Nobody.
we have had that problem in my community.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it must be. How would I say it? Rampant. It must be rampant and pervasive. It must be a chronic challenge. And I'd like you to talk a little bit about that when I go to refresh myself. That would be a good thing to do. And you could tell people how you've contended with that, or other people in the community have. And so Montauk Madness 2.0 says, I look forward to speaking with you soon, Douglas. Perhaps sometime soon. Yes, obviously I'm a bit overwhelmed with, so be patient. And Sarah Thomas sends 3 pink pulsating hearts. Love you, honey. Luke Pierce says, wishing you a wonderful birthday, Douglas. Thank you so much, Luke Pierce. Blessed be. Golden Ratio is sharing some hearts. Thank you, honey. Love you dearly. And then, so they're greeting each other in the chat room. And and then Sarah Thomas says, same thing happens to Douglas. Oh, about the stealing of experiences. I get, I was just saying that it didn't. I mean, not in the sense perhaps that Montauk Madness is talking about. Oh, by the way, Amanda Ute says, hopefully heading home soon. We'll get on call soon. Oh, bless you, honey. Thank you so much. Let me give her a heart. And she might be on to say hi and catch us up on the horrible things going on in Oregon. Oregon, of course, was under a heat dome, which brought the temperatures up to horrific levels that resulted in deaths. And, of course, it drives people mad, as heat does, and literally murderous. It makes them murderous. And so Oregon has become the murder capital of the United States. It's just an incredible amount of murders going on in Portland lately. And so then Ruby Domain says, happy birthday, DD, from Naco, Arizona. So Ruby Domain, that sounds like a lady. Mwah, love you dearly, honey. Thank you so very much. Now, Abdul Edwards, I'm so glad that he found us. I'll try to remember to tag him because he doesn't come up on the tags list for my promotional banners. So this will help remind me to do that. And he says, happiest of birthdays to you, DDD. Thank you, sir. God bless you. And that individual named me, who has what looks like a pie or something with a slice taken out of it. I can't really make out what that is. As the icon says, happy birthday, Douglas. So thank you so much. I don't know their gender, so hugs unto they. Ruby Domain says, makes me laugh too. There we are. And then Douglas Marks says, happy birthday officially, Douglas, trying to keep up with all your podcasts. Bless you. Thank you very much for trying. Hugs, and thank you for your company. Joe Tai says, happy birthday, Yiping. May you have many more years to come. Oh, bless you, Joseph Tai. Now, Joseph Tai had a incredible adventure. By the way, I received his latest contribution, which was $20 to celebrate the 20th, the day on which, of course, this is my birthday. And when he first made a contribution, it was substantial, and I dedicated the latest transmission preceding tonight's to him for that very reason. And at the time, he had donated 250 United States dollars, approximated from what I remember. And it was right after he made that contribution, which was actually several months ago, that when he made that contribution, then what happened was that bear in mind, of course, this is an Asian American male, and we're in a time of course, extreme anti-Asian violence anyway, and just pathological anti-Semitic or anti-Chinese, xenophobic, anti-Chinese sentiment, which of course is historical, goes in waves throughout the United States. But he was apparently camping, and some Caucasian chick slithers into his tent and essentially tries to seduce him, and then accuses him of rape. And this was right after he contributed to myself. So he definitely feels there was a connection, and I agree. He even, she was talking with him enough to at least give him an alias, so he did have a name. I don't remember it, and it's probably best I wouldn't say it if I did remember it. But it goes to show that I warn all of you, if you make a contribution, you may be at risk for something happening. And so what? All I can say is, if you don't stand up for something, you'll fall for anything. And that's the problem with the majority of the public. They are falling for anything that's out there. And with that in mind, make your stand and take the risk. You have to take a risk at some point in life. If you really want to contribute, it's your war. You got to fight it. It's your future, your children's future. And then Ruby Domain mentions that Russ Didar passed away. There's a semi-familiar name. Do you happen to know this individual or know of him, dear Penny?
No.
Oh, okay.
Russ does not sound familiar. There was a man named Russell several years ago, but he had a different last name, and he was in the super soldier community.
Got it. It's Rust that must be him. His surname is Dizdar. Rust Didar or Rust Dizdar, and he wrote a book
Now,
called.
this guy was English.
Okay, well, this individual wrote a book called The Black Awakening, subtitled Rise of the Satanic Super Soldiers and the Coming Chaos. So I do remember.
One of those guys.
Yeah!
Just because we're victims and have had military training as part of our victimization does not mean we're demonic, satanic, nor a danger to the population.
Yeah. I have often said that the term super soldier should be replaced by the term super victim. I've always been an advocate
Yeah.
of that. Of course, then we run across cases like Michael Prince slash James Casbolt, and
Oh, God.
yeah, and that takes us
You
back.
know, I have found that there is a percentage of us here on Earth who are, for lack of a better term, narcissistic assholes.
Thank you.
So, yeah.
Of course, that
There,
individual went a bit beyond that, but go on. Yes.
he spent time in prison because he was convicted of fraud.
Yeah, and a lot of other things. Yes, among other
Yeah.
crimes.
He
Yes.
he was presenting himself as something he was not. He married someone based on this someone who was not, which is considered to be fraud.
Yes.
And he was taking her money, which was also fraud.
Right.
So,
Yes. Haley Mayer.
and
That was Haley Mayer, by the
and
way.
he went through and accused others in the community of trafficking children
Yes.
with
Yes.
absolutely no fucking evidence whatsoever. Now, if a person is really trafficking children, they should be nailed to the wall and left to rot.
Yeah.
But have evidence for it.
Well, the
Prove
person who would actually
prove-
fit that profile most would be James Casbolt slash Michael Prince himself. That's why he was placed on Coast to Coast AM as a guest by George Norrie.
Well, my attitude is prove it's true, because it's too easy to accuse your enemies without evidence.
Mhm. And it's always down to that. They always go to down that road. By the way, so Ruby Domain says that Russ Didar, she feels he was a spiritual warrior, that he helped SRA or satanic ritual abuse survivors. So I'm not going to make any judgment. I don't know him or what he did other than vaguely. I'm vaguely familiar with him. And so his death is it is what it is. And so if he's helped anyone, then certainly his passing is to be regretted and mourned. And Abdul Edwards says, "Thank you, good sir," and thank you, Abdul. Deeply appreciate it. So I will be back in the merest of moments, a few minutes or so. Our Lady will be handling the stage, and very glad that she's here to do that. And then I will get into the zone probably if depending on when Mandy comes back, because oftentimes she does get home and then she gets pretty busy. So if she does get overwhelmed, then I'll just start into it. But our dear lady, Penny is with us. I had to struggle with that for a
Blank on
second.
my name already.
I do a lot of drugs when I'm at these parties, and it's one of
Nice.
these things where when I come back, I barely my head's still in the clouds, so I've got to decompress. I'm decompressing. Part of the reason, of course.
That's part of the reason I don't do drugs unless I absolutely have to, is because they fuck with my memory.
Yes, there we are. Well, that's my intent, of course. And so with that, honey, I'll leave you holding the stage. You're gonna go mute, and then when I return, we'll see Mandy's status, and then I'll start
What
in.
was it you wanted me to talk about again?
Well, actually, anything you want, really. I think that we've covered quite a few things. By the way, when it comes to James Casbolt slash Michael Prince, our darling Penny covered barely the tip of the iceberg of that individual's
Well,
assaults against humanity.
him.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
I didn't know him.
yeah.
I knew Max Spears.
Right, right. And by the way, how that's one of those things. It's amazing how we, you can talk a bit about that. It's one of those things that I'd love to have you on at least to check in with us for a few minutes the next time I have Crystal River on with us. Of course, whenever I have Crystal River on, I try to keep it strictly with her because she's comfortable with that. She tries to, be alone with me, and that's understandable. And much of what we talk about often has to do with Max Spears. But since she's listening, I'd like you to talk about that. Share with us what your knowing Max Spears, how that went, how you got to know him, and all that. Because obviously, the bizarre aspect of Max Spears, something which I find unusual, is that not only do many people claim to have known him, which happens with many historical figures, and you know this, it's like with Charles Manson or anyone
Oh,
else.
it's
Not
like all the people who think they know me.
right, right,
Yeah.
right, right. And by the way, not that I'm comparing either him or yourself to Charles Manson, but he's a San Francisco figure. So I remember when I was growing up in San Francisco, and the Charles Manson Helter Skelter events took place in my area and in Los Angeles, Southern California as well. He was just all over California. He was just, your average beach boy. Anyhow, the one thing I noticed was that as I grew into conscious awareness of the world around me, back in the days when people thought his shit was deep, that what he did was so outrageous it would like somehow echo throughout history. I mean, this he made it into science fiction novels. A lot of people who I know could never have known him suddenly claimed they knew him when. It was just bizarre. And so when it comes to someone like Max Spears, what makes him stand out as beyond that, it's not just the I knew him when phenomenon. The bizarre thing is that people try to control the narrative. In other words, they try to monopolize the narrative. And so our biggest problem that we had, Crystal River and myself, was that when she approached me and she spoke about Max Spears, I knew that she had known him because I knew him. And when you spoke of James Casbolt slash Michael Prince, I knew his wife, ex-wife, thank the gods, knew his ex-wife, who at that time was still going through the divorce and was therefore technically, legally still his wife, though they were quite separated, Haley Mayer. And of course, we were part of this little clique, this little circle. It was Haley Mayer, who Max Spears, by the way, I found out through Crystal River. I was really blind to it to a degree. I never really dwelt upon it, but I found out through Crystal River, and then suddenly it all clicked and made sense. Max Spears really had a crush. He had a boner for Haley Mayer, but his girl was Sarah Rachel Adams at the time. And then when he was trying to escape from her, so to speak, he wound up having a very intimate kind of relationship that was not necessarily physical, but very sharing with Crystal River. So when Crystal River and I started speaking about this on Bandwidth, Sarah Rachel Adams,
I'm glad he was happy about something.
yeah, I know. Before he died, yeah, and then which of course Stuart Sverdlow, who we speak about every once in a while on this program, Stuart Sverdlow had very much played a part in his death, and but Sarah Rachel Adams was she started attacking us because she obviously wanted to control the narrative, and for some reason, having someone else know Max Spears, like just before he died, in an intimate sense of emotional bonding. Something even like that. She wanted to say it wasn't real. She wanted to say that as if only she had emotional bonding with him. There was something very bizarre about the need to
Uh,
monopolize Max Spears. I've never
yeah,
seen that with anyone.
there's
Go on. Yeah.
there's a lot of need to monopolize out there. Um, my community is very emotional and in a lot of ways unstable
Yeah.
and
But by the way,
um,
can you speak to this issue while While I refresh myself, I'll be back
Go,
soon.
go, go
Yeah.
refresh.
Yes. And by the way, Douglas Mark says everyone should listen to Max Spears's occult breakdown of hidden information. By the way, I would like to qualify that I I love Max Spears, as a friend. And what I'll tell you is that asshole, the guy who runs bases, what's that British asshole's name? The bases guy.
Miles
Miles
Johnson.
Johnston. Miles Johnston was exploiting Max Spears and driving him to hoover or vacuum up all the information he could on the net concerning alternative scenarios and just kind of regurgitate them in synthesis. It was just he was forcing Max to create and to generate content. He was forcing Max to generate content. So we do have to understand what Max is saying in that context. And and as and when you say everyone should listen to his occult breakdown of hidden information, I would hope you would tell people the same about myself. So there we have that. I know Douglas Marks would. I'm just teasing him with that. But in terms of Max Spears, we certainly need to respect him, and we certainly need to honor his memory. But we also need to realize he was very much a victim, and he was very much being exploited. And he was. It was just awful, and Our Lady will go into that. Our Lady Penny will go into a bit of that while I
Okay.
refresh myself.
What I will do instead of sticking to individuals is describe the general
Oh yeah, just the general context of the
the
community.
general
Yeah,
circus of my community.
yeah, yeah, and
Okay.
yeah, and there we are.
Yeah. Okay. I'm in my community, which is the super soldiers, the secret space program experiencers, and the folks who have had personal interaction with extraterrestrials. We're not talking about the folks who saw pretty lights in the sky or the folks who think that every cloud in the sky is a ship. We're talking about people who have talked to beings that they thought were physical. So this is a community that is divided from the get-go. We have a lot of alpha personalities who want to take charge and be the boss, and every single one of the experiencers has been through mind fracture. So we're talking about people who are the most damaged people on the planet, and they are dealing with memories that are horrific. We're mind fractured through rape, through sodomy, through being nailed into walls, through being suffocated, through being drowned. This is all of the horrific stuff that you hear about satanic ritual abuse was done to us. So we're damaged as hell. And we're trying to figure out what happened to us, the context of it, what it means in a big picture, and we're doing it with alpha personalities. So we get into these situations where we talk to somebody for a while and then suddenly that person's mad at us and we don't know why. And it's probably something one of our alters did. And so there's this constant shuffling of who is speaking to each other and who isn't. And, okay. My interactions with Max Spears were at the beginning of my public period. I was an admin with a dozen other people. Okay, this was not an exclusive relationship. We created a Facebook group that was group therapy. That was what it was meant to be, a place where we could talk without being attacked by the public or people like Douglas who think we're delusional. And we suspended judgment of what you were talking about to just get the memories out there and weed out what was real and what was the mythos pushed on us. And so it was a serious effort to figure out our own shit. And we ended up with over 3,000 members. But in the process, about every 6 weeks, we had an administrator go batshit. And by batshit, there was one. She was triggered by someone who came in and was talking Ashtar Command shit. And she went as far as recording herself calling the CIA and singing to them in light language, and then uploading that recording to YouTube and then sharing it in the group. So when I say batshit, it is a totally different realm than whenever people apply it to me. So, because of my experience being den mother to this group of 3,000 people with issues, I have taken the point of if it doesn't make sense in 3D reality, then it's not real. And I have cut all of the religion, all of the fantasy out, and I stick to just what is 3D real. And like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, when I was a child, my father used to beat me if I talked about something he couldn't see. So I know what is 3D. So we had, in 2016, there was a man who was on Gaia, and he was the voice of the movement. Except what he really was collecting stories from people who were trying to get counseling and sent him their stories in emails. And then he would present their stories as his and copyright them where they're not even allowed to use their own real history in public. And there were a group of them who tried to sue him, and they were naive and did not get a lawyer. And because they didn't file the paperwork correctly, the judge threw it out. And now this man is claiming that there was no basis for their case, which is bullshit. He was trying to copyright common terminology that we have used for decades, including the term secret space program, which was originally copyrighted by Bill Cooper and released to be used by the community. So these are the lengths that this man was going to. And at this moment, he still has a large following. He's still in conferences, and I won't use his name because he sues people. But those of us who are even marginally aware of the community know exactly who I'm talking about. When I first came public, he had been attacking someone he was calling a Ukrainian, a very nice lady that started off in Ukraine. And she pointed out that part of his narrative had been plagiarized from Ashayana Dean, who is I don't know what category she calls herself. She writes about mystical stuff. She's one of the leaders of one of the branches of New Age, and she writes about things that would be Gnosticism, except that it's her own branch. And she's written some really involved books that are based on her own visions. And so for this person in my community to be plagiarizing from this woman was like a really big deal. And when my friend Ileana pointed it out, he attacked her, and to this day there are still people who think she's a fraud because he attacked her. He refers to me as that dark fleet discloser and says that I have ruined this disclosure. All I have done is say that if it's not 3D reasonable, that it's not 3D real, and that these programs should be approached as spy agency programs or military programs, and if so, then they are very 3D real. And all of the rest of it's fantasy or delusion. Now, we have a serious problem with people who think that every dream they ever had in their life is a memory of these programs. And that's where you get a lot of the delusional bullshit. Some veterans of wars will come back with what's called flashbacks. Flashbacks very much are memories of what happened, and they're usually taken out of context, and they're usually the most horrific things that traumatized you the most. And that's what I deal with on the regular. I have flashbacks to this day where I wake up screaming and the neighbors are banging on the walls because I live in an apartment. I wake up my partner Lou on a regular basis, and I'm just terrified, shaking, screaming. Flashbacks are very real, and for people to think their regular, everyday memory of their dream is a flashback is extreme and a bit insulting to those of us who have to deal with it. I also have this problem with my community that there are a lot of people who literally live in fantasy and cannot tell the difference between fantasy and 3D. And they live that way all the time. And that's kind of what Douglas teasingly accused me of at the beginning of the show when he first had me on. I do very much know the difference between 3D reality and fantasy and psychic experience and flashback memories of Black Ops. And I've done a lot of work to sort out the threads of my memories. Now, not everyone in my community has. And so I go into these conferences, and I'll be speaking at one next month. I'll be at the Nugget, the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas from the 4th through the 7th. And I will be on stage with Tony Rodriguez, Eric Hecker, James Rink, Misha Johnston, Anthony Zender, and Joseph Powell. Some of these people don't like each other at all. These people are...
that much I can attest to. I just got back, so I heard you say that.
These folks are going to be on a panel together, and it may get heated. And I'm hoping that someone sits between the ones that really dislike each other.
Oh, you don't want to be between them. Go
on. No. One of the ones that's angriest has been a mixed martial arts expert. So, yeah.
Oh,
so
yes, that's a delight. Oh my God.
So yeah, we've got this constant churning because everybody thinks, well, mine was the truth. Mine is the only truth. You know, nobody's listening to me Yeah, because they're speaking their own truth. Now, what people need to do in the audience is understand there were different sources of information. There are different factions in space. In these programs, there are programs that are run by different countries, different agencies in the same countries, and they don't tell you the same thing. So you come back and it's like, okay, World War II veterans, you might have somebody who was a bomber that bombed Germany. You might have someone who was at Guadalcanal. You might have somebody who was at D-Day, and you might have a German from D-Day, and you've got all these people on the same panel, and you're upset because they're not telling the same story. Well, fuck, they're not gonna. And they're not gonna get along either.
There, thank you. That was some level of context. I didn't hear it, but I'm sure it was. It was in depth, and
So,
yes.
yeah.
Uh,
But yeah, I tend to do the in-depth stuff because so many people are so shallow and so emotional and so into their fantasy world that they never make the 3D connections.
right.
So we do have people who are stealing stories. We do have people who are telling sheer bullshit. We do have people who think it's Comic Con and think we're making it all up and that they can say whatever the fuck they want. There's a man out there, and I won't name him on your show, but there is a man out there, and I've been on radio shows with him, and he wants people to give him $30 million. He says he's going to build a factory in Nigeria that will make automobiles using the zero energy tech from the space program. But he says he has patented this stuff, but he won't share the patent numbers. And he's not using his real name, and on and on and on and on. And I sat there, and finally, I was on this show, and I called him a fraud. I told him he would.
Good for
I
you.
asked him.
Yeah.
I asked him, "Do you actually remember anything?" And he gave me some cock and bull story about a sword tournament.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And
That's
I'm like, this is an example of someone who thinks that we're doing Comic Con and thinks he can get rich off the community. And there are so many people out there, and I'm sitting home. I have these horrific flashbacks, and I'm making the effort to be 3D rational, and I I keep having to explain why my testimony is different from some channeler out there. And I'm like, fuck it, you want to listen to the channeler, listen to the channeler. Leave me the hell alone.
yes. Oh my God. No, that's just
My story is completely based on I was kidnapped by a government spy agency and have been used as slave labor in their black ops ever since. That's my story. Now, you may not like the details. You may not like what I remember being used for or working with, but that the basic story is very 3D real and was the time frame of MK Ultra. So it's not unreasonable.
thank you. Yeah. No, no, no. Definitely not. And so, honey, I love you dearly, beyond expression. Thank you so much for helping me out tonight, and hopefully, I pray. Is it Medicare or Medi-Cal that helps you with this surgery, or both?
Medicare.
Medicare. Okay, I'm on both. So
Well,
any
I'm on both, but if Medicare approves it, Medi-Cal has to.
There we are. Okay, okay. So you and I are somewhat similar in that regard. We're
I've been on Social Security disability
right.
since 2009. So this has been a long-term issue, and it's completely based on spinal injuries.
Right, right, which are horrific. I mean, it's just awful. It's a career. I mean, honestly, to be a spinal patient, a back patient, is a career. That's that's
Well, mine is my neck. The original injury was at C4, and the surgery would be a fusion from C4 to C6. And then later on, they will have to deal with um, my right hip is frozen and gives way.
right.
So
Your right hip is. Could you explain a little bit about that, please?
I don't know what happened. One day, I was at work. I was up on a ladder.
Uh-huh.
I was putting a box into storage at work, and I followed proper procedure, one step at a time. And when I got down, I had this pain in my right hip,
Oh,
and
oh.
it was like a knife stabbed into the joint. And I've had that ever since. And that was in 2008.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So this was before Lou kind of spotted you in that fucking like abandoned coal mine doing janitorial work, right?
Oh
They
no, we have been together. He met me in 1999.
it's in '99. Okay, and then it was after that you still went back to work.
Yeah,
Oh my God! And that's I'm just sorry to
I
hear.
have
Yeah.
recovered from major injuries and or poisoning.
Hmm.
Come back from total disability to be working full time at least 4 times.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'm not someone who willingly sits home and does nothing. Even now, I'm on Social Security disability for spinal injuries, and I'm still running a radio show and trying to write a book. So,
Yes. Yes. And what's maybe you have a little hint of the book, its theme and parameters.
um, I've been working on it a couple of years, and what it is I remember going to Schule, German school,
Yes.
and I remember what I was taught there and how it was different from what's taught here. And what I've been doing is looking through and trying to document what I was taught there and put it into a book once I find documentation for it.
Right. Okay. And
So, um,
documentation isn't all that important when it comes to some of these experiences. Just the sharing of them sometimes is more important than
the
sometimes.
sharing
Yeah.
of it would be important for my benefit,
Right.
but I have so many people who scream at me that I'm delusional that I figured putting in the documentation would prove I'm not.
Understood. Yeah. Okay. And
It's a really big deal for me because that's the common response is that I'm telling the truth as I know it, but what I know is a delusion. That is the most common response because they feel I'm telling the truth, just
right.
like they
Right.
feel you're telling the truth. But
I,
it's
I,
just
I,
so outside of their normal experience that it can't possibly be true. Therefore, I have to be delusional.
they're just assholes. At any rate, there's so many assholes out there, and a lot of
Yeah,
name
there
calling.
are. There
Yeah.
are more assholes than there are reasonable people, and that's the
Yes.
fucking truth. And I'm just really tired of constantly having that thrown in my face. So in my book,
Uh-huh.
I'm okay. The first section is about the history of how the Germans got into space.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't start with World War II.
Mm-hmm.
I start with Samaria.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, it can be documented. All right? I'm dealing with documented history in that first section. The second section is my personal memories of being in that faction.
Mm. Right. I mean,
And that I cannot document,
okay.
except that um, Doris Neely, who worked at the CIA office in Washington, D.C.,
Hmm.
was the data entry clerk who uploaded my personal case file. And she and I did a show where I said what I remembered, and she said whether it was in the case file or not. And out of what we shared in the 2 hours, there was one thing I remembered wrong, and two things she was surprised I did not remember. So
And did
it
she tell
was,
you what that was?
yeah, it was a woman I should have remembered because we went to Langley and then Mars together, and there was a species on Mars of sentient flies that I have no memory of them at all. And
The,
she even verified the 9 foot tall turtle Draco warrior that was at Montauk, that was in the report. So, I'm not hallucinating or illusion of any of it. It's what I report is exactly what's in the report that she uploaded.
well,
So
right. No, well, that's impressive. I mean, it's very. I mean, it's a lot to take in. And
yeah,
so,
it's a lot to take in. But like I've told you
yeah.
more than once,
Yes, honey. Yeah.
the only parts of our stories, our mutual stories, that is incompatible is at Shola.
Hmm.
They told me
Uh-huh.
that Roswell was a Hannibal, and you obviously read a document that said it was not. So that's the only place in our entire stories that only one of us can be right.
Hmm. Thank you, honey. Yes.
The rest of it, our stories are completely compatible.
Mhm. Yes.
That's why I get
What
frustrated when people tell
this
me I'm delusional.
it, did you say me or the people in
I
general?
said people.
You mean people in general. Thank you. Yeah. The well yes, that there actually is much of our believe me, much of our stories, our experiences, what we have to say are compatible. Yes, that this is true. And certainly people probably have they probably find it hard to take in what I say about relic populations as well. It's a terror, but at this point, it's hard to believe or understand why people would have a problem with that because of the kinds of experiences that people have had amongst the popular demographic have been so common at this point. And with that, honey, so what I'm going to do is thank you so much for helping me out tonight. And I'm going to try and take advantage of your good nature over the next yeah, month and
You
so.
mean having somebody to talk to?
Yes, yes. I mean, it just makes me feel so much better. And do me a favor. Obviously, if you need your Skype or any bandwidth or communications, just hang up. But otherwise, if you just go mute and stay on the call, and then that way, in case I need you, and you're a person who stays up comparatively very late, and since you just woke up,
I
yeah,
I have a tendency to be awake all night
yeah.
and then sleep all day. However,
Mm.
the last pain cycle,
Uh-huh.
I was sleeping like 3 or 4 hours and then being awake, and I was getting to where I was bitchy as hell.
I can imagine.
So
And
I've been, since the pain in my neck
uh-huh.
stopped,
Uh-huh.
I've basically been sleeping most of the time.
I mean, that's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. Really, I am. I mean, that is so. People have no idea what that must be like. And well, honey, So, like I said, hopefully I can take advantage of your good nature, not just tonight, but until our man Jameson gets back from rehab. And what I'll do is, try and call you around the time that the show begins, and we can kind of do things like this. But if you could just leave the call on, and do whatever you need to do with your computer, but just leave the call on, and I'll send a message to you in the Facebook. Messenger when I close the showdown. And that way you'll know that
Okay.
the Skype call is closed. At that point, I'll hang up the Skype call as well. So it should hang up on your side. But, just, yeah, check that. Yeah, there's,
We know Skype has a mind of its own.
it does. Oh my God. And and God knows what they do with it. And sometimes by that I mean, the same people who are giving us all these downvotes right now. I'm happy to say we got them 36-21. But obviously, when that many downvotes start as soon as you start a live stream, that's just not natural. Obviously, this is a bot attack, but nevertheless, hopefully it gets filtered out by YouTube. But you can't count on that. So the only way we can get the show distributed is for people to continue to click the upvotes. So that's very important. Aside from that, of course, if you're able to contribute for my solar return, certainly I'm here to spend my birthday. This was not my idea. It was Peter Moon's. And as my co-author, I do owe him that much since he is working for me on basically a voluntary basis. So can't hold that against him. And so I have to, I think some of his ideas are good. And with that, he did say that this would be the night that I should emphasize fundraising. And so I'll try to do that. I'll try to remember to do that. Mostly I'm here to gift you with my insights into East Asian geopolitics, because obviously you're very much in need of them. Not you as in Our Lady Penny, but all of you are very much in need of them at this point in history right now. So Penny, love you beyond expression. Share my love with Lou. And obviously, if I desperately need you, I'll try and check in with the messenger and start screaming, help on the
I'll
long
keep
Skype.
the sound on.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And okay, so both of you have a blessed night otherwise. And if things go smooth enough, you may not hear from me again in that sense. Keep the noise on, of course, and you'll hear me in the background. And with that, honey, love you. Thank you so much, and thank you for your patience with your book coming your way. Everybody is waiting for that, Crystal River and all the rest, and I'll get that sent out, of course, after this cycle of social obligations. Thanks to contributions incoming, I should be able to afford that this month. And hopefully it'll be towards the end of this month or the first week of the next. And that should be able to circumvent the majority of the super horrible wave of choke points in the mail come December. So do whatever happens, I have to get it out before, around the first week in November. And after that, it's just too late. Then you're swamped with just too much mail in the system. It's all sucked out anyway. The whole system right now is all fucked and cluttered. It's just a lot of people in the postal services, of course, have COVID. And there's everything else is going around with. And by the way, one more thing, Penny, share my love with Doris, okay? Daryl's mother, and with Daryl himself,
I
of
will.
course. Yes, thank you. All right, and with that, taking a look in the chat room, Conspiracy Kitty, who is actually Our Lady Shauna Bando, says, hugs everyone in Douglas. Sorry, can't stay because not feeling well. So tired. Have a great show. Bless you, honey. Love you dearly. Vicky Johnson says, happy birthday, Douglas, with 3 red hearts. God bless you, darling. I love you dearly. Mwah. And so glad you could provide us your company. And Claudette says, hi, Douglas, happy birthday. Lots of blowhorns and the rainbows and packages. She says, to you and me on this 1020 portal in the time space. Yes, honey. Bless you. Love you dearly. Mwah. And she contributed at least 100 United States dollars recently. And so let's give her some credit as well. I cannot remember whether or not I've dedicated a show to her recently. I believe I did. And of course, I want to shout out, first of all, a prayer request. We have a prayer request from one of my Facebook friends, Taya Akrish. And Tea Akrish, her father, is in the hospital. And let me check her timeline, see if there's been any incoming news on that. And she did ask for prayers for him. By the way, a shout out to Maria Michaela Grigorich. God bless her. Mwah. Love you dearly. Maria Grigorich, she gave me a birthday wish, and I still have yet to respond. So Tea Akrish is basically saying that, yeah, her father's in the hospital. Please pray for him. Otherwise, things seem normal enough in her direction. And let's see now what we have. In terms of the messenger with Our Lady, Rhiannon Farrell says, happy birthday, beautiful. She says, hope you have an amazing day. Oh, she's wonderful. And of course, as soon as I see these things, I feel obligated to respond. And that takes us into a bit more of a distraction, which must be painful to listen to, and I apologize so profoundly for that to all of you. Our dear Salman Sheikh, of course, sent a voice message, which I cannot review right now, but it is obviously going to be one of the happy birthday messages. And of course, I want to get back to these people in a good amount of time. And Sean Bond was asking how I was feeling. Wasn't able to get back to that until now. All of these people I have to attend to within a short period of time. I really can't give anything to them now in terms of little gifs or anything. Let me see. Okay. Let's give this guy a thumbs up. George Knight, of course. He was saying, okay, interesting. There we are. Okay. Wonderful article from our man, Mr. George Knight. And be your birthday in 1 day's time, dearest Douglas. Yes, so he was doing his bit, wishing me a happy birthday. He provided an article from 1945, April 26, around the time of our I think that's Hitler's birthday is around that time. April 20th, yes, that's right. And basically the article was about 1945, about a fake Hitler to die in Berlin, the Swiss say. So the Swiss said a fake Hitler died in Berlin, yes. And our dear lady Diane Hills Buchberger, so her birthday is January 16th, by the way. You know, I really should be careful about telling people's birthdays. One thing I never do is I never give out my son's birthday because, of course, of the gang stalkers. And a person's birthday is, by the way, just unfortunately, it's a key to information. And so many people can find out much about you by your birthday in terms of the occult sense and in terms of course, just stealing your credit. So it's one of those things I have to be very careful about. So in terms of shout outs, what I might do to honor my son's birthday is I might publish something that I didn't have time to publish a notice that I was going to be gone for my birthday like I did last year. So I just had to go at this year to the estates that the various properties that my son and his husband live their lives on. And of course the Blood Boys maintained a beautiful garden, well, multiple gardens in the estates, and they managed, of course, to plant a series of sunflower beds in so that they would blossom on my birthday. And that was just beyond thoughtful of them. They did do that with my birthday in mind. So if you plant them right and you care for them, especially in the climate that we have in California, sunflowers will blossom in late October. And so it was just moved me beyond tears for them to do that for me. And honestly, I adore them. And this is the one reason that I want to really stand up for humanity is because of people such as those young men who who think so much ahead that they would do that for me. By the way, we have a wonderful person, Emir Kozlic, who has asked me not to make a story, so to speak. He says not to relay his story publicly. And I want to very much thank him for his, being so kind to me, saying happy birthday and whatnot. So not quite sure what to send back to him as a kind of sticker, because those that are provided by the Facebook are just so warped. They're a bit too lovey-dovey to send to a guy. So let's just say my gratitude, thy well wishes, and my best in return to him. And then I can leave it at that. And my gratitude, thy well wishes, and my best in return. There we are. Now, moving right along, and let's see now. Was there anyone else that I missed? And of course, Eric Laystick. Well, that'll lead me to the shout-outs anyway. So it's about time that I engaged in the shout-outs, as different from the disambiguated from the prayer request. One last look into the chat room. And with that, shout outs to Joel Tai. As I mentioned before, Joel Tai is I believe he's Chinese American. He may be a different Asian ethnicity, but a wonderful human being. And he donated 20 United States dollars, representative of October 20th. So all of you who can't afford $100, $20 will be fine. Every little bit helps. Eric Laystick, I received his letter bearing his check, bearing in turn, the check was bearing or conveying 25 United States dollars. So he contributed a quarter of 100 United States dollars via the United States Postal Service. Our dear brother from another mother, a man who's Blasian, Black Asian, and lives in the heart of New York, the true New York, the New York that epitomizes New York, Manhattan Island, that asphalt jungle that serves as whenever foreigners ask me to describe New York City, I will tell them that Manhattan Island, which is what they all think of when they think New York City, that Manhattan Island is a small island of hostile warring tribes. And of course, probably the best representation of it, at least in the metaphor, would be The Warriors, that wonderful movie that is iconic in so many ways. And it epitomizes the concept of a small island of hostile warring tribes. And so Stephen Myers survives amidst that, and he sent $50 United States dollars. He conveyed $50, saying, happy birthday, dear brother Douglas. God bless you, Stephen Myers. And Seth Mount Pleasant, very interesting name. I have no idea who Seth Mount Pleasant is, but as people may always, thanks to Michael Aquino and certain aspects of the Egyptian pantheon, certain people have a very negative view of Seth, and automatically their mind turns towards the darkness when they think of Seth. But remember, Seth was also the righteous third son of Adam, who did as he was told and went on to help father other nations, certainly father them into civilization. Seth was that's a positive name, and so remember, it can be both inverted, just like the Christogram that we know as the pentagram. And the pentagram when it's got the singular ray of the star pointing up towards the heavens, then it is, regardless of whether it's a solid star or a pentacle-like sigil, it is a Christogram in the sense that it represents the 5 wounds borne by Christ upon the cross. It can be used to bind demons, and it is denied you because you're convinced that it is satanic by media propaganda. So Seth is like that. As a name, it's misunderstood, as is the inverted cross, which is the cross of St. Peter, which is why the inverted cross is on the throne of the Pope in Rome. Of course, you get all the evangelists and the Protestants who think he's the personification of Satan or the mouthpiece thereof. This is a product of course, the 30 Years' War between Protestantism and Catholicism. Do go beyond that and understand that Catholics are Christians too. And, and personally, I include Mormons myself as the Christians, albeit their background story is different, but, they're all Christians, right? I mean, so anyhow, with that, we have Creative Circle, and Creative Circle contributed 100 United States dollars. So God bless the Creative Circle. And they also wished me a very happy birthday, as did Seth Mount Pleasant. All of these people are, of course, of the angels, as is Aaron Tice. And I believe that I might be wrong on this. I believe I dedicated not the last transmission, but the transmission prior the latest transmission. I believe I dedicated that to Aaron Tice. If Jameson were here, he could help me remember that much. I think he would probably be able to help me remember that much. Of course, with Jameson, it's also kind of iffy how his memory operates. But nevertheless, with so many people that I am indebted to, honestly, tonight's program is dedicated to all of you. It's dedicated to all of you who contribute and all of you who support myself morally. The moral support, the fiscal support, it's dedicated to all of you, and I will gift you with my insights into East Asia and why it's so important, of course, that I serve as your Vulcan intervention, which should be obvious on the face of it once you review my analysis of what's going on with China, which, of course, is big in the news right now. Now, so I can forget about it later tonight. I'll get it out of the way right now. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson. An aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his yet-to-be-published book of the very same title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com, but other cases such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejerine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. That's spelled like Tucson with a C, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben himself privately to personally guide your tours at 1-520//323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Okay, so right now we're being hit by incoming news concerning the Communist Chinese Empire and the Sino-American confrontation, which may or may not be spiraling towards armed conflict at the moment, but is certainly spiraling. And there we are. Jesse M. Bulk says, "Happy birthday, brother man." Very deeply appreciate it, and let me give him that much. And wonderful human being, of course, and as are so many of you out there who morally support myself. All right. And by the way, as our wonderful man in Australia has emphasized in the past, when it comes to the downvotes, they pay money for these downvotes, and they, of course, fade if they're the cheap downvotes, but there are expensive downvotes that they can pay for that leave a permanent impression. It looks like that may be the case tonight. So we're going to need everybody to continue with the upvotes, and of course, fiscal contributions if you can afford such. So the fiscal contributions can be taken through the mail. Understand that my personal mailing address is my physical residence. I've given the address out forever because I'm in a very difficult place for anyone to stake out an ambush at. It got so many complications involved that it took a major federal operation to actually cordon off Russian Hill when they attempted to slam into my home so many years ago while I was in Las Vegas at this mind control summit. And they basically hit the wrong home, which happens all the time, whether it's federal, state, local constabularies of a city or a county. You would be amazed at how often the authorities will break into the wrong home. There's just a lot of stress, and you cannot coordinate everything just right most of the time. I mean, well, hopefully most of the time you do, but well, even then, it's very difficult to make everything fall into place. And when the pieces fall in such a way that they hit the ground in a manner that's balls up, well, that's what happened when they broke into the home next door and wound up having to justify their actions and arrested this poor sap who, Ryan Chamberlain III, who then spent several years in jail. And I'm happy to report, ultimately was released, albeit under a kind of quote-unquote supervision. Probably needed to be seeing a psychiatrist. I'm certain he was. That supervision, I know it implied psychiatric supervision, as in going in for counseling. And he needed it after what he was through, poor bastard. And so there you have that. And then our man Peter Moon will be integrating that into the book, which he started working on. I can say that now since he brought it up with the latest transmission. And with that in mind, all of this goes to show that my life is hanging by a thread of fate. Things just, well, it's beyond that. There's divine protection. And divine protection intervenes. It intervened often enough in my life to instill faith in myself. However, that doesn't stop the challenges from happening on a daily basis. So understand, these challenges that I face, it's from your enemies. Just remember that. And but I'm the only person who's really publicly standing against them, naming them, and calling them out. The fact that they went all out and pulled out of their purse the expenses to pay for downvotes that stay and don't fade goes to show that they knew tonight that my speaking on geopolitics was going to be something that they didn't want distributed throughout YouTube. So in order to preempt that, they're doing what they're doing. When it comes to what I spoke of in the latest transmission preceding tonight's, that factors in as well, because I was segueing us into Far East Asian geopolitics via the Chochoa. So that obviously is a hot button topic because it's a third rail. It is the reason that we have the experiences that Americans have via the Greys. And so by putting that into perspective, I blow away much of this alien continuity that, of course, is fading on its own, but nobody ever asks, why is it fading? People remember vaguely that if you talk about Grey abductions, well, back in the day, everybody was being abducted by Greys. And while I say that with a sense of facetiousness, certainly that was a demographic norm. And by putting it into perspective and exposing it as basically a non-human, certainly not considered human by the Asians themselves, Pacific Islander minority group that was transplanted into North America by the United States to feast upon their other refugee populations in the hope of eliminating all the human population that they transplanted from Southeast Asia, thereby living up to their commitments to bring their allies out of communism that had helped them throughout the Vietnam War here to the States, and then killing them all off by having a predatory population, a minority within a minority, feed off of them parasitically. The Americans had their cake and could eat it too. That way they could say, look, we brought the Asians over, we live up to our promises, and then eliminate the Asians. In terms of Afghanistan, they haven't even bothered with that. They just abandoned all of their allies wholesale, there to die. And there you go. That's the Americans for you. Of course, then people might say, well, that's what they're going to do to Taiwan. Well, let me get into a bit of that tonight. Obviously, that's inescapable for people to bring that up, and I will put that to rest tonight as to the differences in terms of what we've got going with all of this. And oh, gosh, let me see if I can check in with our dear lady Amanda Ute, because, of course, I would hate to miss out on speaking to her tonight, at least checking in with her for a little bit, and really wish that I could conveniently bring Crystal River on at any time. And if Crystal wants to come on for a few minutes, she's more than welcome to. God knows, I'd be happy with that. So, Crystal, if you're up for coming on for a few minutes tonight, just do come on, and I will... we'll just have you say hi and then let you get back to work. I know that she gets into kind of a business groove the way I get into the groove when I monologue. And once she's in that business groove, she doesn't want to be disturbed. I mean, she's very much puts all of her attention on her clientele. And she's welcome to advertise. I don't remember everything offhand here, where to turn people, but she's got her own page, Crystal River. And if you look her up on Facebook, you'll probably find several different pages. As a matter of fact, I ought to take a look around for that. She was doing something recently. She may have been on a show. As a matter of fact, I'd like her to tell me if she was on a show recently. And, of course, Peter Moon was on several little shows as well. Okay, Amanda Ute's unavailable, unfortunately. And there we have that. Let me instead, and Daniel Arola seems to be away, but you never know with him. But let me try him for a second before I get into the meat of tonight's show. Because honestly, it's one of those nights where I did a lot of indulging before I got home, and so basically, I just have to kind of get my head back on my shoulders before I'm able to talk. And there goes John Warrington, of course, our dear man in England, only gets a few hours of the internet every day. And that's the way it was for a while. Hopefully his situation's improved. Britain's all fucked up with Brexit. Worse than what we got going on here. And that, of course, is what they get for abandoning Hong Kong, giving it over to the Communist Chinese without any say of the Hong Kongers themselves being brought into the equation. That kind of mass exchange of humanity without the humans involved being granted the opportunity to express any consent or protest is in itself reprehensible. And that should go without saying. That should be obvious on the face of it. Okay, then, if one more check here. Let's take a look. Michaela Anastasia. Oh, God, I hope Michaela Anastasia is doing all right. And got to check in with her, of course. She has, of course, Hellbilly Holler, which is her own little kind of business, which deals with the Halloween industry. Visit her up at Hellbilly Holler, which is up in, I don't even know where she lives. I think I couldn't ascertain it even before when I checked into it. By the way, we were very concerned for Maria Grigorich's safety. So thank God Sarah Thomas, as a fellow Canadian, investigated and found out that she was indeed safe. And Michaela Nastasia actually allows myself to publish my posts on her timeline, to hit her with these tags. So let me see if I can figure out where the hell she is located. She's at Hellbilly Holler, which is in Phoenix, Arizona. You know, I never knew that until now. And apparently they've got high winds that are a constant problem in this place. So this is like it's rather bizarre. Oh fuck! Let me put a like on our page. I never even knew that. We all have to remember to invite each other to put likes on the pages. So let me put a heart here and then move on. Oh gosh. Okay. So aside from all of that, looks like I'm kind of caught up with all the people. So here's what's going on in the news. Basically, Biden has picked for China an ambassador who says we cannot trust the Chinese on Taiwan. This is today. This happened today. Nicholas Burns calls Beijing an aggressor and indicates that America's responsibility is to make Taiwan a tough nut to crack. And obviously, all of you might wonder, why is Taiwan so important? We've got the Chinese military condemning the United States and Canada over warships in the Taiwan Strait, etc. Let me check one more thing here. Yeah. Okay. Here we are. And of course, all of you know about the space issue. And our lady Penny Bradley had her own idea, shall we say, impression of what that this thing was that the Chinese launched into space. And of course, it seemed very different what she said, other than other than what the news told us. All of this is something I will address momentarily enough. But right now I'm looking at what's coming up when I look up the Taiwan situation. Basically, all of this is 2021, which means there's a lot going on right now. Oftentimes when you look up a subject, you're going to see different topics come up from over the past few years. And it's going to be different months over the past few years. Everything that comes up right now is 2021. So what we've got is that means there's a lot going on, and it's all going on right now. So in that regard, these are, well, it's something that I will try to put into perspective for you. Obviously, I'm trying to get my fucking head together first to do that. The facts, of course, are in there. If I can get them past the haze, past the fog, this is what a person needs a producer for. Honestly, it's for this reason alone. I could almost bring on Montauk Madness too. So let's give him a try for a second, and that will help to at least introduce him to the public. I don't know this individual, but he does have a Skype, and so he can give me the Skype thing again. But if I can get him on for a few minutes, maybe Jonathan Calderon Montauk. I don't think that's him. But so let me take a look at his message box again. Here we are with Montauk Madness. Let's take a look at him for a second. The problem is that if I'm searching for kind of like a half producer here, then it's one of those things that's a challenge. Look at how come I can't find this guy? It's funny how people disappear on me. Montauk Madness, and he disappeared from the friends list. Well, they erased him, and oh well. I'll just have to adapt. Oh, wait, here we are. Rocco Fowler is the guy's name. Okay, yes. So what did he give as his, okay, he says, let me see if he's got the Skype here thing going, Skype ID. He's got his phone number, he's got the Skype thing, and, okay, so he might be on Skype as Rocco Fowler. All right, let's take a look at that, see if I can give that a call. There we are, Rocco Fowler, chatted 3 days ago. Press the accept button, and then let me see if I can bring him on the call. Add contact, and then Montauk Madness, and here we are. Go back to people. Oh God, that looks strange now. Go back to messages. Oh, I know. Erase the Rocco. Then I go back into call. Go back to people, and then see if I can get back into the call, which is, of course, with Penny Bradley right now. So can't go back to her. Get back into the call at hand. How do we do that? Return to call. Okay, somehow I just locked myself out. Whatever. So click that off, and that should help. Then go back to the ongoing call, and then here we are. That must have been boring as hell for you to all listen to. And okay, there's Rocco Fowler. Press an add button. Okay, and we see if he responds. Since he's listening, he should be able to hear this. And that ought to be interesting. This is spinning in circles, so it doesn't look like it's calling him. In a worst case scenario, of course, I can always ask Penny to come back on for a few minutes. And what I might need to do is take a particular kind of drug or narcotic to overcome the other drugs that are pretty much inhibiting certain aspects of my ability to communicate. Oh, Robert Halfbrush. Oh, that's Asian. So going back to the news, what we have is that today, the U.S. President, Joe Biden's nominee to be the ambassador to Beijing, said the Communist Chinese Empire is aggressive and untrustworthy. He insists that we boost Taiwan's defenses against the threat of Chinese invasion, and that should be an American priority. Now, as a military historian, of course, it's my job to analyze much of this for the public in such a way as to make it understandable to all of you. And if I can get my head out of my ass, I'll proceed to do that. It is, of course, one of these things that once I get into it, sure, I'm in the zone. Getting there is half the battle. That's why I often add the need for the producers that I did. And in terms of course, when I bring Penny on, Penny's experiences are, well, they take us out of this world. That's it's not that it's irrelevant, especially when we came to the space news, but in a sense it kind of well, it's hard for me to get back onto terra firma after that. Anyhow, so Rocco Fowler said hello, and so there we are. So he is on Skype. Let's see if we can bring him on now for a few minutes, because this is something that we can at least get out of the way here. There we are. Press the add button. Okay, and see if he responds here. So Rocco Fowler, we're calling you right now. See if this guy answers. It doesn't seem to be ringing though. That's the problem. And that should be interesting. So the one thing, there we are. So Rocco Fowler, we won't have you on too long tonight. I just wanted you to kind of introduce yourself to the public. I'm not quite sure if Peter Moon knows you, but you had something to do with Montauk, and I do want you to kind of give us just a general summary of that, and that would help immensely. And you said you said people were stealing your experiences.
My name is Rocco. I was born but raised on the eastern end of Long Island. Mm-hmm. I attended a preschool and kindergarten at Gabreski, National Air Force Base. And they would sign permission slips. And I remember being taken in these like underground like areas and questioned about, what would you feel, or how would your family feel if you were to go, shoot yourself? Or so I kind of look at that now as being like suicidal programming. I woke up to this nightmare is what I call it. I try not to glorify this subject that much. I feel also that when I first woke up, I was like all over the place. And, I was in my 20s. I'm now 34 years old and have been able to like sort of like process some of the things that I have went through. And, sometimes I still question these things. I still question them. Is it true or is it not true? Is it true? I get really like frazzled behind it.
Well, the one thing I can tell you about is that many memories are cascaded into individuals, and so they ask the same question. These can be cascaded or implanted memories, and the fact that you're questioning your memories is a healthy thing. That's a good thing. And so I think that when you bring up what they did to you, then added this kind of self-destruct mechanism into your ability to process the world. They wanted to have that option in case they wanted to get rid of you. They could always do that simply by triggering you into suicide. And so Diane Hillis-Buchberger, she mentioned something that I don't know if she wants me to make this public, but this seems to have been this seems to be responsive, what she's sending me in the messages to what you're saying. And I'm not quite sure if it is, but she can elucidate a bit on that. I'm not quite sure exactly, but it has to do with space. It has to do with people seeing UFOs. And I don't know if you were impacted in that sense where you began to see things after. And by the way, you don't need to generate content. If you have no memories of seeing any UFOs or anything, you just say that.
Well, I've woken up with triangular marks. I was told by my mother, finally, she told me. She remembered when I was 3 years old, me being surrounded by the Greys. And I was in the middle of her bed.
Is she still with us?
Yes, my mother is still with us. But she's very like, I don't know. She's like very private with the whole situation. Quite frankly, it scared her. It
of course,
freaked her out. And then I've had helicopter activity. All different kinds of weird, like paranormal things have been going on in my life. I just lost another friend. He committed suicide.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Is this common around you?
Well, where I reside now is actually more quiet and calm than Long Island, New York. I got away. I had to because I was pushing it too much.
Right.
I wasn't working on myself,
right,
grounding myself. I was trusting everybody and anybody.
By the way, do me a favor, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute, and do me a favor and kind of introduce yourself in terms of where you feel this might be taking you. I'll be back in a few minutes, and obviously I'm taking advantage of you so that I can take care of some things and basically access some narcotics that'll help center myself and focus myself, since I've taken too many that basically blur myself. So let me reintegrate myself with a little more chemical help. And when I get back, of course, I'll kind of we've at least introduced you to our listeners, and we have that for a background the next time we bring you on. But take your time and kind of tell them what challenges you feel comfortable sharing that you're facing right now, and that should at least provide everybody a bit of an interest. It might be interesting to talk about these individuals who are coming up and quote unquote stealing your experiences, and what might be their motivation for that. Obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is money. And that was the one thing I noticed about Sarah Rachel Adams. The thing that was so odd about Sarah Rachel Adams as a parallel experience here is that when she began to attack us, meaning Crystal River and Peter Moon and myself, about the Max Spears issue, which ironically enough, Peter Moon, of all people, would be the last person who would have affiliated himself with Max Spears, the last person on earth. He had every reason to intensely dislike Max Spears, but he became, in her mind, amalgamated with Crystal River and myself in this Max Spears phenomenon, and she began to attack us all because we were somehow.
Well,
she felt. I'll be finished in a second. Just let me make my point. Yeah. Let me make my point. She seemed to feel that she needed to monopolize the Max Spears narrative as if, and I don't believe this was the case, but she was treating it as if it were a source of income. And it was as if we were stealing her income from her by, like, as if we were like selling some part of the Max Spears story, and therefore she somehow digging into her source of income. It was like that kind of attitude, which was extraordinarily bizarre to me. And I don't believe she was making any money off of the Max Spears narrative. I mean, it's not something that generates money. So it's obviously some pathological need for total control over the narrative, which would imply basically a higher motivation, not in the sense of moral higher, not a morally higher motivation, but a federal kind of motivation or a deep state motivation. In other words, there were people who want to maintain monopoly on the narrative, and therefore we were somehow threatening that monopoly, which, and so in that sense, is that something that's going on with your narrative, as opposed to, because I can't imagine people stealing what you're saying to quote unquote make money from it, because it's obvious. I would assume you're not making any money from it. Is that the case? Yes.
I'm not making any money from it. I actually never really, I always had a feeling about Sarah from day one. I did not trust her. I feel like there was a lot of... By
the way, did you know any of these people peripherally? Anybody in that community? Max?
I had problems with some of these people. Okay. They always want to try to debunk or say, oh, he's a liar, or, but when you're first waking up to this nightmare, is what I like to call it.
And by the way, this is what kind of confuses me, because obviously this happened since you were very young, right? So by waking up to it, you mean you kind of came into a cognizance that not everyone is experiencing this, that this was somehow singular in terms of, or at least unique, right? Is that what you mean?
It was very unique because I didn't have memory of my childhood.
Okay.
It was kind of like I started getting into it in my 20s, and it took me into a bottle of alcohol, and I became heavily addicted to alcohol behind it. Right. I would push people away, and now what I'm doing is I'm sorting through.
Yeah, but by the way, before I go mute and I'm gone for a few moments, you definitely have the audience with you, and they'll be hearing you, and it's going on record, so it's not lost. But in terms of Sarah Rachel Adams, and you're not trusting her, did she specifically like target you, like some of the things you were saying she was like attacking on the internet or something?
I had numerous individuals. I got together with a gentleman named James Ring.
Right. Oh my God! Did you ever meet him? I mean, physically?
I never met him.
Right.
But he put public information of mine out on the internet.
He doxed you. Yes, that's James Rink is. By the way, James Rink is something like, he's very short. He's very it's just he looks like a child, and his physical features are such that this causes a lot of problems for him. He looks eternally childlike, and so he overcompensates with the super soldier trip, and he basically is at this point, the last time I checked, very much affiliated with Laurie and Ann Fenton. He was what she was stuck with. And so, I mean, Max Spears was dead, of course, and I certainly abandoned her. And she made blood enemies out of people like Brett Loiter, who actually wrote various UFO guidebooks, etc. So it was like, and yet she still has this enormous impact on the ufological field that contacted in the desert and places like that, because of course she's funded by the Cult of the Kings of Edom, essentially Michael Aquino's network, to put it in more contemporary context. But so James Rink, it would be the kind of person to basically fuck you over. So I'm not surprised. I'm so sorry that happened. I'm so sorry you had that experience. But yes, share what you will of that. I mean, I won't mind at all. And he can't call it defamation of character because, he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Share whatever you wish. And so I'll be back in a matter of minutes. I'll review what you say later, very shortly, not tonight, but whatever goes on record, I can review it in the future. It'll be on YouTube for it'll be uploaded. But so with that in mind, say whatever you wish to go on record tonight, and I'll be right back. Okay.
Okie doke.
Okay. You do realize I want you to burn bandwidth, so keep talking. Just...
You got it. No problem.
Thank you.
So, yeah, my my mother told me about this experience. It took a while with the Greys, and at one point I was watching something on the internet. I decided, okay, I'm gonna go to sleep. It was a long day, and I was just stressing out over this stuff, trying to figure out answers. And it seemed like when I first came out, I just went to everybody and anybody and asked them for answers. And, that right there, I learned a lesson from that. Not everybody is your friend. And, I would believe one thing and then, come to find out that it was basically falsely implanted. But myself, I've had many experiences with seeing crafts, also being spotlighted on my porch. Wherever I go, I'm watched. The other day, I have camera footage of a gentleman that looked to be he was a little stocky, kind of tall, trying to break into my home. I got footage of him, and it was just funny because it was like I was talking with all these different people, and all of a sudden this stuff happens. And people have said, oh, he's a liar, he's crazy, he makes this stuff up. Well, I have no reason to lie about this, and I will say this publicly. It's not my job for others to believe what I'm saying, because there's a lot of us out there. There's a lot of people out there that have had experiences. Some of them have had experiences and don't even know that they had those experiences. And that's what kind of happened with me. But I, first, when I woke up, I was looking as well, and I found the gentleman, James Ring. He called himself James Ring at that time, not James Rink, which he calls himself now. But we spoke. used the Neo Cube, did something with the Neo Cube, and I
There
totally.
we are. There we are. No, I just got back, and I just put the earbuds back on, and James Rink, which you're telling me now, which I believe you. I believe you completely. This his actual name when you knew him was James Ring or something like that, right? And then
Yes.
when I met him through Lorian Ann Fenton, he had what he called these nanocubes, which in the time you knew him, apparently he was calling them neocubes, which were just these big plastic empty, like, what the fuck were they? I mean, I always wondered what the fuck those things were. They look like just giant hollow dice. What was that all about?
I don't know, but
He was
I
selling them.
believe.
He was selling them. He was like, yeah, what was that?
Yeah, I don't know, but I believe that he has a way of implanting false memories into people as well.
You know what was strange was Sarah Rachel Adams said, and I appreciate what you said about just having that instinct about her, and I do want people to know I loved Sarah Rachel Adams. She obviously felt very possessive in the most pathological sense concerning Max Spears's legacy, but and at the same time, all I can say is that she felt very possessive about Max too, apparently to the point where she was suffocating him and he felt like he had to get away from her. There was apparently a lot of negative as well as the positive when it comes to Sarah. And I just regret that it came to the point where it had to be so hostile in terms of our interaction. But it was where she took it. It was ultimately where she took it. And when it comes to James Rank, at the time that I met him and I knew him for peripherally, and he had these plastic hollow cubes he was selling. He was calling them nanocubes. Obviously, at the time that he knew our friend Rocco here, he was calling himself James Ring, and he was calling these neocubes. When Sarah Rachel Adams slept near one at one point, you were supposed to sleep next to them, I believe, and they would do something for you, like, I don't know, prevent you from being abducted by aliens or some shit. But when she was sleeping next to it, she said that it felt like her soul was sucked into it, and it took her to some kind of real negative space. And so it looks like it's just psychosomatic to me. I mean, to me, they just look like giant hollow dice. But obviously, the subject came up between the two of you, so this was presented as some kind of thing. But or was it you just happened to notice it that this was like part of what he was into, or any other
No,
details?
we did a super soldier talk. This was a long time ago, back in I want to say around 2000, maybe 15.
So did you know
Uh,
Lorian Ann Fenton? You must have come across her at that time. She was trying to permeate.
yeah, I have, and I had issues with her as well.
And that's a good
Because
thing. Believe me, that's a good thing. So go on. Yes.
Eric Mitchell, I allowed him to live in my home. He used me. Told my significant other that I don't take care of my children. And I said, "Hey, you're here. You're supposed to be in bed." He never told me. He said he was not affiliated with MUFON.
Uh-huh.
And I said, he lied to me.
Uh-huh.
And I found out he was affiliated with them.
Right. And by the way, MUFON to me is just a bunch of negative people for they basically, I've got no friends in MUFON. But what's you feel them to be, I suppose, like a agency that's promoting their own agenda or the deep state agenda, right? Is the impression I get.
I feel that they come around, like if somebody reaches out and they get somebody, to come to investigate, they take all that information and they make it into their own stories.
Okay,
And they
yes,
create
yes.
their own stories.
Yes. There we are. Yes, I'll agree with that. Yes. Yeah, and certainly Lorian Ann Fenton was involved with MUFON. Obviously, there's many people involved with MUFON. It's such a large organization that you can't, do too much with it in the sense of it's got all kinds of people in it that are just not doing anything. So, but obviously there are people who are involved with it that kind of steer it. And so those would be the people who kind of manipulate the information that's incoming and then regurgitate it in a different form, the form they want the public to see it in. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, in terms of what you've been through, the fact that you were generous enough to offer this man a place to stay in your home, and like the typical ingrate, he basically starts talking to your wife, saying you're not taking care of the kids and all that stuff. He's obviously there to wreck your home, to basically project negatively into your life, to impose.
Well,
Yeah. Go on.
yes,
Yeah.
he was.
Yeah.
I got rid of him really quick.
Good. Good. As well, you should have. Yeah.
That's something you don't do.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that some people, like I've had, this stuff sometimes is hard to talk about. It really.
Well, what I notice is that you had some unusual experiences in your childhood. You came into some awareness of this. When you began talking about it, you somehow got shoehorned into the super soldier community. So that's what happened, right?
Yes. However, I believe that there's a lot of psychological things going on.
Mm-hmm.
Like I hear some of these stories, and these guys, I don't know how they know all of this stuff, like every bit of it. Like I have what they call like slip through memories. Like I'll have a memory of laying on a cold bench and them having me strapped down and, doing something to me, and then boom, I pop out of it.
Yeah.
Like, and I can't figure it out. Like, and, I'm looking for, guidance. I'm looking for people.
Understood. I understand. And while you're doing that, you've been taken advantage of and exploited, and also basically attacked in terms of character assassination. So yeah. So these memories that you're trying to make sense of, you're trying to put them into some context. And what happens is that this can be the case with cascade memories. These are like repressed memories. There could be a different context. The other context could be that these are genuine memories and they are repressed. And then, of course, there is the fact that they have no context because they're simply inserted. It's one or the other in general. And so we'll discuss this as time goes on. You've been a tremendous help for tonight, and we've introduced you to the listeners. And at least now we've got, we've been able to bring you on the Skype. And so we've got at least the connection where that should be easier from this point forward. But I feel that you certainly, with everything you said about the people that you ran into with the negative experiences like Lori and Ann Fenton and the other people we've discussed, it strikes me that you're quite genuine, that you've been genuinely exploited and victimized. So I'll be happy to speak to you more and share your experiences with our listeners as time goes on. Does that sound reasonable?
Absolutely.
Well, thank you so much, and blessings to yourself. You said your significant other was kind of impacted by this idiot, this ingrate. What was his name again? Which one of them was it that you brought into your home? And then he started...
Eric Mitchell.
I'm surprised he didn't drink all the beer out of your fridge and try to fuck your wife while he was at it. I mean, that would see the note.
Yeah. Yeah,
What,
learning lessons.
yes, is she still involved with you, or did that break up?
Oh no, we're working on getting back together. I moved. We moved to a different state, so.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that was not irrevocably shattered. And so, all right, my love to the both of you. You have a blessed evening for now, and we'll bring you on again in the near future. Do participate in the chat room, stay involved with us, and obviously, this is a good opportunity for us to work with you because, of course, with my producer gone, you help me. You help me. People like you help me with these breaks, and so. What is your availability throughout the night? Just curious. What's your availability? Are you up throughout the night? I mean, don't stay up throughout the night for this, but I'm just curious. Are you naturally biorhythmically up throughout the night?
Yeah, I wake up at weird hours from like nightmares, or sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled out of my body, or, and then once I get myself, grounded, you know what I mean? I get up and I stay up because I'd rather be able to, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to, deal with, bring anything negative into the astral. There's already enough up there.
Okay.
A lot of battles.
Yes. Well, thank you, and I appreciate your concern with. I'm sorry, I'm conflating you with Brendan Zoget, who's sending me a message right now, and when I'm on the phone, and so what he's wishing me a happy solar return, and he's a wonderful individual, and it's just a lot going on with birthdays. Of course, it's like that, and hopefully everybody indulges me. So, when's your birthday, by the way?
May 13th.
May 13th. Wow. Okay. And at any rate, you have a blessed night. And since you tend to be up, don't force yourself to stay up. But I'll check in with you once in a while if I need somebody to break me. And since we've got you on the call already, that means that you can jump onto the call anytime you wish. So you don't need to hang up. You can just, you can just leave the Skype on, so to speak. And when I hang up the call, theoretically, it's going to hang it up for Penny Bradley, yourself, and everybody else, including Peter Moon, should he show up tonight. He's on his way home, and then we'll bring him on for a little bit. But in terms of yourself, thank you. And again, what is your name? And if people, are you open to people contacting you? If you want people to contact you, you're welcome to give out any contact information that you wish.
More than welcome. Rocco Fowler on Facebook. And it was funny, my old Facebook got hacked after I started meeting the right people, it seems.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yes. Go on. Yes. Yeah.
But you can reach me at Rocco Fowler or now on here, Skype.
Right. Right. Who are the people that you're with in that picture? It looks like you're at a bar. Is that who are what's that crowd you're with?
Oh, that's actually, I did a podcast out in East Hampton, guy, and it was funny. The White Mountain Boys showed up from Arizona. I believe they work with the National Security. There's some type of military organization. They showed up on the live, actually, in person.
Weird shit.
And at the time, I was so nervous. At the time, I was so nervous. I wanted to have covering over my face.
Okay.
This is what this stuff has done to me. Now I don't care. My face is my face.
Okay, so I see like a studio, and I see like the gentleman who's kind of like in the martial arts pose. One of these guys is clearly Asian. The other guy's holding up a tarot card. And is that a birthmark, or is that a tattoo, like a tear under his eye, like he's one of those?
It's actually the guy who committed suicide.
Oh shit! The guy who's got the tarot card.
Yep.
Oh God. Oh, that's awful. Could you tell us a little bit about him? What was his story?
He said he was a Montauk boy. He said he was involved in it, which I do believe that a lot of time travel was going on in the 90s as well. and they were sending kids back in time because I got into a conversation with Anya Briggs. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now, we were supposed to meet for coffee, but when she heard that Black Hawk fly up over my house, she said, I don't think it's a good idea we meet.
Okay.
But she said that I was brought back through in Montauk 2.0, which is the cleanup of the project.
Okay.
So
Oh,
that
hence your name, the Montauk 2.0. Okay. By the way I would perceive it, or the way I would contextualize this, would be that rather than saying the way I would present it is again, this is the way I filter it through my experiences, but through my experiences, I would filter it that not that there was a lot of time travel going on in the 1990s, but rather that there was a lot of, shall we say, memory implanting. And it's more like mind travel. There are many young people whose lives were devastated by the implantation of memories that they were time traveling or that they were on Mars. But I view it as part of a psyop because, of course, I worked with a psychological operations warfare expert, Michael Aquino. So I tend to filter these experiences through that paradigm.
Yeah. And General John Alexander contacted me.
Right.
And I hit the block button.
Yes, no, I don't blame you.
By the way, how are you doing? And I was like, block.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm not getting involved.
Right.
Nope.
Thank you. Explain to people who General John Alexander is so they understand.
Well, from what I was told and what I've heard, I don't want you to quote me on this, but I do believe that he has something to do with the MyLab, which is the military abduction, the program. There are people that say he is the founder. He's also the creator. But he friended me, and he's got all these pictures of like him and his kids, and
as if he were some decent. Yeah, as if he were some decent individual. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Colonel John B. Alexander is a devout Satanist. He is a co-religionist of Michael Aquino. This is not a positive individual. He was responsible for the development of, quote unquote, a lot of non-lethal weapons technologies and military applications of the paranormal. So we're not talking about a pleasant individual. So the fact that he's reaching out to Rocco Fowler and just saying, "Hey man, what's up?" Okay, this is like this is the equivalent of Michael Aquino basically doing that, you know, kind of like hitting you up on Facebook and saying, "What's up?" It's yeah. Rocco, you did the right thing just by blocking him. What is this structure here? There's a picture here of this entry surrounded by the dead.
Battery 113 over by the guard booth. The trail Battery 113. It looks like a bunker almost.
Yes.
But it was like a water storage area, I guess. But there was a guy that talked about he was brought there and he was forced to sit in the chair, and they brought the chair up from the bottom. Myself personally, it's funny you mentioned mind traveling, because I do remember being in school and just waking up and the day is over. Or I would have massive migraine headaches and I'd wake up in the nurse's office.
Jesus.
But I don't.
But by the way, that sounds like a good segue for a porno flick. You know, the kid wakes up in the nurse's office at school. I take it wasn't that enjoyable.
No. No.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Thank you for sharing that. And so basically, you're telling me about these people who were in that bunker or had the misfortune of being taken into it, were also victims of the Montauk chair, or basically a Montauk chair. And so that is something that bears dwelling on. So, all right, thank you so much, and bless you. Be at peace, and maintain yourself in good health. All right. And look forward to speaking to you again. All right.
You too. All
Thank
right.
you. Good night for now. And stay on the call, and, go hang out. And so with that, I think the drugs have settled in to kind of again, get myself grounded. Going to take a look inside of the chat room, and Peter Moon might be dropping by any minute. Basically, James Forsyth says, "Happy birthday, Douglas." He also published a post on my timeline about that. He says, "May you have many more cycles round the sun." Thank you, sir. Delightful. And blessed to know you. Shane Bridges says, "Hey, Douglas, missed the last couple of shows. Well, hopefully you'll catch up now." And Aloma Albert says, "Have a wonderful birthday and a magical week." Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. Don't know if that's a male or a female, but hugs, just generic welcoming. And Shane Bridges says, "Happy birthday, Douglas." Bless you, sir. Thank you so much. Blessed be to yourself as well. And Aaron Tice says, "Happy birthday, Douglas." Well, I hope you heard me dedicate the show to you the other day. I think it was the transmission before last, I believe. If I'm mistaken on that, let me know, and I'll dedicate the next show to you. Certainly, we need to dedicate one to you at least. And Elizabeth Rocco says, "Thanks for having me." Oh, the pleasure was ours. Elizabeth Donatella says, "Douglas, be careful." Okay. All right. Thank you, Elizabeth. No, and everybody's participation is appreciated. However, he does have a pretty negative view, and she says, "Happy birthday, Douglas." Well, thank you so much. Bless you, honey. And appreciate very much your participation. And certainly the one thing, the reconnection, however, was successful. So let me know how the status is. I'll need some feedback on the technical quality of the audio, because we've just had the online broadcasting software disconnect and then reconnect. Now, by the way, it's raining outside. I don't know if that's a factor. It should not be. But anyhow, just to finish my thought process there, Rocco Fowler's experience with certain people as a negative, such as Lorian Ann Fenton, seems to put him at least in the sincere camp. We'll say that. He seems earnest enough to me, and ultimately, that's what counts. And sometimes people are earnest and they just have unbelievable experiences, and so I try to put that into context where I can. And Aaron Tice says that he did not know about the dedication. He says, "I'll catch up. Thank you." Bless you, Aaron. Yes, let me know. We were certainly speaking of you in the positive, and certainly received your donation. And God bless you, sir. And Marky Milk says, "Have an excellent birthday, Douglas. May your birthday wishes come true." God bless you. Thank you so much. And with that, from Marky Milk, we'll get a bit more into the geopolitics of tonight. I was going to say serious issues, and they most certainly are. But obviously, what happens in each individual's life is serious to them. And certainly, I find it very ironic that at this point I'm dealing with many people like Penny Bradley and conceivably Rocco Fowler through the future, that have been part of the super soldier community that I did not want anything to do with and wound up being kind of. Believe me, I only knew, quote unquote, these people. How do I say it? These victims. I only knew these victims as victims when I was working with Michael Aquino. It says we have no data, by the way. So let me know if you're hearing us. The OBS may be disconnected. We've got no data coming through on the stream, but let me know if you're hearing us. And I'll wait for some response. And Sammy Romero is usually very good at this. either he or anybody in the chat room. Okay, Chris Collins says we went quiet for about 5 seconds, loud and clear now. Chris Collins says happy solar return, by the way. God bless you, Chris Collins. Thank you so very much. Let me know if you're hearing me now. It says we've got an excellent connection now. Rocco Fowler says he was a bit nervous. No problems. He was great. And all right. With that, I mean, what can you say, right? I mean, it's basically I had a fucked up life, and my experiences were unbelievable. Yeah, it's enough to make anyone nervous. Shane Bridges says sounds good. James Forsyth says sounds good. And we've got some incoming messages. I do expect that we will have something from Peter Moon soon. Let me get out of here, see if I can go back to the normal chat. And fuck, this needs a reset. Let's hope this resets. And okay, cool. Now let's see if we're getting some incoming from Peter Moon. Oh yes, and Eric Laystick's attachments. How could I forget? There we are, his poetry. And Eric Laystick is a rather prolific poet. And so always appreciate the fact that he sends me his poems, and I try to review them as soon as I get a moment's chance. And he sent me a plethora of them recently. Okay, that being taken care of. Peter Moon says I'm back, so we will bring Peter on. This at least will allow for continuity of narrative. That means after Peter is done with us for the night, then we can go straight into the Asian geopolitics. That way we don't have a break in narrative. Okay, so this did work out well. All right, so good. Let's how do we do this? There we are. Call and add. Let me bring him in. Reel him in like a fish, right? Kind of like what Lorian Ann Fenton was doing to Rocco Fowler. Reeling him in like a fish.
What did she do to him?
Actually, I'm not quite sure exactly, but basically from what I understand, he had some run-ins with her. He did not like the experience, and most of the experiences that he shared with us tonight, I don't know if you've ever heard of this individual, but I'll be interested.
Yes. He gets he shares his experience and he gets attacked, and it's it's very unfortunate. He makes himself vulnerable to these people, and it's as far as I know, it's a repeated
experience
pattern with him.
Yes, oh God, I'm sorry to hear that. Oh, that's awful. So yeah, what happened was most of his experiences were with Lorian Ann Fenton's mini-me, James Rink. And so he apparently knew James Rink, and they were like, going back and forth, and this wound up into a negative experience with him. And it sounds to me pretty much like what you've said. You've got it in a nutshell. The good news is his significant other and himself have moved, and they seem to be getting along. So I'm glad that this all didn't destroy the relationship he had with his partner. Because this stuff can wipe people out and just cause their partners to leave them and everything else, as you can imagine. So we're very excited to have you, Peter, after what happened today. Honestly, you sound like you're very energized. You don't sound like this wore you out or made you tired at all. Share with us.
No, I had a lot of sleep the night before. I've been taking red reishi mushroom, which is really good.
Great. Tell people a little bit about that. That sounds exciting.
Well, I told you I had a surprise party for my friend, and I was buying lion's mane for him.
Wow.
Lion's mane is regenerates your nerves. It's good for cognitive ability.
Is that some kind of an herb? Could you tell us a little bit about
mushroom.
that? Okay, mushroom. That's the mushroom. Okay.
Lion's mane is mushroom. Well, yeah. So I went to buy it from him, from a company called KOS. They're supposed to have the best lion's mushroom mane, supposedly. Who the hell knows? But a doctor had recommended it, a chiropractor. So not for me, but for somebody else. And so I knew about it. I learned about it, and I recommended it to this woman I met at Montauk for nerve regeneration, regenerates your nerves. And I was buying it for my friend because I thought this would be good for him for his birthday, buying him a big. So I went to buy it, but then they didn't have any. They're out. They're sold out of this particular cost brand. So I bought him another brand, but I said, and then I saw red reishi mushroom, and I said, this is good for me. This is good for me because it calms the mind down. My mind is very active, so I might be overly mental. So I said, this is good. So it makes me sleep better, and it makes everything more calm. It's like, the house is burning down. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Well, no, I'm exaggerating. I recently bought new fire extinguishers for the new kitchen.
Great.
So, I've got old fire extinguisher, but I bought some new ones.
Right.
It's important to have fire extinguishers in your house, but in any case, one for the kitchen and a kitchen extinguisher and then a regular one. But yeah, so that's the red reishi mushroom, and it's good for cognitive ability too. But it calms the mind down, and it's not that I'm like frenetic. I'm not, but it's always good to be calm and to be calmer. So that
Yeah.
that's the story on that.
Right.
But anyway, so I should get to the
Oh yeah, the gathering tonight, and when you say it was a success, it sounds I'm pleasantly surprised. Honestly, I was expecting you to be lynched.
Well, this is the thing about going out into the world, the tarot card, the world.
Yes.
Because it doesn't matter who we are, especially somebody like me, who is in an ivory tower a lot of the time. I would be much more in the ivory tower if I wasn't on this show. But I have, a minimal contact to the outside world. Of course, I do have some contact to the outside world, of course. But I'm not one for gatherings and that sort of thing. Never. Although there are plenty of exceptions to that rule, it's just not really where I
excel,
where I live.
Right.
But in any case,
obviously it was a bit overwhelming.
Excuse me?
I said obviously it was a bit overwhelming.
Well, I would not have gone at all. See, I was disappointed because Paula had to go away for a few days on her new job, and I would not. I really needed her support logistically.
Right.
And it would have been really good if she was there, but she wasn't. So I said, my friends were coming down from Woodstock. They're coming all the way down from Woodstock, which is like almost a 3-hour drive to see me and come to the event. And he had another friend he wanted to see at the event, but he basically just said hello. And so that was really nice. He says, well, it's time we get together. And so he came down and we met at about, I got to the restaurant about 4:30 and we hung out for almost a couple hours and had a great time because, I'd been to Romania with these people and they're good friends of mine. And I hadn't seen them in almost 2 years since Thanksgiving, because COVID, inhibited for different reasons seeing them.
Right.
So they came and I had a minimum amount of books I could carry because of the parking situation and everything. So I must have carried about 7 books. And I said, I gave them 3 books when I left. We went back to my car. I had a whole case of books and I wish I would have had more books with me to give out.
Right.
But so I go in and I see Alan, and it was Alan's event. He did a great job of getting people together, which he does. It must have been about 70 people there, and he had his books. And I went up and, he didn't even, he says, I know you. I said, yeah, I told him who I was. Oh, yeah, of course he knew me. It'd been so long since he'd seen me. And he hugged me and I gave him a book. Oh, this is fantastic. I want to interview you for my show. And then he gave me his book. Let me give you mine. So he gave me a copy of his new book, Making Contact. That was great. And then we ran into another woman that my friend that I had met at Woodstock at the housewarming party. And it's really interesting, and I don't exaggerate to say I met her over an orgasm. I met this woman over an orgasm. It's not that I had an orgasm or she had an orgasm when we met, but it was on the subject of orgasm. And she had been going to a workshop to cultivate the female, what's called what do they call it? Female ejaculatory liquid.
Wow.
And this was like right down my alley in terms of what I'd studied and written about in my book, Montauk Book of the Living. I'm not going to digress onto that subject. I heard you mention it on one of your, arc of narratives, but it was more in a negative context of, female ejaculation. It was in a negative context of what they were doing to people. I don't remember what it was.
I think it was probably when I was talking about my medical cosmetologist, V, had attended kind of like a seminar with a woman who was teaching remote viewing. And this woman said she had been contracted by various intelligence agencies, like the CIA in particular, which is, no reason to disbelieve that. But she had mentioned, we were talking about basically the recovery of what people consider evidence or whatever evidence they can find that they've been implanted, and how this woman had ejaculated from her clitoris, this little mechanical thing that she felt was evidence that she had been implanted. That this, however, she attributed that to aliens. Does that sound familiar?
When you stated it, it didn't come out that clear. So that clarifies what you were talking about.
Okay.
Maybe you said something earlier and I skipped over it.
I probably was not. I probably didn't communicate it well because I was also talking about that doctor, the podiatrist, who was recovering some of these little implants from people, is what they kept insisting that they were, and they might be, but they don't necessarily come from aliens, in my opinion. They're probably from the government, just tagging people like they would dolphins or animal release.
Yeah. Yes, I'd heard of the John Lilly experiments that you talked about, but
yes.
To get back on track,
yes.
I had written about female ejaculatory liquid, which is called colloquially moonflower, and this it was really hard to find any information about it until some of my friends that were tantrikas or practitioners of tantra had written a book. It was more of a pamphlet, ring binding, and I saw they went into a little bit of the physiology of it, and then it was my good friend who used to own the sex club. She said that she says look up female ejaculatory liquid. So I did, and I looked at the chemical constituents, and basically, I spoke about it to Preston, because Preston was just incredibly knowledgeable about sexuality, having provided instruments to Masters and Johnson, and he says, "Oh yeah." I said, "It just sounds like the same thing as sperm." He goes, "Yes, it's essentially the same thing." So it was obvious to me that a woman can reproduce on her own.
Yes,
that's
right.
And go ahead.
Oh, I just said emphatically, yes, that's right, because this is an important thing, because this is why scientists are saying that eventually they feel that the male population in the human species is really unnecessary and may well atrophy as we move forward, through the millions of years of evolution. Or sooner, if women want to get rid of us quicker, they could get rid of us all and reproduce among themselves. They don't really need men. Go on.
Well, of course, and there is a great joy between men and women if that balance can be reached.
Yes.
And that's really what we want to emphasize, rather than castrating the males. But
right.
In any case, this was a subject that this lady and I really got into, because I'd written about it. And, they took an adventure. I was invited to go with it. It was an adventure into some remote place in, I think, Egypt, where it was like, I think $800 a night. and he had to fly on this airplane. It was, guys, she made these connections happen. I didn't go on it. I didn't know it was going to involve all that. But they were going to Siwa. Siwa, is it Siwas or Siwas? I think Siwa. That was the
Christ,
place.
that it's funny you mentioned that because I remember that when I was working at the Presidio Military Base Library, and one of the individuals that I met was this U.S. Army Ranger sniper. He was the person who really introduced me to mercenary work, although he was convinced I could never become a mercenary myself because he thought of me as too much of a pretty boy and felt that I was only good for the meat market. He really wanted to take me to Saudi Arabia and pimp me out. And of course, I was so desperate for money at that time, my family being in such incredible poverty, and the job really wasn't helping with financial matters. I considered it. But when I even approached the operations manager who was running the library and was telling him that there was this individual who was trying to present this proposition, he was insisting, go for it! Go for it! But of course, that's not what happened, and I didn't go for it. But the point was, one of the places that was introduced through this proposition as the disembarkation point for the human trafficking was Siwa. And that was apparently where they were filming a lot of the child pornography. And and it was well known among all of the troops at the Presidio military base was Siwa pornography produced in Siwa. And by the way, the sergeant at arms for the house in terms of the government was just arrested for being in possession of massive amounts of child porn.
The sergeant of arms where? In Siwa?
No, sergeant of arms here in the United States at the house. Let's look that up. So, sergeant at arms, child porn. But the child porn, yes, a lot of it was produced in Siwa. Assistant House Sergeant at Arms arrested on a child porn possessions. Now, this is House Sergeant. Now, it has something to do with the House of Representatives. So he is an assistant. He serves as an assistant to the House of Representatives.
He practically provides it for congressmen, and they decided to scapegoat him.
Thank you. He's an assistant to the House of Representatives. Sergeant at Arms was arrested this week and charged with 10 counts of possession of child pornography. 41-year-old guy named Stefan Biret. I mean, Jesus Christ.
I'd like to hear his story. You know, he might have been actually arresting them or calling them out.
Yeah.
So that,
yeah. I mean, I won't argue with that.
We don't really know, but yeah. I would suspect that, knowing the nature of politics. But so for those who aren't familiar, Siwa is an oasis in the extreme western Egypt, where Alexander the Great had went to, because there was an oracle there, an oracle that I think he believed was his father. It was, I think, Ammon, if I'm not mistaken. Ammon was the name of the oracle.
Interesting.
And so
Alexander the Great felt that this man was his biological father?
No, this was a god. Okay. Alexander believed himself to be virgin born.
Oh, okay, thank you.
A god, Ammon.
Right. Yes, got it.
And so his mother was Albanian, Macedonian. Actually, Macedonian, but you see that they claim the royalty heritage was Albanian. If you go back into that Balkan Peninsula, it's, you really want to be an ancient Illyrian, quote unquote Albanian. So this is his father, that Philip was not his real father, that he was born of a god. So he went to the Oracle of Siwa to visit it. And I featured it in my book, the Montauk Book of the Dead, I did a funeral for L. Ron Hubbard there at Siwa.
Wow.
Because one of my friends who worked with him remembered him saying, she said this to me, he says, one of my most successful operating bases on the whole track was to take the money and run. Mm-hmm. and he laughed, and she got a big flow of energy that told her Alexander the Great. That's her own subjective impression.
Right.
So she felt Alexander the Great. He was definitely resonating with that type of power in his own mind. So I did a burial ceremony for him there in the Montauk Book of the Dead.
Wow.
It's a parallel reality, fictional, metaphorical funeral, which actually has helped some people with their L. Ron Hubbard experience. It did help me with mine when I wrote it. But Siwa, so anyway, I was invited to go to Egypt. I don't know if he mentioned Siwa. He called me up and was asking me about Siwa because he knew I wrote about it. And then he went there, and this woman, she made it happen because she had the connections. She is, I'll show you her art sometime. She does paper art. She is like really a magnificent artist. And so, and then on this trip, because you're taking this plane, I think it's an expense, and it's not a regular plane. It's like I think it's a prop plane, and then you get there, and then stay in this hotel is like $800 a night. I mean, it's exotic.
Yeah.
But it's out in the middle of nowhere, and accompanying on the trip was this. I had never heard of the guy before. Usher. Usher's a famous. I think he's a rap artist. He's a famous artist.
Is that inspired in any way by the Edgar Allan Poe story?
No, not that I know of. His name is just Usher. He's very famous. Okay. But I don't know that he might not be. He might be tied to what you're talking about. I mean, I would suspect that, but I don't know that.
Right.
What's this guy doing out in the middle of nowhere on this trip?
Yeah, it strikes me as very intuitive that the Poe story fits in.
Yeah. So I'm saying it's like, and now this sort of underworld tenor that you bring to the table, this is a factor when we're dealing here with public relations.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I meet this woman, I see her, and they already contact her. I met her through them. And so they didn't expect she was going to be there. And I didn't. She recognized me immediately. I went over and gave her a Romanian hug, which means you hug on both sides,
Right.
And then
it's kind of like the kiss on each cheek.
Yeah, like the Russians do. Yeah. So I go, she's not even Romanian. But so anyway, I said, I've got to give you a book. So I went over to my packing and got her a book. And then she introduced me to the owner of the establishment. It's a carpet store. And boy, did he have some nice antiques.
Wow.
I would consider, I asked him, I said, they look like they're very expensive. He said, some are. He goes to Nepal and places, and I want to get one.
Wow.
If it's not too much. They're just beautiful. It just sets off the whole room.
Right.
They're small. They're not too big. But anyway.
By the way, with that Moroccan lamp you have, that would be perfect. It sounds very,
Different elements. Yeah, different elements. And I'll have a Moroccan table. Will be the coffee table.
Great.
I already have a table. It was a dining table. It's sort of like a checkerboard theme that my Moroccan friends had given to me when they closed the restaurant down. They had some extra tables, and it was really hard to get it in my car, but I did.
That's wonderful.
Holding up, right in the middle of, the Times Square area. It was really a challenge to, have my girlfriend sit in the car and watch the car because she can't drive. So, go up and get it and bring it down the steps. But it worked. So I'm going to put that in. But anyway. This lady, so she introduced me to the guy who owns the store, and he says, this is. So then she says, he wants a book. So I said, okay, I'll give him a book. That's when I found out he owned the store. And he says, I'd like to have you come here. I've had the space. I want to do events here. I'd like to have you come. He didn't know me. He saw the book I did. It's, I'm interested in this stuff.
Wow.
Roswell. Deception. Now, so that was, and then Alan brought me, he brought this beautiful girl over to me, and he says, this is a fan of your work. She's a big fan of your work. I'd like you to meet her. So she does ascension work up in New England. And I said, oh, so she's around. I think she wants to put a group together to go to Romania, but she pushes my work, and I gave her a book and signed it. And I'll be in touch with her as well.
Right.
So I made some contacts with her, and of course my friend Jack. But this guy who runs the store. So he wants to do an event with me, and which means I'm going to promote your book.
Yes.
And Alan was excited about the new book. He said, "Oh, you got a new book? Great." He wants to interview me. But nobody had anything negative to say. Now, keep in mind, I do have a reputation. I've been out there in the world for a long time.
Yes. And
so this was, it was open. It was open door. It was open. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the event. The event started off with a crystal bowl for vibrational purposes. Get the vibration right.
Yeah.
Which was nice. Mm-hmm. Some meditation. And what they're focusing on is interdimensional contacts. They weren't focusing on the abductions. They were talking about, and this one guy got up, and the people that were in the book, featured in the book, one guy got up and he said he used to work with Ingo Swann a long time ago, or what had to have been a long time ago because Ingo's no longer with us.
Right.
But he's all into vibration. He's been contacted since he was a kid. So he's communicating with extraterrestrial intelligences, and he's really, really like talking about frequency and whatnot. Some of his communication was too abstract for me.
Right.
But he's happening on some other plane of existence. And a lot of this was more about other planes of existence. It wasn't so much about, and then contact. What do you call contact? Now, some of the standard stuff is talked about and might be made more positive than it is. Some of it is clearly positive. There was a lot of diversity there, but it was all about contact and contacting that which is outside of normal reality. The government is hiding things. We know the government is hiding things, and sort of. Now, JJ Hertalk is the most notable character who was there, and him and his wife got up and talked, and Alan introduced me afterwards. I could have gone up and said hi to him, but I had Alan, and he talked about, he had an experience with light. He was downloaded with light, and he's talked about that at different times. And he said that as a result of this, he started meeting astronauts, Gordon Cooper in particular. He held up Gordon Cooper's book. He worked extensively with astronauts, and people from the government would come and cozy up to him or whatever. And he didn't go into great detail about, but he could. Now, afterwards, when I met him, he was talking, and Alan came up, and of course he knew Alan, and then he just looked at me and started talking to me. He was very open and very free in his communication. And he started talking about astronauts again. And when I introduced him, I said, I only know a cosmonaut. I only met a cosmonaut.
What did he say to that?
He didn't say anything. I said, I only know a cosmonaut, from Romania. I know Romania's only cosmonaut that went into space.
Right.
Dimitri, wonderful guy.
Right.
And he's, last time I heard the first thing he asked when he got to the island, where's Peter Moon? Because I told him about David Anderson. He's very interested. Yeah. And he knew all the astronauts.
I remember.
Much all the astronauts.
But by the way,
to our cosmonauts,
yeah.
Pardon?
Oh, I was just going to tell our listeners that this Dimitri, when Peter Moon told him about what I had said about the Third Reich in the lunar conquest, how they had established a base on the south pole of the moon, and how well Dmitri took that. It was basically what Peter Moon had told Dmitri about was what I said about Josef Broz Tito and his attempt to try to follow up on the abandoned Third Reich base at the south pole of the moon. And when you brought up that to him about the Yugoslavs' attempt to try and instigate their own covert space program, how basically he was very tolerant and just said that he just responded very open-mindedly. He just handled it so well.
This guy is, he is so genuine. And when he met my friend Joan they were just like crying. They were, they connected on such a heart level. They were just like crying.
That's amazing.
And she was going to have him come to her palatial home in I think Delray Beach, which is now sold. But she was going to have him and Edgar Mitchell, the astronaut who she was very close with, and me. But I said, Edgar ain't going to come to that. I told her he ain't going to come on the same bill as me, but it's okay. Edgar has passed away. Edgar Mitchell, right. Former astronaut who went to the moon, former Scientologist, former of the Noetics Institute, I think, founder of the Noetics Institute, who used to get very angry whenever Christina Hayes, my friend who I haven't talked to in years, but would bring up the subject of UFOs. She was a young psychic working with him. And whenever she'd bring up the subject of UFOs, he'd go ballistic.
And this is obviously because he was dealing with repression of a lot of issues, probably was programmed to just respond that way. It's otherwise one would wonder why he would be so emotionally invested as to respond so aggressively to,
especially to a young woman who had no authority over him whatsoever.
Yeah.
But whatever. But I knew he wasn't gonna appear on the same card as me.
Right.
Sometimes you just know things.
Yeah.
But in any case, her talk had he was very engaging with. Well, I'm talking about Dmitri. He speaks English so fluently. He doesn't have an accent. Just perfect English. The same with Russian. I mean, I can't evaluate his Russian, but he speaks Russian fluently. He probably knows some other languages. Very intelligent man. You can see that he was highly qualified for the cosmonaut program. And so I think he was part of the space station, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. And he's just a delight to be with. And unfortunately, he had a great tragedy befall him because he had this, I don't know if it was his niece or his grandchild, but what she got sick after attending Atlanticron, and she died.
Oh, God.
And it was like they blew it up all over the press, and they were pointing out that she'd been at Atlanticron, and he refused to point a finger at Atlanta. He refused. He says, look, it was not the cause of it. It was a convenient to attack Atlanticron, but they didn't. He didn't allow that to take place because, it was probably one of the saddest moments of his entire life to lose this little girl. And my friend had seen how close they were. I mean, I saw how close they were, but they just really loved each other, and it just broke his heart. And so it's like he's just an outstanding human being, and I look forward to seeing him again. But in any case, her talk had he received the book very graciously, and he then later said, "Oh, this is a great synchronicity." I think he might have thought the book was about Romania, but I signed it to him and his wife, and because he was talking, he did a meditation where he started at where did he start it? Mm-hmm. I think he says, okay, he had the White Dove going out of New York City, going over the Grand Tetons, going over Hawaii and the Kahunas, and he says, and now to the spirits of Mount Fuji. or something like that. He talked about Mount Fuji, went over to Mount Kailash in Tibet, and he went over the whole planet. And I signed it, from the spirits of Mount Fuji. I signed it.
Wow.
From the
Cool.
from the spirit, because this guy, he probably knows some Japanese, if not a lot of Japanese. He's been to Japan. He's helped with the excavate or the underwater stuff there.
Right.
He's going to Romania. He invited me on his trip to Romania. He asked for my phone number, and then he remembered my friend Ken, who Ken had met him in 90, 91, 92 when I was writing the Montauk Project.
Right.
He remembered Ken. I was amazed because he had a message to Ken from Tesla,
right,
or something, from the outer plane.
Right.
A lot of these people are in communication with, I guess, what you would call extracurricular intelligences. They have although not exclusively, a tendency to identify them as extraterrestrials. I didn't hear the word alien mentioned once. Extraterrestrials and then ultra-terrestrials. They have a lot of different nomenclature, and this is mankind's effort to identify and categorize. It's not necessarily,
right.
There was no mention of in the Earth. Right. There were mentions of UFOs, fleets of UFOs, and this sort of thing, and the government's hiding this going back to 1951. I mean, obviously, everybody knows the government does not tell the truth about UFOs, and the freedom. There's maybe a little too much, what you call footnote study, and government footnote studies that are, they get in this, that, and it's just, I don't go in for that. But then it was very curious. They got this, I don't know if they were a couple romantically, but they were certainly a couple in terms of what they were working together. And don't remember their names. They were an unlikely couple for a number of reasons. But, and I suppose the most significant, aside from the age, which really didn't matter that much because I don't really know. She was very, I guess, I'd say probably middle-aged, but she was a very nice-looking woman, and he was, he got up there and, he's from Georgia, and he's talking like he doesn't have one lick of brain in his head, one lick of brain in his head, because of the accent, and then he started talking about energy. And then when he really started talking what he was there to talk about, he clicked in, and he had, a lot of intelligence.
Oh,
but
interesting.
when he's talking like a goober, he sounds like he's dumber than hell. And then when he started talking, I mean, this guy, and he was doing, I think they were studying him at the University of Virginia, and they kind of met, I think, in the same room. And he was from the South and she was from New York, and they're working together. They were going to give a demonstration of energy. It was basically chi energy. And he's being studied. They're studying their work by the government. He said he had healed somebody of some disease. What was it? Something. I just don't remember the name of the disease, but it was pretty bad disease. And he said he healed her through frequency.
Okay.
And he's talking about frequency. So this guy's somebody who can tap into frequency, and apparently they do it together. I mean, they didn't go into a lot of detail, but they demonstrated it, and they say, okay, I'm going to give a demonstration of it. And he's just silent. He doesn't even say what the demonstration is. Finally, he says, okay, yeah, you're going to be moving forward a little bit. Okay, you're going to be moving backwards. Okay. And certainly, I could feel it. Wow. I know that from Qigong.
Right.
And I could say that he was doing Qigong, but what they're doing is government experiments, or clinical. I shouldn't say government. Yeah, it's tied to the Monroe Institute. They're playing with psi fields and whatnot.
Right. Tell our listeners a little bit about the Monroe Institute.
I don't want to talk about the Monroe Institute. It's a bunch of bullshit. People are, we're studying psychic power. And I mean, Preston just said that's just a government op. Now, Now, you can look up the Monroe Institute, and people are like, like they look at it with a lot of authority and a lot of, adulation and for all of the wonderful work they do. And I put that in quotes. What
I was about to say, what did they do?
This guy, I mean, there's no question that this guy had ability. I've met other people like him, but there's always something that goes off with this. It's, there's something that goes off with this picture. But the Monroe Institute, I knew this woman. She was a woman who actually met Amato Crowley, the man who identified himself as Aleister Crowley's bastard son. She said, there's no question he is the bastard son of Aleister Crowley. This woman had she was very, well, let me put it this way. She wrote to me on stationery. It looked like royalty. She was interested in meeting me. This was when the Montauk Project first came out. I don't reveal her name. She was once written up in an article, and it wasn't, well, yeah, they kind of made her out to be a formidable occultist. I think that's how you would say it. She had a reputation in the business world which was not good. Basically, I won't go into that, but I visited her at her home on at least two occasions. She had a big house near the water on Long Island. I don't know if it was a mansion, it was palatial. And, she had a servant, a Portuguese servant, I say Portuguese, Brazilian servant. He was from Brazil. She was from Brazil. But
they speak Portuguese, so go on.
Yeah, she spoke Portuguese. She's Brazilian. And she wanted to clone herself. She was working with a doctor to clone herself. She got interested in producing a documentary on Montauk, but I remember I had a bunch of guys. I had Preston. I don't know if Duncan, she did get to meet Duncan. He did not care for her at all. And so big deal. But we had Preston and a guy called Mr. X, George Dixon, a bunch of people over at her house. And it was like sort of a Montauk crowd. And we got buzzed by black helicopters. It was just so flagrantly obvious.
Right. Oh my God. That sounds like such a hackneyed cliche. So I never hear you bring anything like that up. So when something like that happens to you, it's of real interest. That's one of those things that
used to happen. That used to happen frequently with me.
Yeah.
And even one time with my daughter, she was pretty young, and she goes, "Daddy, are they like evil? Are they like evil?"
Wow.
And it came really close to the house.
Uh-huh.
And I said, "Come on!" And we got in the car, and I drove down. There's a little park, a couple blocks away from the house, and it just disappeared. I mean, I didn't see it disappear, but it just, where the hell did it go?
Wow.
It couldn't have got away that fast.
Right.
They would appear regularly and at certain times. And the best one, this is a digression from our subject, but the best one was not the black helicopter, was stealth aircraft, when I actually had 10,000 Montauk projects delivered.
Wow.
And they were delivered to my house. Now, the first printing was 3,000. The second printing was 5,000. Mm-hmm. Those were all sold within a year,
right,
or about a year.
Right.
So I said, look, I'm selling so many books, I better order 10,000.
Right.
You get much better price. The problem with 10,000, you got one hell of a lot of books.
Yeah.
But they were storable. Mm-hmm. And I remember So I was operating my business out of, we moved my daughter's bedroom upstairs, and I moved everything into the downstairs bedroom, her bedroom. That was where we operated Sky Books out of in the beginning, and it at least the shipping part of it. And I remember this plane coming down so damn low, it was like within 100 yards or so, no less than 300 yards. And the truck driver, he saw it. He goes, "What's that?" He goes, "Is that the Concorde?" I go, "No, that's not the Concorde." I go, "That's a stealth aircraft."
Right.
And when he came back, you know, I mean, you don't always get the same truck driver. He came back and he remembered that.
Amazing.
It was as if they were saying, "Okay, we see you. We
Yeah.
know."
Yeah. And imagine the taxpayer dollars being used to expend that fuel for an intimidation flyover.
Well, it didn't really intimidate me. It was like a pat on the back to me. It's like,
Understood. I get it.
yeah, because it's like you have 10,000 copies of this book. It's like it's selling like hotcakes for, look at, I'm a new publisher, I'm an independent publisher, I'm outside of the system, yet I've ingratiated myself into the system enough to where I'm on regular distribution lines, that because I knew how to do that, or I figured out how to do it. That's something that is not ordinarily going to be done. So I was operating outside the box. So that was like, yeah, that was the best one. And of course, black helicopters at Montauk, yes. But these and what Preston Nichols always said about the black helicopters, he says, some of those are just intimidation tactics. He says there are certain ones that come out of New Haven, Connecticut that have spectrum analyzers. Those are the most comprehensive, and they could like detect your electromagnetic signature and whatnot. And they would, and many of them were capable of being psyops. He says some of them were just, but they would come over at the most auspicious times. It's like you're thinking a certain thought, and then boom.
Yeah,
boom.
it's incredible how they do that, and you really have to wonder if they're not working in tandem with remote viewers or psychics or some shit.
Yeah, but they I mean, these things are antiquated now. They don't need black helicopters. They have cell phone technology. This is pre-cell phone technology. So they have their whatever they're doing with cell phones. But anyway, so and then when I went to Atlanticron, David Anderson would say, he says, we just got buzzed. He says with black helicopters. You arrive and we get buzzed with black helicopters.
There you go.
This had and this would happen every year. It became like a standing joke. And I was always associated with the black helicopters. And then I guess one day I was coming, everybody knew I was coming that day, and one of the professors, there was these jets, like super jets flying overhead, and he looked up and he says, "Peter Moon is coming today." He told everybody, it was just kind of a joke.
Right.
But whatever that was, it's sort of an acknowledgement from the other world, the other
deep
side.
state. Yeah.
Yeah, it's flattering in a way.
Yeah.
So anyway, I was commenting about this woman from Brazil, and she had what I was talking about her in the context of the Monroe Institute.
Right.
This woman, they asked her to sign up for the OTO because she had real ability, and she did have real ability. And they wanted her to sign a contract in blood.
Wow.
I've never met anybody in the OTO who was asked to sign a contract in blood.
Right.
They might. I bet. No, I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that. But yeah, so they asked her to sign it in blood. And they also, at the Monroe Institute, they tested her, and she said she was the only one there that had any ability. Now, that doesn't mean in the history of the Institute, but at that particular time they tested her. They were impressed with her, and she really wanted nothing to do with them. And I don't know if I used to have some guy out of England who just wanted to know her name. He wanted to know her name. I would not tell him to tell the name,
Right.
because, he had such a, I guess what you call inappropriate way of going about getting her name.
Right.
He wanted to know it. And it had to do with Amato Crowley. I don't know what it was. He just sounded like a stuffy old Brit that I wasn't gonna, it's everything in how you ask for something.
Right.
But I'd be reluctant. It doesn't even matter anymore. But so anyway, she left the United States for legal reasons.
Wow.
But and she did. She used to do sessions on people for like $3,000 or $4,000 sessions. She would do on them in Brazil. She was making good money. She told me. She called me from Brazil, and she did one of them on me. She didn't charge me, the $3,000 or $4,000. She wanted to see some certain things about me, and then when I passed her test, she shared things with me about Amato Crowley, which specifically was, and it does appear in my book. I don't know if it's the Spandau Mystery or the Seventh Seal, or both. But what she said to me after I passed her test, that she saw that I could understand certain psychic phenomena or was regressed. She said that while she was doing this technique on Amato Crowley, Alistair came out through him and started talking. What obviously was not the person himself.
Right.
And said that he, Israel Regardi, I don't remember if Israel Regardi killed him or tried to. No, I think Israel Regardi killed him.
Wow. Holy shit.
and furthermore, then I told this to Mark Roberts. Mark Roberts had once, known the Archdruid of Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't remember if somebody who knew the Archdruid or was the Archdruid. And boy, when I printed that, all these people, he's not the Archdruid, he's not the Archdruid.
Oh, of course. Yeah, you always get these different cultists that basically argue about, whatever you claim, because they all have a different understanding of what's going on in their world.
I don't really care. It's not my claim.
Yes.
He's not the Archdruid.
By the way, could you tell people who Israel Regarde is? That's why it's so important that he killed Aleister Crowley's son. I mean, that's like a...
Well, no, he killed his son. He killed Aleister Crowley.
No, killed Aleister Crowley. Holy shit.
Aleister Crowley's ghost that came through Amato Crowley.
Oh, right. Got it. Okay, got it now.
Yeah. So anyway, Israel Regardi was a secretary of Aleister Crowley in the 1920s. He went to Paris, and Aleister Crowley paid him to be his secretary until one day he couldn't pay him anymore. Well, at the time, he couldn't pay him anymore. I don't know all the details, but when he couldn't pay him anymore, there was a falling out between the two, and it might have had a lot to do with money. I think it had a lot to do with money, and then Regardi would write him letters and call him Dear Alice, which was trying to insult him. Regardi was a very effeminate man. He studied magic. He was part of the Golden Dawn. He wrote a book, I think, called The Full Rituals of the Golden Dawn. And this is a book you're not supposed to tell the secrets of, but he told the secrets of. Right. And
it's one of the most expensive books out there. It's expensive as hell. Go on.
Yeah, I believe it's incorrect. I don't really. But Joe Matheny told me that he knew Regardi. He said Regardi was effeminate, very effeminate. And when I told him, the story that I just told you, he says, "Well, it wouldn't surprise me." But he doesn't know. It wouldn't surprise him. Regardi came up in my discussion with Marjorie Cameron. She said that he came, what was it? He came to, I think, well, first off, he had his house moved. He had a house in somewhere in LA, Studio City or someplace like that, in the Hollywood type area of LA. And she said he came by, and I think he was interested in her. He wanted he either wanted to study her or meet her, and she wanted nothing to do with him. And then later she went out and looked, came to his house. I think it was on blocks, or then it was gone. It was missing. I mean, the house was moved. He moved his entire house.
Wow.
She thought that.
Holy shit.
I think he moved. He ended up living in Arizona. The most interesting legacy about Israel Regardie, however, or the most relevant, is not necessarily the prospect that he might have killed Aleister Crowley. And as they say, apparently this archdruid, or the person associated with the archdruid, had said to Mark, and this was independent of, when I told him the story, he says, well, apparently this Crowley had, I think what it was is somebody told this to Mark, that he knew that before he died, Aleister Crowley went to the archdruid of Great Britain and told him he needed protection from Israel Regardie. Israel Regardie was trying to kill him. That corroborated the story. And it was, Mark wasn't making this up.
Right.
It's something he actually heard. Mark also knew about the ritual, not only of the Ashdown Forest when they were doing the plane, the dummy of Rudolf Hess's plane coming in. This is a ritual was done to help bring Rudolf Hess to England. But of the ritual I described in Montauk Revisited, as was told to me by Aleister Crowley when he was put on a board and put through menthol, which is like a donut-like stone that they'd stick kids through there to cure them of rickets, and they stuck him through. Aleister Crowley did a ritual. There's a idealized picture of it in the book. They stuck him through this on August 12th, 1943, the biorhythm date, and sent a line of rough water all the way to Montauk, New York. Aleister Crowley told me this when I asked him about the August 12th date. I didn't get the impression he was making this up. So, but Mark Roberts also heard of that incident too. Not with all the details necessarily, but he confirmed that had happened quite independently, because Mark was from one hell of an occult family. He was the guy who, was the cameraman for Dan Rather when Oswald was shot.
Wow.
Talked about him before. But so in any case, I was talking about this lady with regards to the Monroe Institute. But Israel Regardie, what I think the most significant thing that I've heard about him, I don't know if it appears in books. I heard this from Joe Matheny, and I'm sure it could be confirmed by anybody who was around at the time. I don't know how many people were around. Joe was not. But Christopher Hyatt, the man who pointed me, to Mystic Fire Video so I could meet Cameron. Eventually, he was a gateway. The author, Christopher Hyatt. Christopher Hyatt had a PhD in psychology, I think. He was an occultist. He was into motorcycles and guns, and he was a heavy drinker, alcoholic.
Jeez. All the right combination of yes, like flammable materials so go on.
And anyway, Joe could relate to him on all those counts, bikers, right, drinking, and what was the other one? Guns.
Guns, yes.
Hyatt, guns. So anyway, he was interested in the Golden Dawn as well, and somehow or other, I don't know how it happened, but he ended up protecting Rigardi, who's like this little man, who's, fragile. Let's say fragile.
Yes.
And Hyatt is not fragile. And he was protecting him because Rigardi had certain materials that belonged to Aleister Crowley and to the Golden Dawn. And with I think with the secession of the OT and whatnot, and basically what is that Hyatt had to protect Rigardi, and he had guns, and it was like the amount of what you call ne'er-do-wells, is putting it polite, that were coming after Rigardi. There was an energy and a force coming after Rigardi because of the materials he possessed. And we're talking about a criminal force that was trying to get those materials from him. And so I think somebody came to the door once, and, Hyatt comes to the door and points a gun at him. And the guy, he almost blows his head off. And the guy's like shocked. He says, "What the hell are you coming to my house for without telling me first?" That's how protective he had to be of Rigardi at that particular time. Now, this is reminiscent of the upper level materials of Scientology, long before they were exposed, and when on the black market these materials went for a pretty penny. L. Ron Hubbard's materials, and there was a similar force around them. I don't know if it got to guns, but it was damn close. These materials had a similar occult force around them. They don't now. You can read them on the internet.
Right.
And that just those are the different times. Information was much more of a threatening commodity.
Yes, and you could control it much more easily. In other words, isolate it. You could isolate and contain information so that it could be comported only to certain parties. It was much easier to keep secrets. Go on.
Well, yeah, but now it's like, if all that information, it wouldn't really, you've also got to distribute it. So it's kind of funny. But it's the attention that gets put on it. So to get back to, we're talking about the Monroe Institute, and these this girl and this guy were up giving this demonstration of psi ability, and he was, I think he had said he was working with government people, he was working with all sorts of stuff, and it's like, as I say, this stuff sort of goes wrong at some point. It's not that. It's not that. There was a guy was Israeli. I don't remember his name, and he had a place in the city, and I knew a guy who used to come to the meetings. He was a good guy, and he had written a book on hearing because he had lost his hearing, and he studied out how to hear it. And then I had another friend who was having problems with her hearing. She had the tinnitus or whatnot, and I called him, because I wanted his book to give it to her, and he says, I think the guy's name was Zeb Coleman. He says, Zeb Coleman is what healed my hearing. He was a bioenergetic healer in the city. So I gave her the name, and he helped her a lot.
Wow.
Basically, I think I saw him do a lecture once. It was just bioenergetics. He just go in and, heal somebody bioenergetically. He had a gift. But in such situations like that, you kind of have to really be on board yourself. You have to be on board yourself, or it's not going to work, or it's going to be temporary. So these healings are, there's a lot of stuff that can be done. And what they were doing was sort of a, instant Qigong. But there's no substitute for what I teach, which is breathing.
Right.
And it's just like, wow, it's dynamic. So to get back to the event, that was one. There was many people. I met a woman who was English. She's been here for a long time. She had a film company. She was very interested in my stuff. I told her we were doing something along that lines, and She's very interested. I didn't have any more books to give her. I would have given her a book.
Right.
I had, I saw one black guy there. I gave him a book. I said, I didn't know who the hell he was. What's your name? His name I signed. He's the only black guy I saw there. So I said, good.
Oh, that's great.
I didn't tell him why, but I gave him a book. And so I would expect to get an interview out of this.
Uh-huh.
I would expect to get also a talk at that place. Mm-hmm. And I connected in the past when I've gone to the city. I'm normally not used to connecting with such a high caliber of personnel,
right?
High caliber of people in terms of their momentous energy, what they bring to the table, because a lot of professional people. Oh, I got another one, but it was one. What was it? One lady was a designer, and she had ran into my friends in Nashville. I remember him telling me about her, and I said, "Yeah, I heard about you." And so anyway, I'll probably. She was just totally excited to meet me, but I don't even know if she knows anything about my work. I said, I'll probably, when I finish the house, I'll probably invite you out and show it to you. And then you can give me some ideas for my backyard. She was really nice and dynamic, very dynamic. So, but then there was a guy who got up, and I wish I could remember the lines or I'd do it. He did a whole rap thing on UFOs. He did a rap on UFOs. We're in the know. We communicate with UFOs, and he had the refrain that was UFOs, and then I don't know, and I just can't remember it. I would do it for you, but right. He did this whole rap thing, and I think he did a rap thing for Alan's show that he does. Mm-hmm. Is a regular new reality show, and I said. So I said to my friend, I said, this guy gets a book for that. He warrants a book. Right. He deserves a book just for his performance. And then when he finishes his performance, he takes this woman, who obviously he knew, and he gets down on his knees and he proposes marriage to her. So, wow. Everybody clapped. I didn't hear her say yes, but she certainly wasn't saying no. Okay. And then he was over there hugging her and whatnot. And I went over to him. I said, "Look, I got a wedding gift for you two." And I gave them a copy of the book.
Oh, cool! Delightful.
And he says, "Is this about the aliens?" And then he had met somebody who was from the museum, and he says, "Oh yeah, I met this guy. It's such a coincidence." And he's telling. I said, "Well, this book really isn't about the museum. The museum isn't really what people think it is." But he was very open-minded, Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so anyway, as we introduce, this is a people, and I wouldn't categorize them as all being servants of the kings of Edom. I really wouldn't, because there is the element, and there are some. There's so many lenses in the world. There are so many lenses in the world. And some of these people are struggling. Some of them are enlightened, in terms of communicating with energies that are not in the normal Malkuthian realm. Right. And we can get into semantic disambiguations of what's going on. And that's where a lot of the problems is. And it's interesting that that's where the problems are, because semantics are grammar.
Yes.
It's grimoire. Semantics and grimoire are so interconnected. It's right. Not funny.
It's true.
And there's a book, my favorite book. I've never had a chance to write about this. Mm-hmm. I haven't read these in years, is The World of Tears, Tiers series.
I've heard of that. Yes, tell us.
You read that?
I almost did. Because many people kept bringing it to my attention, but I never got around to it.
Philip Jose Farmer, by far my favorite science fiction author, more fantasy than science fiction, but he's written two classic books or series. One is World of Tears, and the one that's probably more popular is River
World.
And I love them both. I love World of Tears because it's more magical. The River World is more comprehensive. It's like reading Dune or something. It's, but the World of Tears, I read it I read the first book aboard the Apollo, and I loved it.
It's amazing.
Sometimes when I was working in the galley and you just need to get away from it all, you go down and in your lunch hour and read for a half an hour, and then you'd read at night. It was escapist, great stuff. It's not very philosophical, but in the third book, I think it's Behind the Walls of Terra. Anyway, he talks about time travel being related to etymology. The time traveler was a professor of etymology, linguistics, etymology, and I never forgot that. So of course, Scientology taught me a lot about, to look up etymologies. Right. And I took it to extra 9 yards when I would write about magic and look up the etymology of magic and words like that. So that's why, you're talking about time travel, semantics, grammar, the cut-up method, which is taking words and mixing them up. That's a whole another way to attack everything. We could take some of these, some of Aquino's most cherished grimoire and do a cut-up on it. Have some fun, do a cut-up on it, cutting up, But so anyway,
style, I forget.
That's Burroughs style.
Thank you.
Burroughs and Geist.
Yes,
and you've done some excellent talking on the Dream Machine. I don't remember it all, but it was great stuff. But we don't want to digress there. So anyway, what I actually want to talk about, and this is in relation to the public relations of the book.
Yes.
Now, your father, you said, used to take you to Oakland A's baseball games.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. And Giants, San Francisco Giants, Oakland A's, all the regional stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the Oakland A's, he must have taken you at some point when they had in Oakland Billy Ball. Do you remember Billy Ball?
Yes, that was God, I'm forgetting the guy's
Martin.
name, but he was infamous. Yes, they called it Billy
Martin.
Yeah.
Okay, I will tell a little story about Billy Martin and how it relates to you in public relations. I think it's very interesting. Now, Billy Martin was a notorious second baseman for the New York Yankees in the 1950s. And he was blamed. He was very good at getting blamed for things. He was very, I guess, what you call fiery, controversial.
Yes.
He's from Oakland. He grew up in, actually, I think, Berkeley, but he played for the Oakland Oaks. He was a favorite of the vintage manager of the Yankees, Casey Stengel, who, when he got the job with the Yankees, he brought Billy Martin with him. And Billy Martin was, the best friends with, Mickey Mantle and Whitey Ford. They're a legend when it comes to New York baseball, all of them. Now, Billy Martin would later become the manager of the New York Yankees and bring them to a world championship. But one thing is that this is a very interesting thing. He was hired and fired several times, fired by the Yankees 5 times. And I think the 5th time he was hired, the New York Times did an article. They hired an astrologer to say what's going to happen with Billy Martin. Now, the New York Times is a very stuffy.
That's right.
Paper.
Yeah.
They're not a sports paper. They don't get involved in sports. They have a sports page. It's not they don't even have it on a front page of a sports section. You got to go and.
Yeah, combine that with the astrology, and both of these are subjects that they don't normally even range in.
Front page of the New York Times. Yeah. The front page.
That is so bizarre. Yeah,
well, this is what was interesting. I read it, and she says, these dates are very, he could get fired, he's going to lose his job. And she picked the exact dates he got fired on.
Jesus.
He got fired, and it was because I think they lost 3 games in July to and they fell out of first place. And it wasn't a justifiable firing but nevertheless he got fired. And if I'm not mistaken, that was his last run, and he died the following that Christmas. He died. He was drunk and probably drunk driving, and him and his buddy on Christmas, they were coming back to the ranch. He lived upstate New York, and he got killed in a car wreck. But Billy Martin, when he got fired from the Yankees, at one point he went out back home to Oakland, and Oakland did not have any money. They weren't putting any money into the team. Right. I remember going there with my friend Doug, who you met, and we went there when I was on leave, and we sat right behind home plate in the mezzanine. It was like you could never get those seats. They were like, there was like 3,000 people would show up to a game. That's how. And Billy Martin, although he brought life into players that had no reputations, he made that team win. He was a very scrappy baseball manager. Right. And I'd also say, when I was in New York City on the day of his funeral, I've never, ever seen such a gathering in New York City. Right. And never see so many people in New York City. It was St. Patrick's Cathedral. I was walking by. It was just astounding until JFK Jr. died. He had an even bigger one. Right. And I only saw. I wasn't in the city, but I saw he outdid Billy Martin. But the reason I bring up Billy Martin is because he was just scrappy, and he was a very effective manager, and he made it interesting for the fans. Right. And I learned of him as a kid. I'd read all these baseball books, in school, and he would appear in all these characters. He would always appeared usually as an adversary, as a prick. But he was appearing in all these like biographies of all these different players. Sometimes as a teammate, he just was like, who the hell is this guy? But anyway, his buddy Mickey Mantle said one thing about him, because he was always notorious for getting in fights. Right. And Mickey Mantle said something. He says the thing about Billy is you could be in a bar with him, and he said he could feel across the bar of if somebody was giving him the finger, he could know it before the guy gave him the finger. In other words, it was like a psychic frequency. Right. In other words, this guy's giving him the finger or about to give him the finger, because it was like an honor for somebody who likes to fight to go beat up Billy Martin, because he's always getting in brawls. He wasn't a big guy. Right. He'd say, I beat up Billy Martin.
That's right. He was actually very small physically, and they really emphasized his, shall we say, his controversy in commercials. They made a comedy routine of it. They would have all kinds of things about that. So go on. He had to be kind of.
There was a part of him that was a really nice guy. Yeah. He could just show great generosity. Yeah. There was a story once of a ball player who was actually he had played for Billy in Minnesota. And he was once a star shortstop, and then he fell on hard times. And Billy is now the manager of Detroit, and he's in Detroit, and he sees that they're playing in Minnesota, and he sees that his old player is now the janitor of the locker room. Right. And he just gave him all this money. He just felt so bad for him. He felt he gave him all this money. Right. Because the guy was like, he went from one of the best shortstops in baseball to, a ne'er-do-well who couldn't get a job other than being a janitor. And I'm sure they gave him the janitor out of their, out of caring,
yeah. Even that was given out of pity. Yes.
Exactly. So, he had some, very bad and negative characteristics, but he also had some positive ones. He was a human being. But this whole idea, and I bring this up, of giving the finger, it's like, he's Mickey Mouse. He's the only person I know that could, if somebody's giving him, he could feel somebody giving him a finger from across the room. He could spot horse shit. He can spot stuff. He can spot stuff. Now, I bring this up because I thought of you.
Yes.
I thought of you if you were in that room. And I know I've seen you do presentations online or whatnot, and you're very polite and have a certain decorum that you do when you're a professional presentation. But there's going to be an element like 95, 99% of those people could be okay. And then there's going to be one person in there who's like psychically trolling you. And he's going to do more than psychically troll you.
Right.
He's going to be Derek Talley on steroids.
Right.
And you're going to fucking feel that finger coming. I know you're going to feel it coming. And that's one thing we want to avoid.
Yes. Thank you.
We want to avoid that because it can spoil it for everybody else.
Yes.
It's like, and like the experience you had with, what's that guy's name from Nexus?
Oh, yes. Oh, God. What is his name? Rhodes. Duncan Rhodes. Yes.
It's like, it's like, I'm thinking like, well, I'll come back, I'll talk about the book. And, it's almost like it has to be toned down because this stuff is like, it's coming from a different reference frame.
Yes.
Than they are thinking it. It's a different paradigm. Now, as I say, I have Uranus in my 10th house.
Right.
Uranus is the planet of upheaval. It's pulls the rug out from everybody. Right. And my Montauk Project book that I put together did just that.
Yes.
To the point where people are running and saying, going to their mom and saying, "Mom, it didn't happen. It didn't happen."
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's essentially what happened to Rocco. That's holy shit. The Rocco Fowler.
It is. The problem with Rocco is he makes himself vulnerable.
Yes.
And he exposes this vulnerability, which doesn't serve him because it opens the door for attacks.
I mean, yes. Let everyone understand this is a very dark and ugly world of predation, and Rocco strikes me as this very earnest individual, and just by expressing himself, he got that tonight in the chat room. A lady who basically said, she said basically, "Douglas, watch out for this guy. He's a fraud." And I or she's heard that he's one, and I'm okay. I mean, but it's not like
I don't think he's a fraud.
I just thought, yeah, I know. The reason I'm presenting what she said is that's an example of what you're talking about. It's almost like just by presenting himself, people start, saying, it's almost people start throwing the tomatoes. They start, it's like, he walks.
Yeah. They get the tomato crates, and it's not. Yeah. So in other words, and obviously, he has some issues that are best dealt with in therapy.
Right.
To go into a public forum for therapy is not a good idea.
Right.
Unless you're just seeking attention. And I don't know that he's seeking attention of notoriety in the form of Corey Good, but it's, and sometimes people who've been through projects like Montauk or similar projects, they want to get in a group format and be around like minds that understand them. And this is sort of like a 12-step program or addiction like AA, where you're people are there dealing with a common problem. It doesn't have to be done in that context, but none of the meetings we held were done with that sort of format. Psychotronics in particular did attract that element, but still, and some people would go particularly to Preston Nichols, and get resolution on certain issues. They'd find out, why is this happening to me? What is happening to me? What can I do about it? Preston helped a lot of people, but it wasn't like an ongoing, therapy session. Some people would have like minds, but it could go south. It could go south real quick. So we never set up a therapy paradigm. And it was something that I was not going to do. There have been people in the group that, started to do therapy, not necessarily through psychotronics, and they would get kind of rejected because they'd want to charge money for it. Right. And it was so.
What's being implied in the case of Rocco when somebody says that is, obviously, it strikes me that Rocco, by my intuition, it strikes me that he's not a moneyed individual. When somebody says that someone's a fraud, they're implying that they're essentially making money off what they're doing, which is obviously not the case with this individual, which would then imply that he has to be getting a regular stipend from a interested party like the deep state. So the real insinuation is that he's an agent of the deep state. But when that is not what strikes me. He strikes me as
no. He's got some issues, and he needs to solve his issues. And he comes online, and he goes to places, and inevitably he gets attacked. He's been around a long time.
Okay.
And when somebody has issues, I tell them, control your breath, control your life.
Right.
That's simple. And if you do need counseling, there are ways to seek out professional counseling. You can even get, help from social services if you don't have any money. Right. Psychological problems help you cope with this, that, the other thing.
Yes.
This is, to come into public forums for therapy is, you're going to get a recoil every time. Yeah. You might find the person who's going to work with you and help you, but it doesn't happen very often. So
right. I think that he just feels compelled to state what happened to him, and I think that it's one of these things that is part of the shall we say, syndrome. It's part of the syndrome, is that many of these, now that people are coming out about it, but like you say, he's been around a long time, but he probably was compelled to come out because of your book. And he may never even have read it, but he most certainly was exposed to the ramifications of it, the repercussions of it, when other people started talking about it.
I'm glad. No, this doesn't have to do with you. Mm-hmm. It could have to do with you. It was. God, I read something about how it wasn't about Montauk. It was about Clockwork Orange. Uh-huh. Clockwork Orange, the movie that Stanley Kubrick put out. And Stanley Kubrick, I mean, actually, I thought he did an excellent job of portraying what was in the book. And he did an excellent job on the cinematography, which he always does, and telling the story, I thought.
Right.
Because it's challenging to take a book and make it come alive.
Yeah.
The problem with the movie was that it instigated a lot of duplicate crimes, or duplicate crimes that were in the movie.
I never knew that.
I didn't either. And I read that Stanley Kubrick had to take it out of circulation.
Holy shit.
Because of that. You can look at it. I mean, I came across this, and I didn't know that, because it kind of, it was a very unique, the book was unique, the film was unique. I didn't see it until it was on videotape. I didn't see the initial release. I was probably overseas.
Right.
And I would have watched it because I had read the book. That's all.
Right.
If only for that reason. But so this becomes a big issue. When you put something out into the public will imitate it.
Yeah.
They will replicate it.
Monkey see, monkey do. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is something, and this is one of the problems with the Montauk Project. The Montauk Project was published to tell the story, to expose what was going on. And to some degree, it did. On another level, it sort of became, people it kind of creates the program and they all sign up for the program. Yeah, I was part of that.
Yes. Yes.
And maybe they were. I think some people were, and I think some people weren't. And some people just kind of like identify with it.
Right.
It's like Scientology puts all of these suggestions, suggestibility, ideas out there, and that this is the chart of the bridge to freedom, it's called. So it sets up this program in people's mind that I have to do all these steps. And when you become really familiar with the materials in Scientology, you see that, following the steps are like, they're like descriptions. It's just like, I compare it to this. My mother-in-law was taking me on this incredible journey to this place called Vertwape. It's a 3-hour hike into the mountains. Mm-hmm. And you go up there, and then there's these huge conical insertions into the ground where the electromagnetics are all weird.
Wow.
And
are these natural structures or something artificial?
Well, there's a whole story behind that, and I'll tell that after I finish the story, what they are, what I found out. But so, this is not an easy hike. We were joined by 2 dogs on the trip. Mm-hmm. Oh man, it's the first thing that happened. We get about 50. We had to have a guide. Mm-hmm. You have to have a guide when you go up there because you can get lost.
Right.
So this is not too far from Sarmasijatuza, but you go on this road. So we get about 50 yards into the forest, and I hear this sound. I said, "Damn it, that's a bear."
Whoa.
And I say to the guide, I say, "What is that sound?" Nobody says a thing. I've got, Paula, her brother, and a friend, and her mother, and I go, "What is it?" And the guide goes, translated back to me, "That's a bear cub." Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, a bear cub? Because the mother is going to be, nearby and not in a good mood.
Right.
There's all sorts of signs warning you about bears there. There are a lot of bears in Romania.
Right.
You don't want to be cavorting with them. So anyway, but nothing happens. We just see no bear. It's like part of the nature initiation. Then we go up and we're greeted by these dogs. And then we get a certain way up, and one of the dogs start having weird issues with each other. It's like energetic. One dog leaves, and the other dog stays with us the whole trip. He becomes our buddy. And we're going up, but then we get to this place where we're going up a steep, road. Right. And then there's sort of a property. I mean, there's nobody there. It's, houses like a farm-like ranch or something. Mm-hmm. And my mother-in-law is saying, "Got to go up. Got to go up." And I think, "No, go around this way. Go through the fence and walk around this way." And she's saying, "No, we got to go through. It's like, you got to do the trip." you got to, like basically go through the mud. And I have no patience for the mud. So I kind of like, and she's going through them, and she has these beautiful suede shoes on. They're beautiful, green suede boots. And I just kind of, go into the fence and just walk up. I have no patience for the mud, and it's a much easier walk.
Right.
Just doing, I'm following my common sense, and then she comes up, and she gets to the top, and she said something to me like, I don't know what she said. She said something about New York. She says, she basically admitted that I had the right idea. I wasn't going to go through all this mud. I said, I'll go up this way. And she was trying to get me into the spirit of going through the mud. It wasn't necessary. In other words, so you can get stuck in mud in Scientology. You can get stuck in, I think I should do this because I should do it because they say to do it, or all this. When you look into the mechanics of what's going on, it's basically what you're trying to do in Scientology is cross the abyss. Hubbard says it himself. He says it himself in those exact words. He doesn't put the Crowley abyss into it, but it's exactly what he means. You're trying to cross the abyss. And so, what is the abyss? That's a whole other subject. I wrote about it in my book, L. Ron Hubbard, The Tao of Insanity, right. Very specifically about crossing the abyss. But so people think you've got to go through all this rigmarole. And there's nothing wrong with many aspects of the rigmarole. It can be quite liberating. But the thing is, if you know how to build a bridge, you don't have to listen to other people.
Right.
You can get advice. It helps to talk to other bridge builders, but you have to see what the hell you're doing, what you're putting, what are you actually doing? You have to come to the point where you can be an equal. Not necessarily an equal, but equal enough to where, a bridge, Hubbard's thing is like a map. Mm-hmm. You have to know the territory, not the map. The map is the map. That's the disambiguation here. The map is not the territory. You need to know the territory. So people describing territory it becomes like dogmatic. Mm-hmm. And that becomes a big problem. So where I was going to tell you about Vertwapi.
Right.
Okay, so we get to the top, but before we get to the top, we're sitting in this beautiful meadow up high, and there's some pictures of, I think, my brother-in-law, and there's me, and there's these huge orb. It's just this huge blue orb, purple orb. It's beautiful. So it was like an energetic stuff going on.
Right.
Right after that, we get to the top, and we have the dog, and we have the guide, and all of these cows are facing us. An army of cows, and they're brown and they're white. Now, I had dreamt of cows. I'd been drinking cow's milk. I dreamt of cows. We had an experience, I think, the day before, where I saw cows on another journey we'd taken. So here were the cows again. Everybody looks at me because they know I'm the one dreaming about the cows, talking about the cows. Here are the cows. And they don't want us to pass. Thou shalt not pass. They look like Gandalf in the movie. Thou shalt not pass.
Oh my God.
So the dog starts, he starts barking his way through.
Right.
And the cows start to separate, but not enough. So the guide goes and gets a branch, takes off a branch and just starts waving it back and forth. So he creates a pathway between the cows for us. He knew how to deal with the cows. So we went straight through, and then we get to the, end of we get the fence, and then there's a shepherd there that he knew. Mm-hmm. And he's talking to the shepherd. I guess he's telling him what we're doing, getting permission for us to go. And You see, the shepherds are the Solmanari. Even those guys, a shepherd, he's a Solmanari.
Right.
And so then we
Which
go
would
through
be
this
an
fence.
archetypal kind of guise, would be the shepherd, of course. It's very
Yeah,
Christ-like.
he's a real shepherd, a real person, but he's also in the role of a Solmanari because it's just the nature of the people up there. And we're way up in the 3 hours into the hills, and my mother-in-law is saying, I want to build a house up here. I want to have a house up here.
Jesus.
I say, how do you get the materials up here? Oh, you drag them on horses. Horse take, because the car's not going to go up there.
Right.
You got to get a horse and a cart and drag up the materials you're going to build. And then they get a crew that's going to go up. She wants to have a house up there.
Jesus. How does one arrange for that in Romania? She makes it sound like it's just, oh, I decided to do this, I can do it. I mean, don't you have to, like, what's real estate?
She could actually do it. She knows people.
Okay.
She's, doing a house elsewhere.
Okay.
But maybe I don't think she's given up on the idea.
Right.
But no, you have to know the people, and you have to pay the people, and there's a lot of ifs, ands, or buts because the spirit's got to be with you. If
That's
it's
true.
not,
Yes.
it's not going to happen. So I thought it was a rather, not disparagingly, but a crackpot idea because it's just not very pragmatic. Even, even if you knew all the people and they're going to work for you, it's still a very challenging job to do. So anyway, I hope she does. So anyway, we once we get on the other side of the fence, then we're greeted by 3 horses that come out of nowhere, like, and they come up and they look us right in the face, like, thou shalt not pass. And then I don't remember, we just kind of like dealt with them, and they did let us pass. But that was like, it was, animals don't come up and confront you like that typically.
No.
But they did. So then we went, and then we go in. Okay, so we're going to go into this cone. It's this cone, like say, take the size of about a typical 3-bedroom house,
Uh-huh.
and the yard. Not a big house, typical, a big decent yard, backyard, front yard. That's about how big the cone was, more or less.
Right.
Okay, so the cone it's a conical. You're going down into it. It's got trees. It's got rocks. It's got terrain. Okay, but then there's this Romanian jibber jabber going back and forth between the guide and my mother-in-law, and I said, Paul, what's he saying? It's just the guy does not want to go down there. He's not going to go down there.
Ah.
And because I'm told that the electromagnetics are funny down there. So they go down. So anyway, she says, oh, we're going to go down. So she said, I'm going down. So now they're all going down.
Right.
But Paula and I are slacking behind. And then we go off. We're down a little bit into it. And we go sit on this rock because I just want to sit down and eat an energy bar with her. I'm hungry. I want to eat. So I have an energy bar. And we share it. And then we hear this big kaboom. And I go, we can't see anybody. I go, what happened? Everything okay? Yeah, everything's okay. Then we go down, and we're down there, and she shows me the compass. The compass is wacky. It's just going frenetic. It's not working down there. Then I'm doing qigong down there. Because I've been taught to do qigong in sacred spots.
Right.
And then there's another hole down there. It's a smaller hole within the hole, which I thought was fascinating. It's a hole within the hole, a cone within the cone. And then she says, we've got to get out of here. It's getting late. He says, if we don't leave now, it'll be dark. If we stay around here much longer, it'll get dark, and then the animals come out. We got to get out of here. So we left. And then, but when we got out of the cone, I said to her, oh, by the way, what was that noise down there? And this is all being translated because her English is getting better all the time, but it wasn't very good then.
Right.
And she said, She says, well, when I walked down, as soon as I passed, the rock fell. This rock fell. Like it just missed her.
Right.
Just missed her. Apparently the rock was sitting on another rock. It was a big rock and it just missed her. That was like, the spirits acknowledging, why the guide was afraid.
Right.
She was allowed to pass. Nobody got hurt. But it was a remarkable journey.
Right.
I had to meet with the guide the night before. I met with him, and of course, they took me, and he wanted to meet me before he took me there. He wanted to know that I was, I guess, worthy. And, we sat out and had tea, and I think they started bringing us cakes. Romanians are very hospitable.
Right.
They are very good cakes, good ingredients. So we sat there and had a good time. And now he doesn't speak English, but this guide, I remember, I don't know if it was on that trip, I showed him he had a problem with his heart, and I showed him a Qigong thing for his heart. And then when I was back there another time without Paula, he was now working at a new place, and I asked for him, and he came all the way back from where he was. He said, he's away, but they contacted him by cell phone, and he said he'd come back to see me. So I said, are you still doing the exercise? He says, yes, he was. And he came a long way back to see me. It was very nice. And I asked him, I said, you've been here so long. What's the most incredible thing you ever saw here? And I'm looking for a paranormal phenomena. He says, right after communism fell, as soon as the snow cleared, Pope John Paul II came up to Sarmisegetusa. He passed right on this road here, him and his whole entourage. He had a big entourage with him. Pope John Paul, when Romania opened up, wanted to see Sarmisegetusa.
Huh.
So that was very interesting.
Right.
When I told
fascinating.
When I told that to Andrei Kyriak, who's doing the film Egregor on the features Vlad Tepes in the Siliminari, when I told him that, he loved that. He loved that. I said, you should use it in your movie. He says, yeah, I'm going to, integrate the Pope into it, at least for a vignette. But so that was the story of. But there's a sequel to what happened with those. So anyway, she told me, she says, nobody knows where these cones come from. So then the next summer, I'm at Atlanticron with my friend Arthur Cheppy, and not Arthur, Alexandru Cheppy. And every time I would talk about him to Paula, she says, that is not the Romanian name. It is not the Romanian name. It's not. But Alexandru was a smuggler in communist times. He smuggled diamonds. He knew the diamond industry. And to this day, he is an expert on diamonds. And people pay him good money to evaluate diamonds. And they like him because he always gives them good advice. But he paid a heavy price. About a year before Romania was, free from communist yoke,
right?
He says, I want to see the rest of the world. I want to get out of Romania. So he swam across the Danube to Yugoslavia. And he was not greeted very friendly. And he was beaten. They destroyed his teeth. And he took, in other words, this was his punishment for smuggling.
Right.
This was his punishment for smuggling. But, when I met him, he either had his teeth fixed or was getting his teeth fixed. He was obviously a pretty wealthy man.
Right.
And he said that right now what he did was he would go through the government to help people get their lands back that they had lost through Ceausescu. And so one of this,
Just to explain to our listeners, because communism collectivized, it would take familial plot lands and redistribute them, usually to communist bureaucrats. So it was a
yeah,
form of, yeah, go
so
on.
he had found an industry where he could recover certain properties. So I was meeting with this, Romanian director who had worked in Hollywood, and we were talking about doing stuff together. And she told me about her parents had lost their land and stuff. And I told her about this guy. She says, no, 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 no. She says they would never do that because they're still afraid the communists will still come back.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so sad.
Yeah.
But this is the kind of lasting scar that comes to the mind from that kind of tyranny and oppression. It stays with people for generations. Go on. Yes.
Exactly. So anyway, Alex, I told him about it. He knew all about it. Now he actually knows a lot of esoteric spots. He comes off. I mean, he'll tell you about his smuggling. Very interested in esoteric topics. And he's really been a good friend. I've never been able to take him up on any of his invitations because I'm doing other things. But he's very sharp. And he said that those cones appear. Those were ancient burial grounds. And he says they would bury people, or they would burn people. They would burn the bodies. They would burn the bodies into ashes. And he says this went on for thousands and thousands of years. And he says, over time, the ground, it just goes down in these ashes, and piles of ashes. And he says, it kills all the life.
Wow.
And he says this went on for thousands and thousands of dead bodies. They weren't necessarily sacrifices. I don't know maybe they were. I don't know. But they were you just keep doing dead. But now there are many of these cones. I only got to investigate one. There are other cones in these mountains, but I only got to see one. If I go back up there, I want to just look at the different cones. Right. Not necessarily go in them, but just scout around.
It sounds like they become a necromantic black hole, that they become like sinks. In other words, kind of like a sink pit that is antithetical to life because of all that energy of death, that negative energy.
Yeah, that's what he said caused the electromagnetic disturbances. It's dead spirits. Right. And then after time, the wind would come and blow all the ashes out, and then the trees would eventually grow up, and that's why you have trees in the cones. So you have a residue of dead spirits, and it's just part of the landscape. And that he explained that to me when I saw her next. I told her that, and she says, "I know," and she knew it. It wasn't like she was trying to prevent me from one-upmanship. It was like she actually knew it. It was almost like a 100th monkey effect. And she when I figured it out, apparently she figured it out.
Right.
She knew it, but she didn't know it at the time.
That's right, because she seemed to be rather cavalier about it. But definitely, it had all the makings. The way you described it so well has all the makings of a horror story plot. In your typical horror story, events would spiral to the point where accidents would happen, and then various supernatural phenomenon would exacerbate.
Well, there was no horror. There was no horror. In fact, we went back. And the dog followed us all the way back. And the dog would follow us in the car. The dog wanted to come home with us. The dog kept going. I mean, we went a long ways, and that dog kept going. I don't know what happened to the dog, but he kept following the car.
Wow.
He wouldn't quit.
That's amazing.
And finally, he did. He wanted to stay with us. And that dog was it would have been nice to take the dog home, but it was not. It was certainly my home, and it was too far away. Wouldn't have worked. Right. But that's and so you're bonding with nature, you're interacting with nature, and if your metal is crooked, you're not, you're going to have some negative experiences there, and you don't want those. So there was one girl who I met, actually really got a kick out of her because she's hitchhiking. This is, I think, in 2012. She's hitchhiking and this guy from the hotel where I was staying, the motel we were all staying at. She gets in and she says, tells him where she's going. She says, I want to go see Peter Moon. I understand Peter Moon is, and he says, oh, he's staying with us. I mean, and this is not close by. This is like way, way out of town. This is like, like say, to compare it to San Francisco, it's kind of like on the other side of Oakland.
Right.
Or Palo Alto, yeah. I'm going, and so it was a long ways away, and so it was like coincidence. She picked up, and so then I found out that this woman sort of disappeared, and then I don't remember the sequence, but she almost got decapitated.
Jesus.
She almost got decapitated in an accident, and that's why nobody heard from her. And it turned out her father was an Orthodox priest. Oh. And everything she did spiritually, metaphysically, was completely against him. Oh. And then I found out, I was told this, because I sat there and talked with her. She came and visited me. She came to another time to visit me and with my family. And she showed me the scar on her neck. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if I said, I would never necessarily say this to her, but my mother-in-law told me that she was going to rituals that she thought were, benign metaphysical rituals at this certain place. We were looking off into this mountain in the distance. Mm-hmm. That's where she lived. We were all speculating on this mountain. It turned out she lived in this mountain. And then she was doing rituals with these people. And I was told that these people were Satanists.
There you have it.
She didn't know it. She didn't realize it.
She thought she was just engaged in some new age.
Something like that. And she was a sweet person. And she's a sweet person. The problem is, well, this lightened me up, is that there are a lot of negative things that go on there that I don't resonate with. I don't get involved with. I don't see. I don't mean to say there's a disproportionate amount of negative things, but there are negative things that occur. I've been very protected and graced in that country. So it's, and certainly that trip to Vertwapi, I've wanted to go back there. And the last time, I think my mother-in-law said, how are you going to get there? Because I wasn't with her. She was doing, I was on my own. And I said, oh, I've got somebody to take me there. I have other friends, and this archaeologist who took me to Chatlabina Cave, he was going to take me there. He knows it. You got to have a guide. Right. He's going to take me. But he couldn't go because he canceled at the last minute because he had to go see his publisher. Okay. So I was actually glad he canceled, because that had been the day after I got rained on. I was exhausted. I didn't want to. I was glad he canceled, because I just wanted to sit in the. I think I ended up going on a car trip to the castle, the Hunadora Castle, and see the buffalo, but in the dinosaur museum. So we had a good day. Right. But I just was not into a 3-hour hike. But I would like to go back there, and it's utterly fascinating.
You have some photographs of the dinosaur museum, and it almost seems like Romania's dinosaurs are almost rather compact or somewhat small. At least the ones they built models of. Did they have any examples of larger kinds, more imposed?
They have that bird one. The bird-like one is a reconstruction. Right. The dinosaur museum is fascinating. I love it, but it's like a 3-bedroom house. It's not very big.
There you go.
And it's people say, the museum. I love it because of the stories it tells about the dinosaurs. It's not so much. It doesn't have impressive
visuals,
bones.
Right.
And of course, L.A. L.A. Museum was not much better when I was a kid,
Wow.
because I love to hear about the dinosaurs. My father would take, and you see a big mastodon, and you see a lot of saber-toothed tiger, those type of time period. But there were very few dinosaurs in the LA Museum. Now they've got big ones, and you had to go to New York to see the big dinosaurs.
Interesting. What about the La Brea tar pits? Because I remember the old, I can't remember, was it Leave It to Beaver or was it Dennis the Menace? Somewhere they were showing the La Brea tar pits as part of the Southern California kind of museum. So
I was just there. I was just there.
tell us about that.
I was just there, and it's a very special place to me because my father, he took me there to see the tar.
Right.
And my daughter, I took her there when she was 3, and she, they'd show all these animals, one on top, the smaller animal, the bigger animal, and the bigger animal, and then all these animals get stuck in the tar. They climb on. So you have a whole, column of animals.
Right.
She'd say, "Daddy, how'd the animals get stuck?"
Uh-huh.
And I'd tell her.
Uh-huh.
And then about 3 minutes later, she'd say, "How'd the animals get stuck?" And I'd tell her. And this went on and on and on. I mean, it was like she kept asking me that question, how the animals get stuck.
What do you think that was about? I mean, you know what's funny? If you had known this, you could probably have also informed her of this, and it would be fascinating to see how she would have taken it. But the overwhelming majority of fossils, and that includes within the La Brea tar pit, which is not your normal fossil situation by any means. It's its own unique kind of situation. All fossils generally are kind of like that, vaguely, in the sense that somebody gets stuck in something and then manages that the flesh disappears and the bones ossify, and it takes miracle upon miracle to leave fossils. Most of the time, bones left in the open will decay along with all other organic matter.
The tar preserves them. The tar preserves
Yes,
them.
that's right. That's right. So usually when you have a fossil, something vaguely similar to that, but with the La Brea tar pits, it's like an orgy of death where these things get preserved, and but in the La Brea tar pits and the majority of fossils in general, they are just statistically overwhelmingly male. So the scientists usually just explain this by saying, well, men of any species, they just tend to be more adventurous and tend to get into more accidents, and therefore their bones get preserved more often because they're out and about traipsing in places that common sense usually takes the female of any species away from, because she preserves the eggs in the nest and watches the children and herds them away from dangerous places that men go to when they're alone. But with the La Brea tar pits, you've got these animals that they're overwhelmingly male, and they're all wound up in this tar pit because I'm presuming probably this is what you told your daughter. One gets stuck in there, and the other one thinks, "Oh, there's easy prey," and it's
exactly. But sometimes 3-year-old kid doesn't necessarily process what you say logically.
Right.
And so to this day, I will. And I took her. We finally got to go back there in June. We went back to Hancock Park, is where it is, in Hancock Park, and we went there. We didn't get there in time to go into the new modern museum, which is now, God, they got a new museum. We didn't get to go in there. They had the old museum, which I went in when I was a kid, and it's just it's basically mammals. Don't have any dinosaurs there. Saber-toothed tigers, remnants of just kind of prehistoric, but not
I
dinosaurs.
presume there must be some mastodons in there. Yes.
They have. I think there are some mastodon stuff. They have different pits. There are different pits, and they're still studying them, and they're still digging stuff up. Mm-hmm. And it was, I think, one of the oil barons, Hancock or somebody, he funded this,
right?
Because it was kind of a trade-off. He was making himself look publicly, benefit to the public in addition to raping the oil fields.
Well, there's always been a bizarre kind of sentimentality for dinosaurs and oil amidst the petroleum industry, because of course the big selling point was there's a dinosaur in your tank. And they used to have that on the commercials. And so I remember my dad used to take me when I was very young into some of these financial districts of San Francisco, which Peter Moon can attest to. The whole thing has radically changed. If anybody goes to the financial district of San Francisco today, it's going to seem astonishingly empty because they've basically done their best to eliminate all traffic and make it as pedestrian as possible to be part of the green movement for urban cities, to be more to less, be less congested with traffic.
It's finances. Speaking of the stock market, I kind of have the stock market. I've got some good news.
What?
I hope it's
Sure.
real good news.
Go ahead and share it. I mean, just to finish my thought, so my dad would take me in the financial district into places like these petroleum companies, because just like you'd go into a Wells Fargo bank in the old days, the big offices down in the financial district would have the old station. What do you call it? The chuck wagon. Wells Fargo had the big. What is that wagon the Indians would attack in the
Conestoga wagon.
Yeah, the one drawn by multiple horses. Yes, thank you.
Conestoga wagon.
Thank you. I could never have gotten that out without you. At one point,
if you go to the gold country, and Paula really loved that when we went there. We went to they've got a whole village or a whole western town, and they've got how they gold mine and all the old implements of the Old West. It was
wonderful. She
really got a kick out of that.
Good.
Seeing they have preserved the Old West in those times.
That's so important. There it is. Rodney S. gives me the more accessible, popular name for it in the chat room. Stagecoach. Yes. I mean, Peter Moon is correct. The correct name is Conestoga, would be the formal name for it. But the way I remember it was Stagecoach. Of course, like most people see the Westerns. So, yes, you're both right. Just like you used to go into Wells Fargo and see that, my dad would also take me into the petroleum offices, and on the first floor, which was open to the public, the lobbies would often have big fossils. And that was because, they would just basically say that, petroleum is dead dinosaurs. And so they would kind of sponsor, and this is why, by the way, I don't know how aware you are of this, Peter, many of these expeditions for these dinosaurs are funded by such corporations, and then they began to name dinosaurs after the sponsor corporation. In other words, you've got the Exonosaurus, something similar to that. I mean, that's not an actual name for a dinosaur, but similar things have happened, and so it's been very bizarre. Of course, definitely, what can I say? It's one of those things where you have a trade-off. If you want to, get science to advance, they do need the funding, and so then you wind up with some dinosaurs named after mega corporations. There's a trade-off for you. So
I think Fletcher Prouty went to this. I don't think. I think that's all a big lie. I think he explained.
He did. Yeah. Fletcher Prouty, by the way, tell people who Fletcher Prouty was. He was the national security advisor to John F. Kennedy. Yeah.
You tell. You'll tell better than me.
Okay. Yeah. So then Fletcher Prouty basically became very infamous for advocating the abiotic theory of petroleum, that petroleum is not dead dinosaurs, that petroleum is instead something that is a product of the geophysical processes of the earth. And I believe that it was rationalized as perhaps a kind of lubricant for plate tectonics. That's a very simplistic and awful way of expressing it, but yeah, that's what came to my mind, was kind of a lubricant for plate tectonics. But since the earth produces it, that there really is no oil shortage. Of course, my counter argument to that would be that even if that is true, which I'm not arguing against it, the problem is still one of accessibility, in that it probably takes the earth a long time to regenerate and reproduce. Say if someone is bled, it takes a while for your body to reproduce that blood, and the chance is potentially there that a person can be bled out. So if that's true, I don't think we're in any danger of bleeding out the earth, but nevertheless, what is accessible to us is just going to perhaps take a long time for the earth to place that again in such easily accessible areas as we've been drilling into thus far. So, I mean, either way, I mean, it would be good news in a sense, but it's not really good news in any immediately useful sense if it's true. So either way, we've got to be very cautious about what we call fossil fuels. And that's where the whole name fossil fuel comes from, was this idea that oil is dead dinosaurs, hence the term fossil fuel. And so it may be true, it may not be true. I mean, honestly, there's so little. Oh, by the way, Rodney S. writes in the chat room that dried up oil fields have filled up. If that's true, I mean, that's it may be true. Then that's miraculous.
I've heard that too, and I really don't know. I mean, but I've definitely heard that, yeah. And it would stand to reason that because Fletcher Prouty said we have kind of an unlimited supply,
right?
And they play games, right. They play games, and this is right now, people are getting concerned because especially in the Northeast when we have to pay for heating oil. I mean, back some years it was like $6 a gallon, and it was very expensive.
But by the way, right now the canary in the cage for all of Europe is Spain, because of all of the European nations, Spain, which is of course a part of the European Union, does not have easy access to oil, unlike the Germans who've got the direct tap of the vein coming out of Russia, pumping right into everybody's gas stove all over continental Europe. Spain gets its energy from Morocco and other places, and shipped in liquid natural gas, LNG, and so it's they've tried their best to hold down the prices with social intervention. They have a very leftist government, and it's understandable they want to keep this from hitting the pocket of the average person, but there's only so much the government could do, and they just told people that they can't do anymore, and that basically the people are going to be shafted this winter. That Spain is people are going to die. They won't be able to afford the energy costs, and so they will lose some families, or at least certainly elderly, senior citizens, etc. There's going to be some casualties here. So this is something that all of Europe, to a degree, is going to feel as this goes on. So certainly, if the oil corporations are playing that hardball, and this is like some fungible. They use the term fungible and these other terms for these products, which I'd have to look into my economic textbooks to get the meaning again. I used to know intrinsically what that meant. It's since escaped my mind. But we're in, you don't know what to do. Like obviously these corporations, if that's true, that they're just, what would you call it, manipulating this. If they're manipulating this, then that's criminal to manipulate it to that extent. But that brings us back to what Peter was going to say about the stock market. So what good news is there in this kind of environment, in this kind of context?
Well, the stock market just is going up is not good news for everybody. Mm-hmm. It's good news for people who are fortunate enough to own stocks.
Right.
And then some of these bigger people with huge amounts of money have to put, you don't make interest if you have money. So you have to put it in something investable. And right now, dividend paying stocks at 5% or whatever is much better than putting it in the bank, even if it goes down a little bit. But I mean, so the stock market going up isn't really good news for the planet. It's good news for those people who might be good news. They might be better off without their money. Seriously, it's like, You know, people die with an awful lot of money, and then you pass it on to your heirs. And I think what's that? Warren Buffett, I think, has disinherited all of his kids because, from what I've read, because and I think I've even seen him say it's like it's going to ruin him.
Holy shit!
What? Make
Oh
their
my
own.
God, his kids must hate him. Holy shit!
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so at all. It's not. It's not done punitively.
Okay.
It's because listen, you've seen enough rich kids
Yeah.
that are spoiled.
Yeah, I actually served personal security for some of them, and you'd be just amazed. It's incredible. There's many wealthy children who just they go out on adventures, and it's like you think to yourself, if I had the amount of privilege and money that you had, I wouldn't I wouldn't be doing what you're doing. I mean, by the way, just an example of some silliness here. I'm not going to name him, but there's a mutual acquaintance that both Peter Moon and I know, and he was complaining that he couldn't get girls that because he looked effeminate, and a lot of times girls just thought he was gay. And just on reflection of that, even just cursorily, I just came to this conclusion right after I was talking about that individual with Peter, was that because that individual's father is fairly wealthy, and because this individual is fairly well off, they could easily hire escorts to just hang on their arm and they would look straight. That's all this individual would need to do if that was a problem, and eventually word would get out this person's straight and they would meet girls easier. It's amazing that it strikes me as basically the real problem is that the person's gay and they're not coming to terms with their gayness, because their money could actually solve that problem. So there's a case where money would help them.
Sometimes people
Are just
are
too
not
stupid. They're just
smart
too stupid.
no, not smart enough to figure that out.
There you
And,
go.
and it's like this. It's like, when my daughter was like pretty young,
Uh-huh.
she'd come home with her lunch, and her mom would see that she hadn't eaten all of her food,
Uh-huh.
and she'd get very angry at her. Now, I understood, when you're a kid, you eat what you want to eat, you don't force food. And sometimes you can exist on nothing.
Yeah.
It's not like she wasn't eating.
Right. She wasn't starving. Yeah. She's not malnourished. Yeah.
I said, look, I said to her, if you don't want to eat, if you eat what you can eat. I understand you eat what you want to eat. But, if you bring home food, she's going to, you're going to get this reaction. I mean, if you eat what you want to eat, throw out the rest, and just bring home an empty bucket. And you won't have this problem.
It's so funny you bring that up. I was just thinking the other day, because when I had my latest transmission, one of the things I brought up was I didn't even bother to go mute. I felt some of these just really sharp gas pains, and I reached for the gas X and some of the antacids, and I was making some noise, and I told people exactly what was going on. And I said, since I started drinking more blood more regularly, especially during holiday seasons like this, my son brings me to the Estates, I have a lot more access to the blood boys. It just, whenever I eat the solid foods, of course, that people expect me to eat because they're all eating, right? It's in the holidays and I can't just not eat. So I do eat just like I'm drinking blood. I also engage in eating a bit more solid food than I normally would, and sometimes my body just doesn't digest it. And my mother warned me about this. So in that case, sometimes if it's not the vagus nerve depression, it's some solid gas pains will just basically develop because my body's trying to contend with digesting this solid food. And so I would tell him, it feels like you're having multiple heart attacks, and then the meds just take care of it instantly. I mean, they're rather miraculous, the gas X and whatnot. But in terms of what I was thinking of the other day, that was along those lines, was when I was much younger, and my father gave us access to his blood, and my sister and I, of course, partook in it under our mother's guidance. Then I didn't need to eat much, far less than your baseline human child. And when I was at school and we had these lunches, the school lunches, and there was all this controversy for decades about the school lunches, not just providing them to kids who were often from quote unquote underprivileged and malnourished, impoverished families. Okay, none of that was ever the case that I saw in any of these public schools. They made it sound like these were children that were actually starving. I mean, all I grew up with, seeing everywhere, was American poverty's much different than any other place in the world. You have all these kids that are eating fucking sugary foods that they're buying all the time. They all have enough money to buy whatever they want, like skateboards and little, like, whatever the fuck they want, radios and expensive sneakers. None of them were starving. It was rather that it was some kind of social need to provide caloric intake, and nutrition is understandable, but anyhow, there'd be food waste, but most of them would eat their food. In my case, I remember not being able to eat the food, and just not because it was horrible or subpar. I had no appetite and I didn't need it. And I remember at one time there was this horrible fucking immigrant from Eastern Europe or someplace. Her ethnicity was in question. I have no idea. It could have been from Cuba or Latin America, but it struck me as probably Eastern European. And she just felt I was an ingrate. She felt that I was an ingrate and just not appreciating this free food, and basically forced me to eat a bunch of these stupid meals, these trays, and I couldn't digest that much solid food at once, and I vomited. This was just it happened a few times, horrible occurrences like this, and so I was thinking about this the other day, and then you brought up what you brought up with your daughter, so you can let her know I relate. But there you are. It's a rather morbid and bemusing experience there.
Well, there's a lot of clever things people can do that they automatically don't think of. It's just like, how do you, I would teach my daughter things, because it's just you can do. I remember one time my wife found lice in my daughter's hair, and
she contracted it at school, I presume.
At the private school, there was always these lice scares. Mm-hmm. So they have to go, and she'd have to cut her hair, and there would be everybody'd have to be deloused and inspected all the time. This is at the private school,
right?
When she went to
By the way, public school's the same, of course, because they have problems with hygiene, public hygiene. Go on.
Well, let me tell you this. It never happened at the public school when she went into public school.
Interesting.
And one day, this is after we were divorced, she says, "Oh, I found some lice in her hair. I better call the school and alert it." I said, "No, you don't call the school."
Thank you. Shit.
I said, and she took my advice, and she said, I said, because what you're going to do is you're going to, just take care of it and be done with it, because you're not going to alert the school because everybody's going to single her out as,
right,
the lice carrier.
That's right. That's right.
You're going to create a horrible stigma for her.
The identified patient. Go.
Yeah. And she good at, but she didn't think, it's just, you have to be clever. And so what I'm saying is, you're talking about this guy that's not showing women on his arms. He just didn't think of it. He didn't think of it. And this is very common. People don't think of it. And especially when it comes to sexual issues, they are generally pretty dumb. And unless they're really what you would say a big phony. Then they'll get a beard or something like this. Then there's a whole expertise of being phony. And
there you
this
have it.
person you're talking about is not. He's flailing. He's not.
Yeah.
And then listen, it's very common for people to be flailing about their sexuality. a lot of people aren't confident, and they're missing the track, or they just give up, or they just don't. You know, the amount of experience you've had is rare. And you know, and you're talking about the common average people. In fact, I once met a woman who told me that she says a great deal of America is depressed, and she's saying this to me like 30 years ago, because they watch soap operas. There's people that watch soap operas, and they see all of the affairs and activities people have going on, you know, particularly in the sexual arena. You know, because, you know, soap operas are loaded with, you know, this person's having an affair with this person, and this person is
everyone's
having an
sleeping
affair
with
that
each
person.
other. Yeah, that's yeah.
And they look at themselves and say, gee, I'm missing out on life. And not really realize. And the other factor is most of the people on the soap opera are either very good looking or reasonably good looking, whereas a great deal of America might not identify with it. They're not qualified to be actors or actresses.
Yeah, yes. Most people are not attractive enough to sleep with on the average base.
Well, aside from that, yeah, but yeah. So it's like you know, it's like it's stuff that people. It makes them feel like they're missing out on life, and even if it's not about their own, you know, appearance, they just feel like they're missing out on life, and then. You know, the other side of that is people that are missing out on life can then go to the extreme, like, you know, and they can accrue some bad experience for themselves.
Yes.
And
yes.
Bad experience for others, and they go into their midlife crisis, so to speak, and start alienating. So this, and I want to go back to what I was talking about. I don't want to dwell on it, but female ejaculation is something that could, would, or should be normal. And I would equate that when it is what you would call brought out as a normal okay, in the 5th grade, they started teaching women about their menstrual period when I was a kid. And of course, we all whispered and giggled about it.
Right.
And, you know, we'd ask the girls, when you go to the class, what are you studying about? And you never asked the cool girls. You never asked them because you didn't have to.
Right.
They knew. I mean, you know, they're on your wavelength. Right. You'd ask the more stuck up ones. And they'd say, growing up. It's about growing up. They give a very, you know, snobby answer. You know, if you ask a cool girl, she'd just smile and wink at you, you know.
Right.
But you know, but I'm saying is, female ejaculation is something that was not even talked about for years, and then even when it got talked about, it's not talked about.
That's right.
Even to the point where I was talking about it with this friend of mine, and she says, "Oh yeah, I do that all the time." But she completely denigrated it and minimalized it. She minimalized it.
Jeez. And
so the thing is, what I'm saying to you is when women can do that, and we have a fully, and I don't want to sound too much like Wilhelm Reich, because I don't think he talked about it, but when you have a fully functional, healthy exercise of that faculty of the human anatomy, where it's honored and respected. I'm not talking about a sexually deviant orgy fest. I'm talking about when women are completely honored in a matriarchal fashion, you're going to have that function. It's going to make everybody feel better. And that's going to be your virtual Messiah. Or not your virtual Messiah, your messianic existence, your deliverance, because this is the honoring of the sacred. The woman was honored as sacred. And Joseph Campbell said it very well, the great professor from Sarah Lawrence University, who was famous for his Power of Myth videos
Right.
that was produced by Mystic Fire Video, who facilitated my meeting with Cameron.
Wow.
But Joseph Campbell said that he says, you go back into history and you see they were worshiping the woman, the goddess.
Mm.
They were looking before her. She was on the altar. She was the altar. This is what you have in the Aleister Crowley Book of the Law ritual. You've got the woman of the Gnostic Mass. And it's just not him, but it's like the woman is sitting there on the dais. She is the altar. She is the altar. You drink her blood or consume her blood, the menstrual blood. They put it into cakes. They'll take a little bit of menstrual blood and cook it into cakes, sort of Eucharistic.
Mm-hmm.
I got something else to say about the Eucharist,
Right.
too, while we're on it.
Mm-hmm.
But they water it down over time. So and then what Joseph Campbell said about it, which was so amusing, ironic, and funny, and true, is he says you have this is what it was, and he says now they turn it around. So instead of you're honoring the goddess, you have this altar. Instead of it's in front of you, you're altering. You have it behind, and the priest has it behind him, and he's facing the congregation, and says, and you're facing him, and he's sitting there before you, with a table like Julia Child doing a demonstration. I thought that was pretty funny. Julia Child, the cook. So, that was very funny. But I'm saying is this whole I got into it for a while. I researched it. I looked into it. But it's like preaching to dead people. Humanity is not ready for this. It's even harder preaching that than your book. Because,
yes.
Because it's just like humanity is just not ready for that. They're not ready for it at all. No matter how much you address suppressed women, the women's movement. We'll talk about it. Now, there's an excellent book called The Women's Encyclopedia. I'm sorry, I don't remember the title. Barbara Walker is the author. It's the encyclopedia about women and the history of women. And boy, does it goes into so many incredible, interesting subjects about how women have been, obfuscated, denigrated. It's beautiful. Not one mention of what I just talked about in the entire book.
Wow.
Because that's, in other words, this is a woman championing the cause of women and doing a commendable job of it academically. Very commendable. But this is missing. It's missing because it's like the hidden key. Talk about the skeleton key. Right. And it's so taboo. It's wired into the consciousness as this isn't going to happen right now. But to add on the Eucharist, my friend told me tonight that a lot of research has been done into the Eleusinian mysteries. About the Eleusinian mysteries were inspired by hallucinogenics. And I said, well, of course, I know this. It's ergot, because that's the ergot fungus. He says, yes, but it's being academically recognized extensively now. They used to get fired for it if you talked about it academically. Well, it's been talked about academically for a long time. It's just that the consensus academics are catching up with it. Right. But he also said, he started to talk about the Eucharist. And now, what do they make the Eucharist with? Bread. Mm-hmm. Bread, ergot fungus, which is essentially LSD.
Cool. It
makes sense that the Eucharist would have been a holy experience. Right. Rather than and it would also make sense that they would denigrate it into changing into bread into wafers that don't really do anything.
Right. Right. blandness instead of something ecstatic. So you're talking about originally an ecstatic communion. Drugs are very important to tribes because it's a shared experience. Whereas empires of necessity have to be anti-drug or no one gets any work done. So the church, of course, when it changed from a kind of shared experience to an empire, there you have it. The Eucharist changes from this psychedelic kind of bread to a something far more bland. By the way, Holly Kaditis Kiefer entered a message into the my message box here on Facebook saying, as I recall, Aleister Crowley identified 14 or 15 distinct fluids that the human vagina can produce, with a question mark. I don't know whether that's the case, but it sounds like something he'd be interested in. Yes.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that one, but he would, he would investigate a lot of different things, and he probably would have learned it from somewhere. When I first learned of this, it was told to me by my friend Tantra, and she said, don't talk about it, because she had learned it after hanging out for years and years with the Rainbow people. And it's like it was a long time before they revealed it to her. It was like a secret. Right. It was like a trade secret.
Yes, and the Rainbow people, could you explain who they are?
Well, the Rainbow people were people that were, I don't want to categorize them as hippies, although people would call them hippies, because hippies were not Rainbow people. As hippies, as they were known in San Francisco, we're just not Rainbow people. Hippies were into drugs. I'm not saying Rainbow people weren't doing grass, but hippies in California were all about drugs and hating the war and anti-war, and it was more of a passage of youth. It's not that there wasn't. There was definitely a zeitgeist of the hippie thing, which to me it was just, was a stage of like, I don't want to trivialize it by saying, kids wearing Davy Crockett caps, I know that trivializes it, but it was like people going through a phase, and just, it was the meme, it was the zeitgeist, it was the spirit of the times, and of course I didn't like it to be with the spirit of the times, because it just seemed people were doing it because everybody else was doing it, and it wasn't a genuineness. It was following following the crowd. That's what I didn't like about it. You had some of the core people that were the original hippies, people like the Jefferson Airplane and the Grateful Dead. And then you had Grateful Dead deadheads or fans. They were mostly genuine. And then you have people that are emulating hippies because everybody else is doing it. And that, so this is just what people do. They mimic, they imitate, and they're just knockoffs.
Yes.
So much for that. How did I get off onto talking about it?
I thought it was just fascinating, and all of this had to do with the book gathering tonight and the positive reception.
It was very positive. Yeah. It was very positive, and as I say, they're going to have gatherings more there. But this was the first time people been out of the woodworks because of COVID. So some people were very excited by that. It's like people have been all hovered up. And, the restaurant we went to, ate outside. It was a beautiful October night, very warm. I brought a jacket, but it was completely unneeded. I didn't take it out of the car. I had what was I saying about the starting to get sleepy?
Oh, no worries. It's very late where you're at. Very early.
What was I just kind of fell off there. What I was talking about
Oh,
the
we were talking about the book gathering, how positive it
evening,
was. Yeah. The
and yes,
yeah.
and what a good evening it was, and all of these wonderful October evening.
Yes.
It was yeah. People were getting out. There was no masks. I was saying.
Interesting.
Maybe a couple of masks,
Mhm.
less than 5. People were not wearing masks. People were at the restaurant. We ate outside, and you could eat outside. You didn't need a vaccination card. All you needed to do to go walk inside the restaurant and go to the bathroom was to have a mask on.
Oh,
And then you do that. But other than that, people were walking the streets. Most people weren't wearing masks.
that's
And
amazing.
you could eat outside if you weren't wearing a mask. If you want to go into gymnasiums, restaurants, perhaps theaters, you have to have a vaccination proof. But inside the building we went, nobody asked a thing. Nobody cared if you had anything. Although my friend said, he was talking to one guy who was a close talker. He said he was a close talker, and he actually went afterwards. We went to a deli, and he bought some alcohol to rub on his face. He was very concerned because the guy was talking to him too close.
Ah, there
And
you are.
and,
Yes.
and because he had COVID. He had COVID in August,
Oh, shit.
and
Yeah.
he didn't.
Once bitten, twice shy. Yes. Understood.
Yeah, I mean, he talked to me. He says, was he a close talker? I said, well, I don't know. I didn't get that. I didn't notice him talking that close to me.
Okay.
He might have been, but it didn't faze me.
Right. By the way, I remember this one woman who I can't remember her name, but I believe she was involved with writing the My Labs book, a book on My Labs. And I don't know if there's a woman. Is that an edited book that might have had like several authors edit it? Because if that's the case, she might have been one of the people involved with that or something.
It's
But
possible.
yeah,
It's possible,
yeah, I
but I
don't.
don't really know.
Yeah, I don't remember. And
I'll look it up. My
yeah.
Labs.
And but she was definitely involved with I think that book. And the first time I met her, she seemed neutral enough. But the second time I met her, that Lori and Ann Fenton brought her to some conference or summit. It was traumatic. This was well before COVID. I mean, this is like
Excuse me, Helmut and Marion Lamar, the two of
okay,
them.
yeah,
Helmut Lamar and Marion Lamar.
yeah.
Marion is it can be a boy's name, but I think it's a girl's name here.
I used to have her business card, and I certainly wanted nothing to do with her after the second time I saw her. It was like a completely different person, like she had degenerated completely, spiraled into some kind of. It wasn't like spiraling in the sense that, oh, gee, this person is rough and worn, and that life's been hard to them, and they've degenerated in their behavior accordingly. It was like a completely different person, and this person had never developed in the sense that the other person had developed. Not that I was highly impressed by her the first time I met her. She just didn't strike me as something so repulsive. But the second time I met her, she was deathly sick. But Lori and Fenton brought her over to the conference, and she wanted to speak, and she was like, so she was participating in the conference as one of the presenters.
You said she's German. Is this the same one? It says she's German.
No. This one was American and totally American. And but I know she wrote some book on My Labs, and but it may not have been the one that you and I identify with or remember. But in her case, she seemed to be, like I said, the first time I met her, reasonably intelligent. I took her business card, wanted to speak with her eventually later, privately about My Labs and stuff. Second time I met her, when she was all sick and had this virus, some kind of disease. As I said, this was well before COVID. This had to be like a decade ago at this point, almost. And but she was like basically trying to spread it to everyone, and it was like she felt compelled to. She did everything, but no matter who you were. But in my case, I certainly felt like this. she basically did everything but throw you to the ground and spit on you. I mean, it was just awful. And she was at the dinner table with us and refused to cover her mouth, was just sneezing over all our dishes while we're eating. It was just awful.
Well, this is a person with a not only a psychological, sociological dysfunction.
Right.
And it's just like if somebody's resonating so hard with my labs, or something of that nature, it's like, and this applies to the qliphothic stuff or the anti-guide stuff.
Yes.
Where your mind goes, this is qigong. Where your mind goes, your energy goes. Yeah. And if your mind goes into that, your energy will go into that.
Thank you.
And it's like it's there's so many more, and I would say in all fairness that some of the people here that I was were looking for, they're seeking a higher vibration, but this is the one thing is you have what this book introduces them to is something, the Roswell deception, something they have no way in hell could they even begin to suspect what happened.
Yes.
This is how, there's even still the anticipation that they're going to break down the walls and the government's going to, release the footnotes and tell the truth.
That's right. As a matter of fact, there's this young lady who I called out for a prayer request earlier because her father's in the hospital, a Facebook friend of mine. And of course, when I went to her Facebook timeline, her banner on her page was one about disclosure. And for most people, of course, there's only a certain kind of theme they want disclosed. In other words, the kind of disclosure they want to vindicate and verify a certain kind of pre-belief system, which would tend to be alien life outside in the universe. We're not alone, etc. And so if disclosure is rather something like this, it's very hard disclosure, and it's very it's as gritty as you can get. It's basically the kind of disclosure that involves exposing what a government would want to hide. I mean, come on, let's all be real here. The whole idea of aliens being some secret, if they're, by aliens, I'm speaking in the extraterrestrial sense, if we use it in that term. I should just say extraterrestrials. But if extraterrestrials did exist, what on earth kind of threat would that represent to us, other than, of course, the immediate obvious potential? It wouldn't be a national security, it'd be a planetary security issue. If they were hostile and they were able to come here, they're obviously quite advanced, and that, of course, is a threat. But other than that, at that point, you'd want everyone to know about it, because you'd need to mobilize everyone on Earth. Intellectually, with every resource you have, as well as physically, you'd try to get people to know about that problem, because you need everybody to participate in a response. The idea of hiding that is preposterous. Of course, they try to insinuate, okay, they came here and made a deal and intimidated our leadership into allowing them to abduct all these people, every year or something like that. In which case, of course, that would be what needs to be disclosed, is what these people are fantasizing, because that's what the movies push them towards. The very fact that the movies are allowed to push you in that direction shows you that's not the direction. If there's no movies that would be made at this point in history by Mel Gibson or anyone else, I'm thinking of Mel Gibson and I'm picking on him because, of course, he did that, what is it again? That Sawbone Ridge or Hacksaw Ridge, which was about the medic who won the Congressional Medal of Honor. And that's because, of course, he refused to fight or kill, but he wound up basically fighting and killing anyway. But in terms of this kind of movie that was made, it has to deal with World War II. And so all of this kind of World War II myth is built on America winning that war, and that there's of course that the Japanese had no way to resist this inevitable victory, and etc. So when it comes to this kind of myth, that's one factor. The other factor is the disillusion of the other myth, the extraterrestrial myth. But honestly, this is what a government would hide. They would hide the fact they lost a fucking war. So that is something that they would invest everything in to hide. And yet, when you take a look at
the depth of it, and also you're in a very peculiar position vis-a-vis, the run of the mill of humanity.
yes,
And to say nothing of the fact that Aquino was in a peculiar position. It doesn't even matter about him because, not that he's insignificant, but in other words, the Roswell stuff, from what I understand, really had nothing to do with him.
right.
And your collation of it, unless he convinced the base commander to order it, so you would do it.
And that was never my impression. No, it was simply go on.
No, I don't think so. So this is something that you did, on your own. And it's like where, and it's like, what did all these generals or commandants with their thumbs up their ass? It's like, this is like it's like the Army has a completely different agenda than what people think it does.
Right. Yes.
Even and now it's not that Donald Trump or even Joe Biden can't order the troops and have them carry out a debacle somewhere or maybe a successful mission. It's not that they can't do that because that's what the Army is ostensibly there to do. But in spite of that, they have their own agenda.
That's true. As a matter of fact, I would argue, just based on facts, and anybody who looks at this, the sense of it speaks for itself, and all evidence, of course, speaks to it. The military is seeking constantly and chronically and consistently to be involved in conflict. And for that reason, it's not that the presidents are ordering them into conflict. It's the other way around. They are the people who approach the president and basically say, oh, Mr. President, there's this horrible threat development. This situation is a clear and present danger, at which point the president gives the go-ahead for a response. It's not like your average president is going around looking for trouble. Your average president has enough domestic issues to deal with. It's not like, and I'll give all presidents this much credit. I'll give them the credit where I don't think the majority of presidents are evil in the sense that they want to start a war. Rather, they are constantly presented with situations where they are basically maneuvered into giving the go-ahead for the military to go ahead.
Nikita Khrushchev said the same thing.
Thank you.
About his generals.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I didn't get to relay the good news.
Oh, by all means.
That got waylaid, and then I will retire after I relay the good news. But first, I will preface it with, I've talked about it before. The summer newsletter I did, and I reiterated in the most recent newsletter, is that I did a astrological chart for August 12th, 2023, the date of the biorhythm. And I chose the location for this chart to be Choclavina Cave in Romania. And of course, what appears in this chart is going to appear pretty much in any astrological chart for any location on Earth. But it has to do with a pattern in astrology that is called a kite. A kite is a very rare pattern, and it has extraordinary significance. It's associated with fate or destiny. And it means there's 4 planets, 3 of which are in a trine, meaning 120 degrees apart, and a trine is harmony and cooperation, as opposed to a square, which is strife and difficulty, struggle. So the trine on August 12, 2023 is between Pluto, Uranus, and Mars. These are very
potent,
masculine, strong planets. Yeah. And that means you're going to have Pluto, the god of power, the god of transformation, transmutation, secrets, is in conjunction, is in harmony with Uranus, which is upheaval. So here you have power and upheaval, secrets transformation in a very shocking way, but it's in harmonious with Mars, which is the god of action, god of war.
Yes.
But it's like war, all these things are working together. And Mercury is so close to Mars that it will also trine with Pluto and Uranus a few days after. So Mercury is communication. It's communication. It could also symbolize commercial interests. Now, this is only one aspect of the kite I've just described. The top of the kite is what's called a sextile. Sextile is 3 planets 60 degrees apart. It's also positive. Not as strong as a trine, but it's positive. And at the top of the chart is Neptune. And Neptune would be illusion, deception. It also represents the movies. This bodes well for with regard to me with the movie and Montauk and all that.
Great.
But so this is, and then there's the bottom of the kite, and Mars and Mercury at the bottom, and it has to do with a Neptune representing dreams, spirituality, and illusion, opposing Mars, which is action, aggression, initiative, suggests a Don Quixote complex, fighting windmills that one thinks are really knights in armor. Because that's what Don Quixote did.
Dragons. He thought they were dragons. He was the knight in armor.
And but the fact that we're dealing with a kite suggests that Neptune, instead of diluting one, will be augmented by the sextile aspect. In other words, we're dealing with a positive aspect. So this Don Quixote, one is going, the knight, one is, I think you said, I said going after a knight. I think that's the way I saw it.
After a dragon, the dragon going
after. He thinks he's a knight going after a dragon.
Yes.
You might find that the dragon shapeshifted. Yeah. It actually shapeshifted into a knight, and you might find something positive into it, that the windmill you were going after, you realize it's a windmill, but it has a subterranean passage to the inner earth, or a vortex to another world. So it's like you're going and you go to a higher octave of spirituality. So in other words, the delusion can turn into something cathartic and positive. So it's an opportunity to grow and transform that will be assisted by cooperation on a very grand scale that will lead to spiritual harmony and transcendence of the most sublime nature. I had speculated that, Radu Sinamar might come out of the woodwork. Maybe David Anderson here, his research might come out of the woodwork. And certainly because I'm focusing on this cave with time, it will be something of that order, I would assume. However, the good news is I sent this to an astrologer friend of mine last year when I published it.
Yes.
And I called her to get help with a chart for somebody.
Yes.
And she went through the, the dialogue, the chart for the person. And she says, oh, by the way, I never got back to you on that. It's a year later. And she said that her interpretation of that kite, which I just read, which is, she's not really looking at the kite. She's looking at key aspects of that day vis-a-vis the astrology I sent her. And she says, this is a great time for humanity. She says, there is going to be, I've got the right here. She says, it means power to the masses. The suppression of energies and lies that have been told to the people is going to lift. So, in other words, she's talking about prosperity. Okay. Prosperity for the masses.
It also sounds like a kind of disclosure, more like what we're disclosing.
Yes. In other words, let's get beyond, because we've been hearing so much bullshit for so long. Yeah. What if a new generation of the Army said, we're not going to put up with this anymore. Yeah. We don't want to hear this crap. Here's the files. Douglas Dietrich was right.
Wouldn't that be nice? Yes.
You know, it's possible.
Yes.
It's possible.
Yeah,
It's
yes, it is after all because with the changes in sentiment and so go on by all means, yes.
well, yeah. So in other words, so when you say it's like, uh, I, I remember in Scientology, um, they were doing the de-oppression,
Yeah.
this highly confidential asking, and so they were asking all the crew, what was it? And I remember being in the same room with the executive director international, and it seemed like it wasn't just me and him and a few others. It seemed like it was the whole management crew, if I recall. And people were, I think, yeah, this is the meeting, and people were complaining about the amount of money they got each week. I mean, not that it, in other words, we weren't there to get money, but they were saying it's just not enough to do this, that, and the other thing. It's just not enough. I think it was $17 a week. And he said, okay. And he just responded. He says, okay, look it. And somebody was saying, oh, he says, look, this isn't a problem. And he just went and he says, and he just, dealt with it and talked, and he increased it, I think, to 25, which was a significant difference to people.
Right.
Didn't matter to me. But he just, in other words, he just said, okay, look it. It was like, it was not an issue. It wasn't a big deal. But yet to the staff, it was a big deal because that $8 a week meant everything to them, whatever. It meant a significant amount. So in other words, just went and did. When I'm saying this, that's a small example. We don't have to have people starving in the streets. We don't have to have people not getting medical care. If people in the right places would just sign the damn checks, would just fund the money. We don't need, we don't need the IRS. We don't need it. Yeah. And Tucker Carlson, to his credit, pointed it out. He said, look, we're spending all these trillions of dollars. He says, the IRS only collects this much money. He says, it's a joke. And he was right. In other words, we can just write a check for $1 trillion. We don't have to go back and collect pennies. Now they're instituting this IRS thing, and they're saying if you're going to have a transaction more than $600, it's going to be marked, and then they've changed that to $10,000. But it shouldn't be $10,000. It should be bigger amounts than that. $10,000 is a rich baseball player trying to hide from the tax man. How many rich baseball players are there? Well, yeah, okay, yeah, they might account for billions of dollars, but not. I mean, how much is $1 billion? It's like we don't need. You tax people to control them, and you can just write money. So anyway, I don't. It's like there is certain things that could be done to facilitate distribution of wealth on this planet. There is certainly enough wealth. Somebody said on financial news that the problem is not the goods being stored or the container. There's too many people with too much money that are now buying up everything. Mm-hmm. So this is why the stores are being quote unquote raided.
Oh,
because there's too many people buying too many things. And that if you don't have money, then it kind of leaves you. I have not seen empty shelves. I've heard of empty shelves across the country, but I have not seen them here.
Thank God. Yeah, I haven't really run into this phenomena yet myself. I keep hearing a lot about it, but then again, I'm not your normal shopper. I mean, maybe I have run into it. It just doesn't hit me as much.
Amazon. I think, Amazon will sometimes run out of items, but that's rare. Some items they don't have in stock, but for the most part, you can get what you want. And it might just mean if they're not on the shelves, it means maybe people aren't smart enough to don't have a computer or fortunate enough to have a computer and just order from Amazon, because this is the grocery store of the present, if not the future. Not the grocery store, but the everything store.
Right.
So, I mean, it could come to pass that things will, but there are plenty of resources. So I'm saying is people doing the right things. It's possible that people can do the right things and just sign the damn check. I know of instances where my friend who has done an incredible amount of work for certain organizations, I'll call them, that would benefit them greatly. But because they're a bunch of dowdy old men, they don't want to sign a check to him for $900,000, which would expand their operation multifold. Because I can't write a check for $900,000. Too much money. Too much money. And because it's not even like they're questioning his credibility or his veracity. He's gonna produce. He has stuff in the can for them, but they won't sign the check because they won't sign the check. It's not personal. It's just stupid. Right. Stupid. I can't sign a check for $900,000. I mean, they must. I mean, because how often do you sign a check for $900,000? You don't. You don't. And I don't know if I mentioned this to you. I don't even know if I should mention it, but it's all hot air, so it doesn't matter. That there was this big deal that would indirectly affect me. It's not going to make or break anything that I'm doing. It could help. In fact, even now it becomes less important. But there was this financial transaction going on for like over, was it $300 or $600 million that was going to fund a streaming service. And I had heard that and I didn't believe a word of it, because when I was in California, I said, okay, it's going to be here in 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks. I said, it's just not going to go on. It's just not going to happen. I mean, I don't believe a word of it. Well, finally I found out that there was this, and I said, well, okay, the bank wire is coming. The bank wire, and then the bank wire. It was all this bullshit. And then finally it was like, I found out that the reason that it didn't get delivered, and it was all signed, sealed, and delivered, supposedly, by people who would know or should know. Well, come in hand, this is probably fourth-hand information, but this is the story. So anyway, when they send a transfer, they don't bank wire hundreds of millions of dollars. It just doesn't work that way. I mean, if it's 10,000, yeah, they send a bank wire, maybe even for $1 million. But when it's that much money,
right,
they ship it.
Right.
Ship in crates.
Yes.
And it will go maybe to another bank, and that bank will wire it or put it in there. So anyway, I heard that this bank was going, that this money was on a tanker, whatever, cargo ship, and it was all these problems with it. And I finally said, whatever happened to that tanker? It was going to Italy, I think, a bank in Italy. He said, well, I finally found out. You hear about all these containers that they can't load across the world? That's where it was. It was stuck. Wow. Stuck. Can you imagine being the banker that put $300 billion in hard, cash currency into you'd think they probably have it insured, but, right. And I said, what's the last? They said, it's being unloaded. It's now being unloaded. I said, does that mean the container's being unloaded, or it's being, the Monsignor from the Vatican is there to inspect it. It's a rabbi has blessed it. It's like, it's very funny but that is, that's that's high finance.
Yes, that's got to impact the economy. It's profound. And it makes so much sense. In other words, I can intuit that readily happening in situations like this. These are unprecedented situations, and yet what you describe is something that obviously has its own. Shall we say it makes sense when you speak of it, and I've certainly come across this kind of high finance sort of situation before, where this has been described to an extent, this kind of shipping, and for the kind of shipping problems that we've been having with all the containers lying all over the world without moving, rather immobilized by the COVID and everything else. I believe that that's possible, that what you say is has happened with that, and it's certainly probably impacted us in ways we can't conceive of.
Also, I've seen so many things go in the financial world that are so weird and don't make any sense.
Yeah.
You know, like one of my favorites was an irrevocable letter of credit.
Yeah.
That I saw revoked. It's like from a bank. It was an irrevocable letter of credit, and it was revoked. I mean, how do you revoke an irrevocable letter of credit?
Yes, thank you.
This is why, you have to trust what you have and what you can depend on. Things that sound too good to be true. It's like, how do you?
Well, they usually are.
Yeah. How do you account for such things? But this is all. And then what I also learned today, there is a company I learned about through my friends, and I met the guy who ran it.
Right.
It was actually had a process for taking garbage, plastic garbage, any kind of garbage you want, because so much of garbage is plastic, and turning it into diesel fuel.
Wow.
And it's a process, and they had a plant operating, and it's being exported to Romania, and people were investing in it, and the percentage of garbage that could not be converted into diesel fuel could be converted into blocks for building.
Wow.
Construction. And I said, because I was trying to put the guy in touch with another friend of mine who was perfect for it, for where he was as a industry consultant. And I found out that COVID killed this whole thing. It's not totally dead, but COVID has completely stopped the expansion or even the operation of this plant that was taking garbage and converting it to diesel fuel. And, just we need, fuel is hard to come by now. So it's, but with COVID, it restricts travel, it restricts everything.
If what you say is true about that particular situation, that is catastrophic. That means that COVID has literally impacted the potential advancement of our human species from our present self-destructive course.
But it's helped the stock market.
Holy shit.
Stock market's highest ever.
Oh, God. So there you go.
Bitcoin. Yeah. It's helped. And the financial markets are supposed to get really wild in November, astrologically.
Oh, yes. And by the way, Mars enters Scorpio was brought to my attention by Brendan Zogit, bless his heart. And so, too, we've got two eclipses, of course, in the upcoming months. This will be astrologically, with Mars entering Scorpio, these are both two very masculine, warlike, almost toxically masculine signs that probably it was Brendan felt that this might mean a potential for conflict. It certainly, he felt, was revelatory, disclosure of a kind that our book deals with. So certainly the stars
war. Mars is the god of war, and he was the original ruler of Scorpio until they discovered Pluto. So Mars has a lot of influence in Scorpio.
Yes, that makes perfect sense. And certainly as Yeah, I think that, well, first off, Brendan also pointed out we're going to see an immense amount of changes. Oh, by the way, Peter, when I'll put a timestamp on tonight's program, you'll know when I start talking, and I'll be speaking heavily of East Asian politics tonight, particularly my homeland and heartland of Taiwan, which, of course, is very much in the news along with Communist China and their so-called Sputnik moment, their space launch, which was reported on. So I'll speak to those issues. The thing that I was going to say about that when I was talking
Is
about...
George Takei going to be in their space launch?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
Is George Takei going to be in their space launch?
Oh,
to
that's
show
so
up
funny. No, that's funny. For yes, I mean, no, he won't be, but yeah, I mean, I get the joke, and
He should be.
yes, yeah, that's well, it's what can you say between the our man William Shatner and George Takei having their catty bitch fight over his going up into space. Like I said, probably the most offensive thing to me that William Shatner said was when he came back down. He's like saying everybody should do this, and yeah, if we had that amount of money, yeah, I guess we could all indulge.
I wouldn't spend my money on that, but
Thank you. I wouldn't either, but go on.
But they should exhume Leonard Nimoy and put him in a Mark VI, shoot him into a planet where maybe he could revive.
Oh my God! Yes. Oh my God! That's right. That was the whole.
He didn't bring that up.
Oh no, he didn't. That was the whole plot of that film. That's right. Search for Spock. And so, at any rate, what our man Brendan was bringing up was that there's going to be a lot of changes. Oh yes, this is what I wanted to bring up with you was our man Jameson Reese, of course, has entered rehab, and he is now in isolate in rehab for the period of a month, a little less than a month, 28 days.
That
or
means
something.
we won't see him for a month.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. That's why I was, that's why I'm producing by myself tonight. And that's why I was doing experimental things like bringing on, our friend earlier. I can't remember his name now. Rocco. That's it. How could I forget that? You know why I forget that? I keep thinking nobody can have that name. That's the name of a cartoon character. But anyhow, so I was experimenting with that.
One thing I will say, I don't think I've ever brought this up to him. But Fowler is a very common name to the Montauk Indians. I don't know if Rocco is part Indian, but Fowler, I was told that the Dutch pronounced Pharaoh, Fowler. I don't really know, but there's a lot of Fowlers and there's a lot of Pharaohs in the Montauk tree. So Fowler is a very common name for Montauks. And I was told that it came from the Dutch who couldn't pronounce Fowler. I don't know. But anyway, we're mentioning him.
Right.
Right. So yeah, so you're producing, and we won't see Jameson for a month unless.
For a month. And though I do want people to maintain him in thought and prayer, and hopefully this will be completely successful and he'll come back a changed individual and never revert to the levels of drug abuse that he was so self-destructively engaging in, though he did share with me he's been in rehab in the past and then returned to his drugged ways because of his environment, in the sense of, it's just availability, like an alcoholic. So that's, let's hope that doesn't happen again. But either way.
By the way, before I go, I have to put in a plug, although your birthday is past.
Yes.
I backed up my offer. I contributed $100 to Douglas for his birthday. So I encouraged everybody to do this. So yes. I did it myself, and I want to encourage all of you to contribute $100 if you can't afford $120 to Douglas for his birthday. I hope you got a bunch of them.
Well, I certainly just now received a payment of 23 United States dollars from Kev Schley at hushmail.com. So blessings unto them. And, ooh, shit. He just read instructions from buyer. No full name shout out. Holy shit. Just read that now. Anyhow, nobody understands that. Everyone will forget that name. That's a pretty complicated name. But other than that, yes, I've gotten contributions, and thanks to the efforts of our dear Mr. Peter Moon, and just a wonderful individual. God bless you. And of course, the last bemusing thing to say, actually quite amusing in its own way, would be we were talking about different things that could happen, like Black Swan events in the past, which I received information from our dear Crystal River, who was wishing me a happy birthday as well. And our Jameson was fascinated with, of course, the explosion of all that lava, the lava tsunami that has taken up a lot of attention concerning the Canary Islands with La Palma. And of course, Brendan was saying with all of this astrological impact that we might have that eruption from La Palma, creating the Black Swan event of the mega tsunami that wipes out a good part of the East Coast, which of course would be ironic if that were to happen within the time that our man Jameson is in rehab. Then he'd be out of any contact with electronic medium. He wouldn't know what's going on when the mega tsunami swooped in and took the East Coast. He'd die in isolate. Peter would see it coming, perhaps, if he happened to be on medium at the time, and it started rolling in. And hopefully Peter would survive. Would hate to lose him in as well.
You know, what's amazing about that is if I go back to an old neighborhood I used to live in, or an old town, you go back and, things have changed, but you see a lot of things that haven't changed that much. And, things just, obviously there are changes and there are disasters that happen, but there's so many things that just don't change. And inevitably they will sooner or later. But for all of my years, I've seen people who believe in trying to avoid natural disasters. It's, for the most part, it's not very pragmatic. They're operating out of fear.
Right.
And it's just, you could move into the mountains to avoid a tidal wave, and then you find out you might be on vacation at the beach when it happens.
Yeah, there's no safe place. Oh, by the way, before you leave, this buyer left a wonderful message. He said, "Happy days," as in DAZE. No full name shout out unless it's like, "Yo, KP. I thank you immensely for all you've done. This past month of archive narratives has been incredible and meant the absolute world to me. All the best, your mighty friend." And that was KP. So with that, I don't know if you had a chance to listen to what I said about the Cho with the latest transmission.
No, I didn't get to that part yet.
Okay.
I was just getting to it.
Okay.
You were just starting to get into it.
All right.
That's what we talked about when we first met, the Cho.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and it's a fascinating subject because there's some subjects that I don't get traction with. In other words, I can, beyond with the anti-gods to a certain point, it gets too abstract. And I can't, it doesn't, as far as a writer goes,
Right.
I don't have tractability to the real world. It's the traction is not clear. Where it becomes astonishingly interesting is when you tie it to the artilect.
Yes.
That you going in the artilect, that was really interesting. I can't even remember it all now,
Right.
but that was good. Also, because I've begun writing, and I realize writing is a very magical process. It's a natural process because I'm writing about the Presidio scandals, and I'm summarizing them, and summarizing them based upon the LA Times report and the San Jose Mercury News, which you helped contribute to. These reports, I haven't gotten to the point where Mikey and Shambi are identified yet. That's kind of going to step up the whole,
Right.
step, or where you have stepped in and reported Gary Hambright.
Right.
with the porno stash.
Yes. Yeah.
That is, but when I get to that point, and of course Michael Aquino will be introduced by the I've already got the girl
Yes.
talking about
Leanne Prifty, I believe. Or
no,
was,
not Leanne Prifty, the girl that was abused. I don't even know if she was named, but
okay.
the one that identified Mikey and Shandy.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. I don't believe she was named. Go on.
Yeah, but so anyway, that when the focus goes on Aquino,
Yes.
and then it goes to the Aquino, the scrutiny. I mean, I think Geraldo did a show on Aquino too, didn't he?
Of course. Yes.
I might want to review that. I might want to review that. Or the Oprah one, I remember.
Right.
But so it goes into the highlight goes on Aquino, and it's already been demonstrated how much the Army has enabled all of this stuff.
Yes. That's
It's
right.
like, what is this big thing we call the Army? It's like, is it a giant squid?
That's yeah, and that's an interesting question. By the way, when Peter Moon brought up the Geraldo Rivera interview with Michael Aquino, and he knows of the Oprah Winfrey, these are the two interviews that most people think of. Peter Moon was one of the few people who consciously remembers there was another interview with Michael Aquino on a talk show. And none of us consciously remember which talk show it was, Maury Povich or who it was, but there was this very scarred young lady. She was obviously physically abused because her face was so terribly scarred, and she was accusing Michael Aquino of doing that to her. So you had one of his accusers confronting him face to face. And that somehow has been scrubbed. If that's available, it's on the deep web. I've never run across it on YouTube.
I don't remember. Are you sure I told you that? I don't remember that.
Well, when I brought it up, you said, I remember seeing that interview. And that was what you said at the time that I brought it up. But you see, there was this, maybe this will ring a bell.
I might have seen it. It's,
yeah. It was this young girl. She was white, Caucasian. She was very scarred, terribly disfigured obviously by scarring, not by birth defect. And when she was confronting Michael Aquino, in the sense she was on the stage and she was telling everybody, I've been terribly abused by this man, and by satanic ritual abuse that was manipulated by him. And of course, he was just fobbing it off about, basically saying she did it to herself for the attention. And what happened was one of the men in the audience, when they were allowing the audience to participate and for questions, etc., one of the men in the audience who stood up, he said, what strikes me the most about this confrontation is that Michael Aquino displays absolutely not one single iota of sympathy or empathy for this young lady. He is simply calmly dispatching everything she says and countering it, but there is absolutely no human sense of identity with her as a fellow human being. In other words, it's no like, oh my God, this happened to you. This is terrible. Nothing even in terms of a pretense. So when this man said
that was what he exhibited on Oprah.
Yeah.
He showed no concern.
Oh, wherever he was, of course. Wherever he was.
Yeah.
That was the.
Yeah. Instead, it's like, he puts everybody on the defense.
Right. By using this calm manipulation of their horror because they're in pain and because they're traumatized, he just calmly manipulates that to make them seem even more hysterical. But in the terms of this man saying that, when I brought that up about this interview, and then that's when you told me, I remember that. You told me I distinctly remember seeing that interview. And but that's one I've never been able to find on the internet. So if anybody else remembers that, and let us know, confirm that, and confirm the maybe where we can find that.
It's really amazing how he had his house on fire all around him. I say that metaphorically, with all of this expose. I mean, they went into his house and
yes, and raided it. They raided it and took out the physical evidence and confirmed that everything the children said about the interior of the home was true. Yes.
And they did nothing.
And nothing. And we're talking about when they found the soundproof room with the names written in blood of all the children that had been raped. And nothing. Instead, California said, they twisted their laws around so that children could not give testimony. Children could not give testimony because their testimony is unreliable. California instead created a new law which meant that was a 007 license to kill for pedophiles. They could rape children, torture them, and anything the child said, it cannot be taken as testimony in a court of law. So that instead,
there's something very, very, I guess, truth-giving about hindsight as we move forward into time. As that becomes more historical, it's easier to evaluate it than the numb reaction that occurs at the time it occurs. And it's like you have to say, well, if he's doing these outrageous things, and you see that nobody, the media, is kind of bringing it to be faced, and as much as the media doesn't follow up on it, but it's kind of like, it's not really just the media. It's like it's the government itself that does nothing. The media exposes it, and then there's no reaction.
Yes.
I mean, the media could keep exposing it and keep being outraged about it.
Right.
But it just kind of like, obviously the media is controlled. It just kind of like dies.
Right.
And here we are looking at it 30 plus years later going, why didn't they look into that? Why are we still talking about this? Why is this an issue?
Well, the funny thing is only you and I are talking about it in this sense, in the rational sense, as I would say it, as opposed to, say, for instance, stewing and festering on QAnon. Obviously, many people remembered it. Many people internalized it. And when they internalized it, that was taken advantage of by Michael Aquino to produce the QAnon conspiracy. So he takes all this outrage and then he manipulates it in its most cynical sense to make it worse. And whereas the conventional media has, from that point forward, been basically redirected, reprogrammed to speak of this as the satanic panic.
And you know what, Douglas, this is like a chess game. You play chess, I'm sure.
Yes.
So what chess is like, you make a maneuver, and you put the king in check, and this is essentially what we've done. And then it puts a bunch of pawns in front of it. It's protecting. The king is protecting itself in this game.
Yes.
But it's still a chess game. We move forward. It's and this is what it is. Chess is, it's kind of a slow moving game.
Yes.
And this is actually what we're doing here. I'm moving chess pieces. I moved some chess pieces tonight. They were key chess pieces. And this is really, and this whole hypnotic effect of Satanism and the enablement, this abuse is occurring right now as we speak. It's an ongoing thing. It's not something that occurred. And the reason you can say this, obviously, that we hear about it, is this is the reason they hide it, because it's still occurring.
Yes.
If it was all over, they wouldn't. It was okay, good, because the people that were involved in this are mostly gone, and they could expend them. No, they're still doing it. That's why. And of course, if you say they're still doing it, this is what causes the frenetic frenzy of the QAnon movement. There's pedophiles. There's pedophiles.
Yes.
And it's even become a meme in the the CNN type media that will say, "Oh yeah, you think the government's run by pedophiles," and they'll say this stuff about Comet Pizza and that sort of stuff. It's like they constantly interview these idiots. And they oh, I don't know, Trump is still the president. I saw somebody Trump is still the president. Yeah, he is. He is. And the guy has no teeth, and he says, so, it's like, it's just stupid. They just make they just create a narrative. And I think a lot of people just reject it. I don't think anybody believes CNN. I don't know. Maybe they do. I think a lot of people believe Fox, for worse or better, depending on what the issue is. But people do believe Fox.
Yes.
I don't know how many people believe CNN, but whatever they believe, they're just, both of those stations are just ranting narratives.
Yeah.
Both of them are ranting narratives that seem to oppose each other. Right. It's like the classic dialectical materialism.
Right. By the way, before you leave, I just want to confirm that you've received the link. I put it into your message box on Facebook. There's the face of the Sergeant at Arms. I mean, it's such a bizarre title. Assistant to the House Sergeant at Arms, arrested on child pornography charges. And this is within the House, as in the House and the Senate. So we have this congressional assistant who's supposed to be about 41 years of age. By the way, I'm 55, and this guy at 41 looks like he's older than I am. I mean, it's pretty. That's pretty sad. So in terms of, I guess it's all the stress of running all that child porn to all the politicians. But everyone's saying,
I think it's a scapegoat. He might be guilty, but why in the hell? You really have to think, why would a sergeant of arms in the House have porno? Right. It doesn't make it. It is so sour, because if you were an individual that liked child porno, you're not going to do it at work.
Yes. Well, then again, there's the Pentagon, right? Everybody was looking at child porn at work, just like what was going on at my workplace. It's kind of like...
Well, but I mean, that's not generally known, or is it known?
It's not generally known. No, it's
yeah. So, but I'm saying is, if you, if somebody has a dirty secret, they're going to hide it. Yeah. And if you work in a public place like that,
yes,
it says so much. Like, oh, he's just another one of these perverts. No, he's not just another one of these perverts. He's in the government. And why would you be bringing porn to a place that is got security issues?
Thank you. Where you're going through searches and everything. Oh.
We don't need Comet Pizza. We've got the White House.
Yes.
We've got the White House, or I should say, the Capitol building.
Yes.
This speaks volumes.
Yeah. I mean, they say it right there. They say everyone in the Capitol knows Stefan very well, a longtime employee of the House Sergeant at Arms. If you're in the Capitol on a regular basis, you will have seen his face. So...
I haven't seen this covered because I haven't watched the news tonight, and I don't know if they covered it. I don't watch too much news, but if I will generally scan it a little bit if I can. I don't know if they feature this on the news, what they say. Boy, this is a real, and this might be Mars and Scorpio coming.
Yes, indicative. It's like what would you call it? Kind of like an indicator of things to come. Yes.
Yeah. This could be, major. It's just like, and Anderson Cooper gets up and says, really, I got to tell you, the government's really been full of shit, and I've been lying my ass off. And this, this is what has to. Tomorrow night. He's doing a town hall meeting with Joe Biden. He's supervising it.
Okay.
Joe Biden's going to speak to the country, ask questions, answer questions. They should have Hunter up there to help him answer. But yeah, and did you do anything on Colin Powell?
No,
Because
no. I mean,
they have
yes.
exonerated, or they have lauded him as if he's, the greatest American
Oh,
we've
it's
ever.
disgusting. It's disgusting. I mean, we're talking about a man who, Trump said it. All I can say is everybody was
No,
shit.
Trump was right.
Yeah.
Trump
Yes.
told the truth.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody was shitting all over Trump for disrespecting the dead, but fuck, I mean, there's certain things you've got to say. I mean,
It's just like they shit over Sinead O'Connor for tearing up the Pope's
right.
picture.
That's right.
And
That's
and,
right.
and this is what the mob will do.
Yes.
It's mob psychology.
By the way, in Arc of Narrative tonight, this will probably take me 2 nights to do it justice, but I'll certainly give Trump his due credit. Obviously, there's things I have against Trump because I live here in North America, and there's things he's done here. But certainly in the case of Taiwan, no one has done more for Taiwan than Donald Trump. He was very adamant about helping Taiwan, and so it's certainly changed the entire American position concerning vis-a-vis Taiwan has changed. The sea change was because of Donald Trump, and there's no denying that.
Donald Trump is like a ball player who does some things right and makes some stupid errors.
Yeah.
Some things, and I'd say Biden's even done some things right. I can't think what they are off the top of my head, but he hasn't pushed the button.
Well, they probably keep it far away from him. You know that. I mean, all the myth about the presidents having that nuclear button by their side is. I remember one thing though that kind of confirmed that image was that the Clintons hated the military so much in terms of just their pompous bullshit, their ceremonial nonsense that the military was using to promote itself, that the individual who did carry the nuclear football, which is of course switched, in case the listeners didn't know this, the nuclear football passes between the branches of service, so that one day a sailor is carrying it for the president, the next day a Marine, the next day a soldier, the next day an airman of the Air Force, etc. So, but no matter who it was, the Clintons would make certain, they said, we don't want to see you in uniform. We're so sick of seeing some idiot in a monkey suit next to us that they forced the guy carrying the nuclear button, no matter what branch of service, to wear civilian clothes, like he was a secret serviceman, or even even maybe they put him in a Hawaiian shirt and boxers for all I know, but they just basically didn't want them looking so ominous. It didn't make them feel right. To them, that was. And I could see where they were coming from. The first time I heard of that, I thought it was ridiculous. At this point in my life, I basically sympathize with the kind of stance they took on that. So apparently, presidents do have the nuclear football near them, which of course was always kind of. I always wondered if that really was the case. In Biden's case, maybe they keep it far away from him. Maybe they did it with Trump as well. You never really see that emphasized. You don't see the man with the suitcase and the handcuffs. But you know what? I distinctly remember we used to, for a period of time there, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, do you not remember pictures of presidents and you would see the man in uniform with a suitcase and a handcuff? Every once in a while we'd see photographs of that.
It sounds familiar. I don't recall it, but they should dress him up like Igor.
Yeah, there we well, bless
anyway,
him. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna
Yes,
I'll just share one more irony before I go to bed.
Oh, by all means.
I got to go to bed. But when I drove home, it was very momentous when I drove home, because as I pulled up to the house, Paula was just arriving from the airport. Came home at the exact same time.
That's amazing. Very synchronistic.
She was a little disappointed I couldn't come up and talk to her for very long, because I said I had to do the show.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
It's okay. She's got to sleep. She's got to get up tomorrow and work. So we'll have a date tomorrow night. But no, this is good. We'll this book will start to formulate as I get past the keynote and into, I guess, describing a keynote, and I'll share it with you at that point, and then we'll see where we go from a keynote. This might be a lot more Dietrich centered than I initially thought. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll see, because
We'll see.
the writing process takes on a life of its own,
Yes.
and it runs its own course like a river.
Yes.
Like a river. It's not just where it goes, and so we got a good push on this book. We'll see where it goes.
Yes.
This is New York City. These are what movers and shakers we have in the metaphysical world, and I think it will and start getting talked about. Wonderful. In a way that it's not been being talked about, because a lot of the people I sell these books to, that I've sold them to, they're reading at their armchair, so to speak.
Yeah. And
they might not have a lot of people to talk to about any of this stuff. Some of them are loners.
That's true.
Some of them will talk. So where I went tonight is people that are
talkers. That's
and shaking the world in their own realms. So
wonderful.
Particularly Alan, who's, I mean, he's been mustering people up, and he's eager to interview me. He saw me several times in the evening, and reemphasized it. So I'm happy to do this. Fabulous. And push the book and send Douglas money for his birthday. And
thank you.
We'll talk soon. We'll do that sports detective work you wanted.
Yes. And thank you so much for everything. And I want to thank everyone for, do listen to Peter Moon when he's promoting, not just financially contributing to myself in the spirit of the birthday, which does help immensely, but also in terms of the book, the one thing that I would say is that the book's information is so profoundly shocking. It is such a cognitive dissonance impacting event that most people haven't been speaking of it because it's simply too much to take right now. But that will change. And it'll sink in. And Peter Moon's helping us to do that. God bless you. Love you dearly. Share that love with Paula, and we'll speak again soon.
Okay, good night.
Good night. That was wonderful. You can hear him as he disappears into the distance, the echo there. And with that, before I go deeply into everything that knocked us out. Holy shit, how did that happen? The call hung up. And so let's check into our lady, Ms. Penny Bradley, for a few minutes, and then that way I can then just take over the night. So let's see, Penny here. Be there. Be there. There we are. Okay, center that, and with that, get another call started. How did that happen? It's like maybe I just swing my cursor around a little too violently. It's kind of like and now what just happened? This looked like do I have like two of these screens up or what? All right, so we're streaming. That much I know. And she says, headache, heading to bed early. That okay with you? Let me ask her if I could bring her on for just a few minutes here. Oh gosh, there we are. Get the messenger. May I bring you on for 5 minutes? There we are. Oh my God. So let's see if we can arrange for that. And Jesus, and if only Holly Coditis Kiefer had Skype, we'd be set. See, Holly Coditis Kiefer has got to download Skype, and once she's able to download Skype, then I'll have Holly to potentially turn to as well. I don't know if Rocco Fowler is still with us, and but let's see if Penny says yes to this, asking if I can bring her on for 5 minutes. Of course, she's got a headache and will be heading to bed early, so we'll see. She says, I can't find the call. I will call again. I will call again. There we are. So that's what's going on. She was searching for the call. Okay, so here we go. And hit Penny, and then oh, wait a second. Up there it said add people. No, oh, the call just fucked. That's all it did. Oh my god. So there we are. Somehow when Peter Moon stepped away from the call, somehow it hung up everybody. It was bizarre. And so honey, thank you so much. I'm just going to refresh myself. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So if you could just tell everybody what a horrible headache you have for that period of time. Oh, can you hear me, honey?
I can hear you.
Okay, there we are. I love you. Thank you. And okay, after this, you can go off to gentle sleep. So Penny will be holding our audience enthralled. And I'll go mute now. I'll be back.
You give me too much credit. Talking about a headache is not going to enthrall anyone.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
I will talk about that. I'm supposed to be on Jeffrey Doherty's show tomorrow night.
Oh, wonderful! Talk about that. And by the way, have you ever run across Rocco Fowler before? Have you ever run across him?
Yes.
Oh, you did. Okay. And
we're in the same circles. We know a lot of the same people. Okay. We've interacted with a lot of the same people, and okay. It's okay.
There we have it. Okay, so I'll go mute. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, honey.
I mentioned before that my community has issues, and one of the issues is that most of these people are very damaged.
Right.
And once they go public, they can't hold a regular job anymore.
Oh, that's so awful. That's so
and
awful.
So they attempt to make money off of this.
Mm-hmm. Which Rocco is not, by the way. He's
No, he's not. I haven't been either.
Yeah, understood.
So
I never had that impression. Yeah.
I'm on disability, so I didn't need to. And the temptation to do therapy in public is very strong because there is no therapy to be had for us.
Right. I get it. By the way, for what it's worth, I did not have the impression that Rocco Fowler was necessarily using this as therapy. At least not consciously.
I was listening to what was said.
Okay, good.
So,
wonderful. So I'll go mute.
I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just stating.
Understood.
For the record, this is a problem for us because if we talk about what we really experience, we are suddenly in hug-me coats and in lockdown units and given drugs that we will never again have an independent thought in our heads.
Oh, it's so awful. Yeah, that's
You cannot deal with post-traumatic stress disorder if you are drugged into oblivion. You cannot deal with reintegrating alters if you are drugged into oblivion. They don't even attempt to fix us. They just drug us.
Just suppress you. Okay, I'll be back. Thank you.
So, what I've got going is, for the audience, I have a broken neck, and I'm going to be having spinal fusion surgery next month sometime. And in the meantime, I deal with what is basically a concussion headache about 80% of the time. And it gets bad enough that I throw up. And this is not pretty information, but it's why I've cut back on interviews, and it's why I've had different communities of people on my own show. I've been showcasing hosts from my network rather than hunting down some of the folks from my own community, because some of those interviews can get really wild really fast. And when I've got a concussion headache and I'm already on the verge of throwing up, I really just don't need to be dealing with that. So, Jeffrey Dougherty has a long-running show, and I've just blinked on the name of it. Give me a minute. I'll find the link. It is called Undoctrinate, and he has a website by that name, and I believe that that's the show I will be on. He has another one. It's Late Night in the Heartland. That may be the title. So it will be one of the two, and it will be live at 9 p.m. Central tomorrow. So he has a similar background with Peter in that he has worked with L. Ron Hubbard and Dianetics. He has similar opinions to Doug and Peter that there are no ETs and that the space programs are not 3D real. So this is going to be an interesting 3 hours of what am I going to talk about. So yeah, that's where it stands. So he's an excellent host. I've watched a lot of his shows, and he does a lot of very 3D factual information that he has researched, and how he has time to do that much research when he has a 2 or 3 hour show 5 nights a week, I have no idea. But the man's really good at what he does. So I'm honored to be invited. And I think I'm going to take the approach of talking about the mind fracture and living with alters after they've done this to me. So, and since he's a former pastor, I probably should try not to cuss on his show. So that's another topic that has been coming up lately, is that I cuss too much. So, but when I'm dealing with a headache bad enough to make me want to throw up, yeah, cussing is something that's going to happen. On my own show this Saturday, Joseph Powell will be back. He and I both have memories of serving together in a space program, serving together on a ship where he was my commanding officer and I blew up his head. So the fact that the two of us can get along real world now is a testament to how hard we both work at it. So he's been public for less than a year, and he's already generated a great deal of controversy. And so if you want to check out my show Saturday, it's at 5 p.m. Eastern on Global Enlightenment Radio Network. And apparently I'm going to be back here on Sunday night. Uh, the impression I got was that
You seem to
I'm
be,
at
you seem
least
to be,
partially filling in for Jameson.
yes, yes. By the way, can you hear me, honey?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
Oh, thank God. Okay. So I'm just trying to get some calories into myself. I didn't get nearly enough into myself, so if you could keep talking a few more minutes while I chew.
Okay. You chew?
I know I don't prefer it. It's one of these things where, there's no blood to suck, so this is what I'm stuck with.
Okay. Yeah, well, I did the ice cream before bed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And
diabetic.
does that give you like a sugar crash or something? I can't remember what your blood was like. You're not pre-diabetic or something, are you? Or
I'm a type I'm a type 2 diabetic.
okay.
And what it does is it helps me crash to sleep.
Okay. Oh
And
shit.
it's probably a very dangerous practice.
Oh God. Oh yes. It sounds like it. So does that mean
But
you're? Yeah. Okay.
it's one of the things that I do so that I can sleep for longer than 3 hours.
Okay.
And it overrides whatever pain I'm in because I do dissociation instead of drugs. And
Right.
it reaches a level where I can't dissociate. And that means I have to do something to make the body sleep anyway.
Right. And have you tried? So this, of course, you've come to find out that this is what works for you, and
This is what works for me without me being hungover or sleeping for 13, 14 hours instead of 8. I don't metabolize depressants. So I can't do barbiturates. I can't do opiates. I can't do street drugs.
and what time are you on tomorrow night with who is this individual again? Who's interviewing you?
Jeffrey Doherty.
Okay, and
It, it will be at 9 p.m. Central for 3 hours.
okay, so it'd be 10 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, right?
Yes, or 7 p.m. our time.
Yes, that's right.
So I have an easier time than some of his guests because it's earlier in the day in Cali.
Right. Is it? But there's no problem if you sleep for 14 hours because you'd wake up in time for the interview anyway.
Yeah, this is true. But yeah,
So knock
it's
yourself out after.
I have to be coherent, and that usually takes me about 2 hours to get there.
Understood. Understood. But you got
Uh,
that pretty quickly tonight. You were pretty coherent tonight as soon as I brought you on, and that was with your head right off the pillow.
yeah, I got up, I came downstairs, I turned on the computer, and poof, there you were. So yeah, that was cool actually. The
How-
head actually worked
Mhm.
for a change.
And by the way, so suppose that
I thought you were chewing.
yeah, so you can go on talking, but I was just wondering, like, say if you ate that ice cream and you were really crashing and had to go to bed, isn't it possible Lou could do some talking for a few minutes? I mean, the guy has something he can talk about, right? I mean, like all the stuff he's done, serial killing in the forest, it's a terror.
Yeah, he could if he wanted to. You'd have to sweet talk him. He does occasionally talk to Daryl. There have been a couple of political shows where that he came on, not showed his face, but he came on and talked with Daryl.
By the way, so
But he's on the conservative side, and you might find him offensive.
I wouldn't give a shit at this point. I'd be fine. He could go up there and say, whatever he wanted to say. So he's welcome to come on if that gives. Say, for instance, if you have to go to bed, I'd be happy to have him for a few minutes just so I could chew for the next several minutes and get enough calories into myself. I wouldn't take that long, but Obviously, there's only so much damage he can do during that period of time, right? And I can't really sweet talk him when my mouth is full. So maybe you could say something to him. Sweet talk him and seduce him. Yes.
Sir, are you interested in joining the show?
Do what?
Are you interested in joining the show?
You know, speaking for a few minutes, Lou. Yeah, speaking for a few minutes about something.
You need
Why don't you pull your chair up
me.
why don't you pull your chair up and introduce yourself? For your audience who
He's squeaking.
Yes.
I hear him squeaking.
is unaware, I have lived with Luther for 20 years. And when we met, we were both working at a limestone quarry. He was the security guard and I was the janitor. And the man I was married to at the time was a mafia hitman who had been poisoning me for life insurance. And
So
I was in the process of the divorce and I was selling off my stuff. And I still had a kid in high school. And my plan was to sell off my stuff, send my kid to live with my mom.
I thought you were going to say my plan was to sell my body.
Oh, get real. I was super Christian still at that stage of the game.
Okay.
And I was going to live in my car and do what I could to survive in the meantime. Well, Lou and I had just started dating. So this was very early in our relationship. And he got wind of this is what I was doing. And he got mad. And he told me, and this is a bullshit line that I knew it was bullshit at the time, but it was so fucking romantic. He said, you and your kid come live with me. You can have the upstairs of my house. You don't have to sleep with me. You don't have to give me money. But if you live in your car, you're going to be dead in a month and I won't have it.
But what was bullshit about that? It all sounds wonderful.
The bullshit about it was that I knew I was going to end up sleeping with it.
Oh.
Anyway, Lou is just
yeah, that's there are expectations. Yeah.
We've been together 20 years. We are not legally married, and in California, we never will be legally married.
But you're a common law. You're a common law couple at that point, right?
No, California does not acknowledge common law.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Not since 1972.
Holy shit! What did he say?
There was some movie star that
Lee Marvin. Oh, was that the Lee Marvin case?
The Lee Marvin case.
Thank you. Oh my God. I remember my father would talk about that case. So, but that was national. That made national news. Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah, it was national news, but it only applied to California.
I didn't know that. But it makes sense because he was an actor and it was Hollywood, right? So, yeah, okay. And so
It
please,
was,
go on.
how dare that tramp try to take half his money.
Well, I mean, there were other presentations, of course.
That was how it was presented in the media.
He was certainly presented that way by Playboy magazine. I remember that. Yes. Because they actually brought that up and were like, so, and of course at my age, which was very young at the time, of course, I was stealing my dad's stash. And so that's how
Yeah.
Go on.
So, Lou is 7 years younger than me. And those who have seen us...
7 years older.
7 years older.
I was about to say, holy shit.
I told you I have a headache.
No
Okay?
worries. Yes.
And he's just enough older than me that he spent his time in Vietnam, and because he was blind in one eye, he was not in the military. He was a contractor for the DoD. And that is why Douglas teases him about killing people in the forest.
Actually, it was what you had said about all the people who disappear and their clothes are found neatly folded. That's what...
Oh, you were thinking he was the cryptid that takes people out of Yosemite?
Well, I can't imagine Bigfoot neatly folding people's clothes. So, yeah, I have to admit the connection became obvious to me, but, you know, just the way I think. It is twisted.
She was talking strictly about Vietnam.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes, understood.
Yeah. And
There are a few I'd like to take up to Yosemite. But, you know, we won't get into that one.
Yes, understood.
We have a lot of empty mine shafts around here that are currently occupied.
I'm chewing. Don't make me choke. I'll choke if you. Yes, those mine shafts are. People explore those mine shafts. I do see some of the videos on YouTube, and they're quite frightening. Oh, they certainly can be. And I take it you must have some stories. There might be certain things you've seen in such environments.
There have been some rumors. And the standard threat up here is, if you mess with me or my family, you're going to end up in a mine shaft.
There we are. Oh my God.
yeah. And there's enough of them that's a reasonable threat. Yeah, my ex used to tell me that I would end up in Uncle Tim's mine shaft until he hurt his back at work, and he came back and he's from the doctors one day, and he said, "You know, Penny, I don't think I could do that to anybody anymore." And I go, "Why?" He says, "I know what a broken back feels like. This isn't fun at all."
That's what a piece of shit. Yes. Oh my God, so awful. You really know how to pick them, Penny. And why did you marry that individual again?
Why did I marry that individual? Because I lived in the part of town where the mafia came in and replaced the police who had abandoned it. And this guy shows up at my door with a fresh haircut and a dozen red roses and a diamond ring and says, "I want to marry you." And I had 3 little kids I was having a hell of a time supporting.
At the time, she didn't know what he was.
And I didn't know he was one of the good fellas, okay?
Understood. Yeah. And,
he was working as a chef in a restaurant.
Okay. All right.
So all I knew at that point was that he was meeting my basic criteria. He was legally single.
Right.
He had a full-time job.
Well, the kids had everything. Yes.
He had honorable intentions. I told him that I would have to get to know him first.
Understood.
I did not say yes or no. I did not commit to a marriage to someone I didn't know. But at least his intentions were not to use me as a whore.
Right. Well, the kids are the deciding factor, obviously. You had children to take care of. So if he proved himself to be actually capable of being a provider, obviously this was one of those situations that explains itself. I
had 3 little boys, and most of my paycheck was, 90% of my paycheck was taken between rent and childcare.
Oh, yeah, we spoke of that, and it was amazing you had anything left. It was horrible. And that's the condition with most Americans. Please go on.
So trying to feed and clothe 3 growing boys, and one of them was a bedwetter, and I could not replace his mattress fast enough because I didn't have enough money left over. And it was just, every time I turned around, there was something else that needed more money. And the more hours I worked, the more I had to pay for childcare. So it was this constant struggle.
Horrible.
And
Now,
so this man shows up at my door. He has honorable intentions and he has a job, and I said I would get to know him. And I don't remember agreeing to him moving in.
but somehow that happened. I mean, that's puzzling to me in the sense. That's puzzling to me in the sense that, why would he want to move into the place that you were living in with the 3 kids? You would think that he would take you all and bring you to a better place. Would usually be the fantasy, right?
He did eventually. Okay, but I had to commit to the relationship first. Now,
Got it. Okay.
I know I have alters, okay? So one of them must have agreed to it, but I didn't remember it. So I'm sitting here, okay, this man has moved into my house. He's taken over my life. He's telling me what to do. He's running my kids. And I'm like, I don't remember agreeing to this.
No, that's horrible. By the way, I do have some questions here. 2 of them come to mind, and obviously, if you want to go to bed and take advantage of the ice cream jag so that you can do that, please go ahead. We can speak of it some other time. But one of it is, I was in a cab the other day, and the cab driver was talking to me about his opinion of what constitutes a serial killer, and he said, "Oh, there's 3 things that show that someone's going to be some kind of psychotic serial killer or serial arsonist or something." He said one of them was the cruelty to animals, and of course I agreed with that. The other one was the arson, people just setting fire for the sake of watching things burn. I felt that was reasonable. That resonated. Yeah. And then the third thing he said was, and they're bedwetters. And I thought, well, that sounds a bit unfair. I thought that's taken.
It's what 80% of boys are bedwetters until they're 8.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's like that's like saying someone has to be a bedwetter to be this is like saying you have to be a boy. It's not fair.
I agree. That didn't. The other thing I wanted to ask about was obviously, as you pointed out before, there was the hyperplasia. So the boys had this kind of almost gender pliability in a sense. When
the youngest one did.
So when this man, how did he handle that?
He decided that my youngest was just gay.
Okay, and did he like come down on him or persecute him?
Yes.
Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's just
He was Roman Catholic.
Okay.
That goes with mafia hitman.
Right. Understood.
He was Roman Catholic. And I refused to go to the Roman Catholic Church. So we went to the Episcopal Church, which has a much more laid-back approach to gender.
Okay. At least for that time, I'm assuming.
The Episcopal Church is basically Catholic light.
Okay. It might be. I mean, Episcopalians, I think of... Wasn't Jimmy Carter an Episcopalian?
No, he was a Baptist.
Oh, that's right. He was a Baptist. I mean, I understand...
Papa Bush was an Episcopalian.
Oh, okay. Okay. Barbara Bush? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The Bush family were Episcopalian.
Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, and with Jimmy Carter, of course, the stereotype, of course, just because he's from the South, the stereotype one would assume would be that he was Baptist. But
he was Baptist.
Okay, so he truly was. All right.
He truly was. All yes. Right. But
so like you said, the Episcopalian had a much more progressive perspective, at least about your son. But so this mafia, this mobster.
It was this whole situation of I had 2 boys that had been genetically tested and they were actually boys. And I had this one child who had been genetically tested as an XX but was presenting male in spite of everything the doctors did. Mm-hmm. So Jimmy had all this crap that he insisted on that Steph had to wear a dress to school once a week, and wanted Steph to dress like his daughters, who basically dressed like prostitutes.
Right. Oh my God.
And so we had this problem because Steph wanted to wear Dockers and plaid shirts
Right.
and hiking boots. And so we got to a certain point where it was Steph started going to the Army surplus store in Modesto and buying his clothes there. And so then it was, he was in camos and fatigues all the time.
Mm-hmm. And Steph is short for Stefan or Stephanie? It was
Both.
both. Okay. And by the way, I'm just
Whatever.
yeah. So does this individual? He's still just, is he chosen a kind of presentation, or is just kind of gender fluid?
He chose when he was 16.
Okay.
And he is living as a he and is now called Stefan.
Okay, which sounds like his predisposition was towards that because of his desire to wear what you described. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
But in other words, it was your asshole husband who was projecting onto him the girlishness. Is there something that we can read into that? Like, do you think that he secretly wanted to fuck him or something because he was a girly boy,
No,
or something in his eyes, or?
Jim had younger twin sisters, and one of them was very lesbian,
Uh-huh.
and he had an emotional recoil to that.
Okay. I see.
So this was his own head trip.
Yeah, well, the whole thing was obviously his own head trip. That goes without saying. So he was trying
Yeah,
to,
it was his own head trip. And I'm in the position of, he got hurt soon after we were married. I'm having to work to support the family. I'm having to trust my kids with him because I still can't pay for everything that has to be done on what I'm able to make.
Right. And
this,
by the way, yeah.
and so I'm in a position where I have this old-fashioned, bossy, aggressive, authoritative.
I think old-fashioned is a bit generous. Let's use the term
alpha
reactionary.
male.
Go on, primitive. Go
We
on.
have this alpha male.
Yeah. Or toxic male. Alpha sounds almost complimentary. We'll use the term toxic. Toxically masculine.
We have this toxic.
I think that's quite a bit closer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. Thanks.
I should have Lou describe him.
But by the way, well, that brings me to my other question. You said that Lou is conservative and that his politics might offend me, but obviously, when you brought the children into Lou's environment, his home, obviously Steph was, I don't know what age Steph was at that time, but might still
16.
have been. I'm sorry?
16.
16. So Steph was just coming into himself, but obviously there had been this.
In high school.
Okay. And so obviously Lou was tolerant. He's obviously very tolerant of these.
Yeah.
So
I like Steph. Steph and I get along very well.
wonderful. So it's obviously not the normal stereotype of a reactionary or some kind of primitive conservative, the way that Penny was presenting you.
Well, Penny likes to say that I'm conservative, and I am to a point. But to be perfectly honest, I hate both parties the same.
Understood and appreciated. Yes, yeah, that's definitely. And so maybe you could segue in now, and we can let Penny go to sleep, because obviously I want her to take advantage of the sugar crash from the ice cream, because that she is endangering herself to a degree for the sake of its effects. We could let her go to sleep, and you could come on and speak for a few minutes before I segue into my monologue, and as I said, suck all the oxygen out of the room for the rest of the night. It's how do you feel about that, Penny? Do you think he can be trusted without adult supervision? Or?
Tell him about Jimmy and the kerosene tank.
Oh. Her ex and I did not get along too well. When she was in the process of divorcing him, and Like she said, she was going to sleep in her car, and I told her no way in hell.
Right.
And she and Steph were living at my place, and he came over one day with a 35-gallon kerosene drum.
Uh-huh.
Now, mind you, he's supposed to be a hitman,
Right.
and he said that he was going to get this filled so she'd have heat in the house. And
Jesus.
he said, but since she's staying here with you, you can do it. And he threw the can at me.
Uh-huh. Like not the liquid. He wasn't like spilling the liquid on you.
No, it was empty.
Oh, okay.
And he threw this 35-gallon drum at me.
Okay.
He says, "Here, you can fill it." I said, "Oh, you want to play catch?" And I picked it up, threw it back.
Uh-huh. Good for
He
you.
he ducked,
Uh-huh.
and it hit his truck. He hopped in his truck and left. And I never saw him again after that.
That's incredible, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your courage, and certainly on reputation alone, that's a horrible situation to confront. But obviously, you confronted it, and you've won the prize, which of course, with thinking about what Penny entails, that's an awful lot of responsibility, and you have a high degree of tolerance.
I'm not even going to go there.
Yes.
She's still up.
Yes. Oh, yes, Penny, you should go to sleep so that we can talk about you behind your back. And then I can begin to talk to Lou about what a high degree of tolerance he has for all that you entail in terms of, I have to say, the one thing I do know is that when Penny said she had a headache and wasn't able to talk, I did count on, I did make a bet to myself that if I could just get her to talk a little bit, and she gets into it, she does go on, and that's good.
Oh, yes.
That was good for me. Yes.
Now,
Yes.
once you get her on a roll, you're in fine shape.
Yes, that's right. That's right. So she seems pretty silent right now, but we can't let her fall asleep standing up.
She just headed upstairs.
She did. Oh, okay. That explains that. Yes. Otherwise, there would have been some kind of rejoinder or contrapuntal, I'm sure. So Lou, so tell us a bit about how did you wind up at the mine, at the what did you say it was, like a quarry with the limestone quarry? How did you wind up there?
It was an open pit mine, limestone quarry.
Okay.
I was working for an outfit, again, working security. And then that job ended. It was for security for a homeowners association. I had about 600 miles of roads with housing and everything else that I patrolled nightly.
Wow. Holy shit.
And that job finally ended. And I went to work as a contractor for the county doing minor maintenance, their different buildings and stuff around. Well, this job came open at the mine, and I applied for it, and with my background, I got it.
Incredible.
And they supplied housing and vehicle and everything else. So,
and that's wonderful. And so,
she was the housekeeper there at the time, and what happened is the fact that under OSHA laws, the only person that could be on the property on a mine site alone is a security guard.
Which makes sense.
Else,
yeah.
Well, she was working housekeeping, and it was because of her being poisoned.
Right.
It was taking her longer and longer to do her job, so I was having to spend time down there babysitting her.
Right.
Because she couldn't be down there alone.
So did you personally see her degenerate in condition? Like actually see her performance? Like,
oh yeah, it was obvious. What he was doing was dipping ant bait steaks in her coffee.
Oh my God! I that's just that's it's unspeakable. This is true.
We found, and I had the water wells and stuff there tested. I got the company to let me have them tested, and there wasn't any of those poisons in the water anywhere around the mine. So we got to doing some checking, and she started finding these ant bait steaks in the trash at home.
I mean, this is stomach churning.
Yeah.
So please go on.
And by having to spend so much time down there with her, and then it's taking her longer and longer, I start fixing some meals for her to take down so she'd take a break and get something to eat to kind of peak her back up again, so
Right.
she get the job finished and get home.
But I
But
mean,
what
at that point,
it used to take her 6 hours was taking her 8, 9, sometimes 10 hours.
right. I mean, but at that point, the finding out what you did you not consider? Obviously, she survived it and recovered as much as a person can from such a trauma. But did you not consider taking her to a hospital for a stomach pump at that point, or something
Well,
like?
I did make her go to a doctor,
Okay.
and he, she's somebody suggested to her that she was having another problem with some heavy metals, and I talked him into, if you're going to run the metal panel, run them all.
Right.
So he ran the complete panel, and that's when he found the poisoning.
Right. And what did he do?
Real, realized that that's what the problem was. She's still on medication for it because that stuff goes into your bones.
Oh shit.
It just gradually leaches out.
Oh my God. Oh my
So
God.
she's still taking medication for that, and that's been 20 years.
Oh my God. I'm just, this is, it's such a violation. It is so terrible. I'm disgusted. I'm appalled. Appalled. The word is, there's no other word that will do, and I'm not quite sure that does it justice.
There were a lot of thoughts that went through my mind to have a discussion with the gentleman about it, but I decided that that was counterproductive.
Right. Right. And it's certainly just where you're at that point in life, you were lucky to simply just kind of stabilize the situation, and you certainly did what you did to
Got her out of it, got her away.
yeah, yes, as well as when he did approach and try to cause trouble, you faced it down, and so in terms of the your time in Vietnam, is from what is that something you're willing to talk about, or is that something that is just too
A little bit. I'm not going to get into super details about it, but
understood? And that's appreciated. What comes to your mind first about it? What is it that you feel comfortable sharing? Just
Well,
just off the bat.
my biggest regret when I was over there,
Oh,
after coming home, I was sent out on one assignment to dispose of a certain prison camp commandant. And I got over there, had him lined up in my sights, and I recognized the two people standing on each side of him, and they were Americans. And I didn't want to complete the mission because not knowing what they were doing there or what was going on,
uh-huh.
I pulled out of it. Well, I found out later on that it was Carrie and Fonda were on each side of him. And I found out later on what they were doing there.
That's
If
incredible.
I had known then,
Mhm.
all three of them would have gone down on the spot.
I understand. So that would explain. I mean, yeah. Honestly, like you said, you hate both parties, but that would certainly explain at least a bent towards the conservative in response to that. That would be understandable.
My parents, my grandparents were staunch Democrats, and I grew up as a Democrat. But and I dearly loved Kennedy. But when Johnson came in, and some of these others after that came in, and I saw what was really going on, started thinking for myself instead of just listening to parents and grandparents and their friends.
Right. We tend
It's
to
all
inherit
what
our
was,
political paradigms. Go on. Yes.
started seeing what was really going on.
Yes.
Neither party's worth a damn. They're in it for themselves and their own agendas. They don't really care about the American people. I'm not a liberal because I believe that everybody should be responsible for their own actions and use common sense when you're looking at things rather than just listening to what they tell you on TV. We haven't had a TV in 5 years.
Well, and I don't blame you for
We've got a
that.
TV. We watch Netflix.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't even do the Netflix. I mean, basically for me, the majority of what I get in terms of incoming is truthfully YouTube, which has a lot of leakage from these other venues.
Yeah.
But that, and of course, just I certainly make certain that I get a lot of news sent my way. By the way, I will be, of course, getting into this in arc of narrative. I'm almost ready to kind of start the monologue that I go into. But one of the things that obviously I'm going to start off addressing, because this is what most people will be concerned with, is the space launch of the Chinese that was reported. And of course, Penny has, based upon her own experiences, her concept of what that was. But did you have any opinions or any kind of intuitive kind of? Go on.
That's one thing I hadn't had a chance to really search into yet. According to the Russian news, it was strictly a reusable rocket, like Bezos and Musk were using. The report came out through CIA, which I don't trust, that it was a nuclear warhead type missile. And if it were, China would be much more circumspect of hiding that particular thing instead of being so open and obvious about it. And I haven't had a chance to research it much further to find out exactly what the truth of it is.
Understood, and that's appreciated. Well, you'll hear from me tonight the best that I can do as an analyst, based on the kind of experience that I've had in terms of that sort of thing. But otherwise, I thank you very much for what you've said about that. And what about in terms of certainly what you brought up with what you saw about the camp commandant, and just so our people understand, who are listeners, one of the things that you might remember as well was I pointed this out when you talk about the camp commandant. It reminds me of the prisoners who were shot down and then brought to the Hanoi Hilton, and many people felt that McCain was very much a collaborator, and many of the other pilots, of course, did not collaborate, and they didn't have it as easy as he did. But what seemed to vindicate what those individuals said was that the moment that McCain spotted his former camp commandant here in the United States, after relations had normalized, and years later, at one point, the camp commandant wound up visiting as part of some delegate, something like that. And McCain saw him and he ran up to him and hugged him, which is just the idea of somebody running up and hugging their former camp commandant.
I think I would have run up to him, but hug would not have been on the
list. Yes, that's right. And so we have that, and that kind of again has its own. It's evident what was going on. In the case of what Fonda and McCain, who were notorious spoiled leftists, it kind of the elite, a kind of liberal elite. What did you find out they were doing with this camp commandant in Vietnam?
Well, it was Fonda and John Kerry.
Right. Yeah. Did I say other names? I meant to say, Fonda and John Kerry. Oh, you meant Jane Fonda, the female.
Yes, the female.
Okay, not her father, right? Okay.
No, not her father.
Oh, okay. So
in fact, I knew her father, and he was extremely disappointed in her.
Okay.
But no, the two of them were on each side of this camp commandant, and some of the stories that we got reported to later, some of the prisoners were trying to make certain that their families knew they were still alive. So they were slipping pieces of paper to her with their name and their social security number on it. And she turned all those over to the camp commandant.
Right.
And these guys were all punished.
Oh.
And there was two or three instances along the same vein where she got these guys punished for just trying to get word back to the States that they were still alive.
Right.
By her actions. And if I had known that at the time, like I said, she and Kerry would never have left Vietnam.
Right. And so with John Kerry, did he do something similar, or what do you think was his conspiracy? He must have had some agenda What?
I'm not sure exactly what his agenda was because the two of them went everywhere together.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
He
they,
certainly. We do know that when he came back, he claimed that he had committed war crimes, and that he was. He certainly did quite a bit to, shall we say, he was joining. He was riding the wave of the anti-war sentiment
oh
and
yeah,
was exploiting it. And so, in that sense, he exploited his quote unquote military experience to basically say that he had committed war crimes, etc. So, obviously, that was part of the agenda. In that sense, he was acting on behalf of the Vietnamese Communist Party in a sense. But it had to have to it would have to have been something to do with basically whatever his interests were in power politics. He's not like it wasn't like he was a Manchurian candidate. He seemed to be in full knowledge of everything he was doing. It wasn't like he was
he
brainwashed.
had an agenda and he was riding the wave at the anti-Vietnam sentiment at the time.
Right.
He was riding the wave, and that's what first got him elected.
Yes. Yes,
And
that's
he
true.
just kept going from there.
That's right. Was that before? When did he marry Teresa Heinz Carey, the heiress to the Heinz ketchup fortune? When did he marry her? Was that before
Not
or
really, I'm not really sure.
okay? Somewhere along the line that happened.
Yeah.
My father hated him. My father hated him with a passion. In terms of Jane Fonda, of course, and you can tell our listeners about this. You are aware, of course, that the Vietnamese named an anti-aircraft unit after her, the Jane Fonda anti-aircraft battery unit, because she had, of course, been pointing anti-aircraft firearms at American aircraft overhead. She was photographed doing that, and so they named an actual like unit, a battalion, after her. You are aware of this, right? In Vietnam, that is, they named it after.
I found that out later. Yeah.
Okay. And in terms of obviously that her what she did has become known since that time. But did you find out about her before the general public did? Kind of like you got the information before the general public did about her.
There were rumors of it before the general public got it. Yes.
Okay, that's what I would expect. And in terms of what else comes to mind with that, when we think about the what was going on in Vietnam, and we think about Jane Fonda and John Kerry, you can help me refresh my memory, and of course, hopefully, we'll have more opportunities to talk about this as time goes on, because obviously our dear Penny, she gets headaches a lot, so she's not always able to cover. So on nights like that, because my producer is gone for about a month, and as you know what happened with her, Daryl Neely, and of course, and his mother had contracted COVID, and they were effectively out for a while, so she was dealing with some of her production challenges.
Yeah.
But in my case, basically, I just need somebody to kind of burn bandwidth whenever I have to take off for a few minutes. So hopefully I'll get more of an opportunity in the coming days to, if you're willing, to speak to you more, a bit more about these subjects. But hopefully you can jar my memory right now about some of the things that come to my mind, because these are important. And when it comes to your experience in Vietnam, and when we're talking about the sniping, the private, the kind of contract cover. You had basically a contract cover, and again, there's no need to go into any detail, but I'm presuming that you were affiliated with an intelligence network. You said you didn't trust the CIA news, which shows, of course, that a great deal of knowledge of that led to cynicism. So you obviously encountered CIA operations in the past, and that helped to build up a sense of cynicism about that. So,
Yeah.
were you involved or affiliated with them, or was it?
I actually worked for DOD, but I did run across a lot of CIA operatives and that kind of thing.
Right.
And
Mm-hmm. And
some of the orders that they had and stunts that they were pulling weren't right. It stunk to high heaven.
And what did you know about? Obviously, the movie Apocalypse Now which portrays oh God, Colonel, was it Colonel Kurtz? It was Colonel Kurtz, played by Marlon Brando, was obviously inspired by a historical case. Did you know anything about that?
I never saw that movie.
Okay. Is that because okay, just so our listeners understand, I brought this up before. Combat veterans, it goes either way with them. They either become obsessed with just watching war films repeatedly, or they can't stand to watch them at all. So, does it trigger you when you see films like
Some of them do. You see certain movies, the war portion itself doesn't. But whenever I see certain movies, what's that one?
The Deer Hunter comes to mind?
No, the movie with that comedian in it. He was a radio announcer.
Oh, yes. Robin Williams. He was portraying Good Morning Vietnam.
Good Morning Vietnam. Now, there were some parts of that did trigger me big time.
Okay. Could you are you willing to tell us which parts?
Oh, I can't
recall them. You've kind of blotted them out.
But whenever I was watching it, there were a couple of times I had to get up and just walk out because I couldn't.
Right, that's understandable. By the way, that's very common for combat veterans. They'll often just, if they're in a theater even with someone like a loved one, they'll usually just have to get up and walk out. Yes.
Yeah, there's been times I've woke Penny up in the middle of the night.
Yes.
Because I get a flashback of something. I was real fortunate. There were 16 of us in my particular group that went over at the time I went over. There were 4 of us came home. One of them spent the rest of his life in a nursing home. Another one, within a week after he was home, committed suicide.
Right. Oh, God.
And another one was killed in a car wreck. I'd been home about a month and I went to Woodstock.
Well, there you go. That's that was a form of suicide. That was a form of losing yourself.
What really saved me coming back, or I probably would have been a statistic too, was my grandmother was an Indian, was an Iroquois shaman, and she had been teaching me shamanism. Never had a chance to finish the training, but when I came home, I was staying with her and Grandpa, and she got me a job with the Cattlemen's Association because I couldn't handle being around people. And I was doing predator control for this Cattlemen's Association for about 7 months. I was out in the woods by myself. There was just me, the woods, and the animals. And maybe once every week or two, I'd see a line rider. And about once a month, I'd go to one of the ranches to get supplies. Otherwise, I was out there by myself. And it gave me a chance to get my act together and get settled down and calm down. Because when I first came home, Grandma would come in to wake me up in the morning, and she'd step inside the door with a broom and reach up with a broom handle and tap me on the shoulder to wake me up. And I broke 2 or 3 brooms.
Right.
But she knew what was going to happen, and that's the reason she did it that way.
Yes, understood.
Once I was awake, then I was fine. But that transitioning stage between sleeping and waking up, I just...
Right.
You know, reflex action, you don't even think about what you're doing. It's just, bam.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's...
When I got that job with the Cattlemen's Association for those few months, it gave me a chance to get my act together and calm down and settle down. Like I said, it was just me and the trees and the animals. And once a great while, I'd see a human being.
Right.
If it hadn't been for that, I don't think I would have made it.
Right. No, that makes sense, and that's certainly appreciated. I very much appreciate your sharing with us what you did tonight. There are plenty of other things that come up in terms of questions to ask. I know that you would have a good perspective on, but certainly when you returned and were able to at least finally re-socialize to an extent, that's a remarkable accomplishment. And in terms of what you've done for Penny, that's certainly very much appreciated as well. Taking her.
I've used some of the same techniques on her that my grandmother used on me.
Wonderful.
So, and they seem to be effective. I don't know if they work for everybody, but they were effective for us.
Right. What were some of, if you could share some of them, what they are?
Well, a lot of times she'll start getting wound up and she'll start going off the deep edge, and I'll just walk over and put my hand on her shoulder.
Right.
And I'll just tell her, take a deep breath. You might want to rethink that before you do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all I'll say to her.
Right.
Well, she'll look at me and then she'll start rethinking. And most of the time, she'll end up changing what she was going to do in the first place, which would have been a disaster.
Right. Right. She's very lucky to have you. And in terms of what you're doing at that point, that's basically bringing her back into her body. So this is this is important because it's what's done for people who are on a bad trip with LSD or various other kinds of narcotics, and they feel like they're flying out of their body and whatnot. And the key is to bring them back into their body, and a lot of times that it has to be done by applying weight, physical weight, upon them. You know, as you do with hers. Basically, it's the weight of your body helps her bring her back into her own.
There's no pressure or anything there. I just lay my hand on her shoulder.
Okay.
And then I'll just look at her. I say, you might want to rethink that before you act.
Right. Right. And that, of course,
and that's enough to pull her back in. And
Right.
she does rethink it. And most of the time, she'll change what she was going to do.
Right, right. Of course, the way she perceives it is she'll say that she had an altar that was going to do something, and so she went back.
She does have altars. And
Okay.
I told her one time, she's got one altar that I told her if it were a man, it'd be on his tail end. Because I'd have punched him.
Right.
More than once.
Right. Oh my God. And you do have a high tolerance level. So
I was raised with 5 brothers, so.
Oh God, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. It's
One of us didn't think about getting into, the others did.
yes. That's your poor mother. What did that do to your mother?
Not a whole lot. Her standard routine was we'd do something and Mom would say, you wait till your father gets home. Well, Dad come home from work and he'd be tired and exhausted. And Mom would start ragging on him immediately. You know what your boys did today? And if you ever heard a thick leather belt whipping through belt loop, and Dad would start at one end and go to the other end, and if you could finally prove to him that you weren't involved, he said, well, that's all right. Makes up for something I didn't catch yet.
That sounds, yes.
That was his standard protocol.
Yes, that sounds true to form. Oh my God. That's so that obviously that. What did he do for a living?
Well, what did he do?
Yeah.
We owned a farm, and he was driving a coal delivery truck. This was back in Ohio.
Right.
When we moved out to Arizona, when I was about 8 or 9, we moved out to Arizona, and he took over as manager of a couple of gas stations. And he worked gas stations most of his life after that.
Wow. Oh my God. So that sounds like a somewhat cushy job, I guess. I guess not always, but
well, back in those days, you had to check the tire pressure, check the oil, check the water, wash the windshields. Customer never got out of the car.
That's right. No, it was awful. I mean, for the worker, and it was great for the consumer. The in those days, yes, it was. You're absolutely right. The customer just drove up, and they stopped all that. And
yeah,
why did they stop that? It's like
that's a good question.
Yeah.
I know in Oregon, you're not allowed to pump your own gas.
Okay.
Now in California, nobody's going to do it for you unless you're totally disabled and you can talk somebody into coming out.
Right. Yes.
But in Oregon, you're not allowed to pump your own gas.
That's amazing. That's amazing. I had no idea. I didn't know that. And
the reason being in Oregon, there have been too many station fires.
Right. Interesting. Interesting. And that sounds about right too. I mean, probably a bunch of meth heads up there, and they just light up cigarettes while they're splattering themselves with petrol.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Oh God. So, okay. Well, thank you so much, Lou. It was a privilege to have you with us, and certainly look forward to speaking to you again sometime soon. Do me a favor. Leave the Skype on and just leave the noise on in the background. How much longer are you going to be up? Because just out of curiosity, I mean, obviously, don't stay up on my account, but feel free to leave the Skype on because it'll just turn off when I hang up. And as a matter of fact, it'll probably, I don't need it to do the show. I mean, obviously, I stream separate from the call, but I just like it as a comfort, really. But just out of curiosity, are you up throughout the night and sleeping during the day, or what are your hours normally? Your biorhythms?
Well, my biorhythm says go to bed at midnight, get back up at 7, but it's usually about 2, 3 o'clock in the morning before I get to bed, and I'm still back up at 7.
Oh God, how do you live? I mean, how does do you take naps, or are you're just
once in a great while? It's just I pretty much stay up with Penny to in case she runs into a situation or needs some help or something, and then after a while I just can't go anymore and I just go crash.
Right.
But then I'm always up between 7 and 8. My interior clock and my 2 cats decide it's time for me to get up.
Right. Okay.
So
you can go ahead and then go to sleep. I'll like I said, you can feel free to leave the Skype on. As a matter of fact, once I go into monologue, things should be fine, which I'll do now. And but like I said, you can leave the Skype on. When I hang up, it'll shut the call. And it might even shut on its own if there's not 2 people interacting on it. And here's only one voice on one side. It might simply auto shut, which is fine. Either way, it's going to shut down. It's not going to interfere with your computer or her computer. So
and I don't touch her computer.
Oh, I can imagine.
That way, if something goes wrong with it, no, my problem.
Right. So, yeah, I get it. That way, she can't pin the blame on you. Yes.
I do enough stuff to get blamed for.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. So how old was Stefan when he left? I mean, apparently, so none of the other 2 kids moved in, or did all 3 move in with you along with her?
No, the oldest one was already on his own down in the Bay Area, down in San Jose. And the other one was 21 at the time. And I told him, I said, no, you're old enough to get a job and take care of yourself. So I didn't let him move in. Because like I said, he was 21 at the time.
Right, understood. No, I get it. I totally get it.
Steph was still in high school. That was fine.
Okay.
And Steph stayed with us for a couple of years, I guess.
Right.
And then he moved down to San Jose with his 2 brothers.
Right. Okay. And so they all do they kind of support each other as far as you know, or what?
Well, one of them has since moved to Texas.
Okay.
Another one's, the oldest one is talking about doing the same thing because his wife's family's down there.
Okay.
And Steph's still in the San Jose area.
All right. Okay. And but as I said, that was very open-minded of you to just basically be able to adapt to someone like Steph, who obviously.
I don't have a problem with that. I had a lot of gay friends whenever I was working security for the Homeowners Association. In fact, the 2 guys who owned the restaurant were gay.
Right.
And one of them asked me if I had an issue with that. I said, I'm not of that persuasion. And as long as what you do on your own time with your own life is your business, I don't care. Don't try to push it on me, then we will have a problem.
Of course.
You do what you want to do as long as it's consenting adults. I don't care. It doesn't matter if there's no skin off my nose. It doesn't matter to me at all. And that's the way I feel about it, period. What 2 consenting adults do is none of my business if it doesn't affect me directly.
Right. Right.
Me or my family.
Understood.
If they're whether they be gay or straight or whatever, if they're attacking me or my family, there's going to be an issue.
Mhm. Yes.
But if they're not, I don't care.
Yes.
Enjoy yourselves.
Yes. Yes. Well, thank you so much, Lou. You have a blessed night, and hopefully you'll have, well, sweet dreams and slumber in peace. We'll be speaking again soon, and take care till then.
You too. Good
Thank you.
talking to you.
Yes, thank you. An honor speaking to you.
You
And
have
yeah.
a good evening.
Thank you. Yes, same to you, and have a great morning when you wake up. And so that was Lou, and I'm so sorry I forget your last name.
Wrist.
What? I'm sorry. What?
Like on the end of your arm, wrist,
Oh, Lou Rist. Is it spelled that way?
without the W.
Okay. Oh, RIST. Right.
Yes.
Rist. Lou Rist. Okay. Thank you, Lou. Wonderful. And so that was Lou Rist. And Lou Rist, of course, has a very high tolerance for pain, living with Penny as he does, and taking care of her. And in the chat room, Travis Moss says, "Happy birthday." Thank you so much, Travis Moss. And deeply appreciate that. Shane Bridges was providing some further insights. DJ says, "Blessing on your birthday," with some flowers and some hearts. The stereotype that I have would make me think that DJ might be female in that regard. So who knows? At any rate, if so, let me know. Otherwise, hugs. Thank you very much, DJ, and deeply appreciate it. Alan Cheslow says, "Blessed be, brother. Happy birthday, and thank you for everything you have helped bring to our shared awareness in the detailed way that you do, which helps me personally process this information." And he has a nice blue heart and the Vulcan sign of peace and prosperity. Live long and prosper. Blessed be, Alan Cheslow. Thank you so much. My hugs to all. So many wonderful people there. And none of this would be possible without all of you. Deeply appreciate it. All of your participation, including Amor Fati. Thank you very much, Amor Fati, for all that you say. Amor Fati was bringing up the fact that Barbara Walker was the authoress of the book entitled The Encyclopedia of Woman's Myths and Secrets, that was referenced by our man Peter Moon. And of course, he did bring up the menstruation cakes, which I thought was a bit vulgar, but Amor Fati was saying, yummy nutrition, with all due respect. Yes, there we are. Yes, it that was pretty vile. At any rate, so Amor Fati was also bringing up Robert Graves as the honoring the feminine in his book The White Goddess, which is often referenced by Peter Moon, I believe. So Luke Pierce said, "Sex is a medium of spiritual evolution." Oh yes, I did. I was tempted to bring up Wilhelm Reich, which of course Peter Moon did on his own. By the way, Peggy Moon, if you're still listening to us, just seeing this now, Peggy, mwah, love you dearly, honey. So she provides a rose, a cake, and a kiss. Terry Hopper says, "Hi, Douglas Dietrich. Tuned in tonight to listen to two people, at Montauk Madness 2.0 and at Peter Moon. Thank you for hosting them, and happy birthday." Bless you, Terry Hopper. Thank you so very much. She says, "I like the video and I'm a new subscriber." Thank you. By the way, Terry, I don't know whether you're male or female. Hard for me to tell. And so do provide some information on that if you wish. Otherwise, hugs in the generic welcome. Exit Lose on Travel says, "Tell my story, DDD. You have my permission, Emir." So that's Emir Kozlic. And his story is... It's very detailed. That's too much to relate. But I thank you for giving me permission. I'll bear that in mind. And Jonathan Lopez says, "Hello, happy birthday at Douglas Dietrich." Bless you, sir. Thank you so very much. By the way, we seem to have lost stream for just a little bit. And so hopefully we got pretty good connection back. Hopefully everything else goes smoothly, especially since now I'm finally ready to take the plunge. And of course, the live stream will help with that, because then I can keep track of the time. It is unfucking believable how much time went by. That is pretty fucking incredible, considering the fact that I thought pretty much I was going to have to hold it all my own, which would have been impossible, because I would have had to have just left some background noise on. Like last time I did that, everybody just said, all I hear is static. And that what I left on was, of course, the a rain video, and the rain in the background was taken for static. And I'd have to do something like that every time I ran to the bathroom. But in terms of the people who are with us tonight, we have a large audience, and I thank you all for joining us. So let's get into it. I might as well express what exactly has happened. Now, I'm trying to see if I can do that without falling prey to chill, because let me take a look at the temperature. I can't believe it's 61 Fahrenheit. It can't be fucking 61 degrees Fahrenheit. That's no way. It feels very chill right now in San Francisco, and the temperature drops precipitously at night. And so in San Francisco, it's 56 degrees, much more realistic. So temperature's pretty low. In fact, we're at the low. We're at the low right now, and supposedly. But what I'll do is get a sweatshirt on. So let me lower this, see if that goes away. One screen, and get my sweatshirt on, which means I'll have to take my earbuds off and basically keep talking to burn bandwidth while I change into the sweatshirt. Okay, no, that's sweatpants. Here we are, sweatshirt. Here we go. Then I'll get this on and proceed talking in what time we have remaining, which comparatively speaking isn't that much, but hopefully will be enough to cover a number of topics concerning Far East Asia, all bearing the general theme leading back to my homeland, and of course that would force me to cover Japan as well as everything else. Probably take us through a bit of history concerning World War II and the Cold War, various aspects of why your government is concerned about Taiwan, and that would, of course, bring us back to what I talked about with Penny Bradley in the past, as a matter of fact, because I spoke with Penny Bradley about the subject of Taiwan in the past. Okay, what is this, and how did this come up? Okay, that's just the screen, which somehow got hit. Oh, that's when I hit the temperature button. When I hit the temperature button, then it called into account the Microsoft search engine in disambiguation from the Firefox. So that explains that. Now, let me see if I put these earbuds on and get that sense that I'm actually talking into the microphone. That helps provide the sense that I'm part of the system. Okay, and we are now heading right towards 8 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. So that means we have 4 hours left. This is like unbelievable how little time we have left. And I promised Tricia Whitmer I would speak about her nation of Australia tonight. Should get to it. As a matter of fact, I know I'll be able to fit that in a little bit, and we'll get more into that in the days ahead. And let me give myself a little bit of a little bit of breath intake here. Kind of get myself into a position where I can speak without stopping for 4 hours. Shouldn't be too much of a challenge. Honestly, in the old days I could do 12. This day and age, probably about 8. And we'll just go with it. But I think that we should be able to get to a point where, I don't even know if I'll be able to get to the point where, well, we'll just get started. All right. Now, the one thing I can tell you, that didn't start off with the tone of voice I wanted to. Let's see if I can take a deep breath here. Finish this tea, which has all this particulate matter in it, and it's just like, usually that takes my voice away, but then I have the water to back it up. So I quaffed the remnants of my tea, and so that's important. And then I turn towards the water, and that will, of course, the bottled water around me will hopefully carry me through the night. Get that out of there. My hair falls into the tea pot here. And put that over here. Got a little bit of water left in this bottle. And so let's get to it. The one thing I can tell you with what happened with the report of this launch is that whatever anyone says, the one thing that I can tell you, I will put it into context. And always remember that when I'm presenting both perspectives to give a coherent picture of something that happened, sometimes it almost seems like I'm contradicting myself or making different points. This is my duty as the Skype hung up. So what happens is, see, this is what happens. When the Skype hears one person speaking only on their own, either that or Lou hung it up. But like he says, he doesn't touch your computer because he doesn't want to be blamed for anything that happens. And I don't blame him for that. And besides, men need a separate computer anyway because that's where they hide their porn stash, right? So it's just you and I now, and we have got no one on the phone, and I just have to go forward with the live stream. So let's make certain I'm still streaming. Let's make sure certain the live stream is still registering as ongoing. So let me check in again. 7:59, and everybody is welcome to give me feedback. Let me know as we head towards the top of the 8th hour. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, giving us 4 hours left. Okay, we are there. Let me get started. The one thing I can tell you about what happened with China's space launch is that the world has changed. Over the weekend, the Financial Times reported that in August, the Communist Chinese Empire tested and sent a new hypersonic glide vehicle weapons system that circled around the globe. If true, Red China is demonstrably years ahead of anything NATO countries have developed, and China has thusly baffled Pentagon leaders with their impressive technical demonstration of hypersonic ability to circumnavigate the globe. Ergo, Communist China's nuclear-capable hypersonic missile launch has shaken the strategic world. So the question that follows is China's hypersonic missile the new Sputnik moment of our century, our generation? To reiterate, over this last weekend, a report was leaked to the Financial Times from anonymous American sources who claimed that Red China had tested an orbital hypersonic missile capable of carrying a nuclear warhead, which apparently traveled around the world. It has incited a great uproar in the national security and diplomatic circles in these United States. Many are stunned by this report and have become fearful of the thought that the Communist Chinese Empire's military capabilities are leaping forward at a pace beyond the United States' imagination. The American Empire's military supremacy, to some scholars and officials, is under siege. It is tempting for anti-Semitic, that is, xenophobic, anti-Chinese, hardliners, to believe these claims coming from Washington. However, such deliberate leaks in newspapers are a common theme in American foreign policy making and always have an agenda to deliberately whip up fear of their adversaries to legitimize higher defense spending and an arms race, in this case, against Beijing. So this unverified story is designed to encourage more confrontation and panic against China, promoting instability and uncertainty in the same way the Sputnik moment did during the Cold War. Red China's foreign ministry officially denied that such a test had ever taken place, and claimed that it had only tested a reusable orbital space vehicle which had no military implications. It is important to understand that the United States has the most theatrical, dramatic, and hysterical political culture. American politics floats on grotesque exaggerations, a rendering of everything in absolutist terms, and an open incitement of fear and threat. Even the smallest developments are frequently hyped up to have drastic consequences. This political culture is especially relevant when it comes to America's foreign policy, whereby the weaponization of public fear and the exaggerated notion of a threat are utilized as an instrument to win support for aggressive foreign policies and satisfy the interests of the military, industrial, occult intelligence complex. As a result, American foreign policy is premised on a never-ending cycle of proclaiming hysterical threats to democracy and freedom at home by various things, irrespective of who America targets. It becomes an incentive for the media and the government to exaggerate their capabilities and intentions, falsely depicting that the American empire is always in danger and at risk of losing, thereby buying support for aggressive foreign policies. This has included everything from the former Soviet Union and terrorism to the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the DPRK, Russia, and finally, these days, Red China. The mainstream politicians' consensus is to exaggerate the perceived threat from Beijing to manufacture support for a tough stance. By the way, also going to check incoming images that are sent by others. People have posted on my timeline another post here. We'll reset the page so I can get the latest well wishes for my birthday. Oh, blessed be. And thank this individual, of course, for their concern not concern, their well, their well wishes. Thanks so much. Thanks. Okay, give them that, and there we have that. Acknowledge them. Oh, yeah, fuck, it actually works. I didn't think it would do that. Okay, and then press the, there we are. Okay, back to the task at hand. One tactic that the American administrations use to build this threat perception is leaking of insider reports and documents to the media, which then reports its sensational angle and hype up fear. Exempli Gracia, circa 2017, reports claiming that the DPRK, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, that is North Korea, by the way. I have a tendency to refer to things by their formal name, kind of like our man Peter Moon calling the stagecoach, "Hey, Conestoga Wagon," which still wasn't sitting right with me, still wasn't ringing. That's not what I remembered from the Western films. Everybody just called them Stagecoach. That was the actual title of a very famous Western film, as a matter of fact. So in terms of the North Korea, there were reports back in 2017 that it was capable of striking the American homeland. And these reports were used to manufacture consent for Donald Trump's tough policy. And now, as we are seeing with mainland China, reports are appearing which serve the purpose of deliberately exaggerating a perceived imminent threat from China's military capabilities to the American public, aiming to hit a panic button with the implication that America is falling behind. So the leaked pieces like these are not intended to report or educate the public. They are intended to incite a need for action. They are designed to invoke fear and create public support for rises in defense spending, rises in support for research and development into critical technologies, and increases in military containment of the Communist Chinese Empire. It is no secret that for 2 successive administrations by now, the American empire has been publicly seeking to contain the Communist Chinese Empire. This hypersonic missile report leak is, well, nothing less than a brazen effort to create a Sputnik moment in today's age. If not carefully managed, it could draw the American empire into a dramatic expansion of its military investment and take the world into another arms race. One should, on the face of it, take this report with a pinch of salt. This is not a reading of what Communist China is capable of or even necessarily seeking. It is a medium of American domestic political manipulation. That being said, however, I will get into the reality of what we are contending with. Of course, somebody chooses at this moment. And, I'm very much like a reflexive Pavlovian bitch with this. They ring the bell and I just feel, compelled to respond. So let me reset the page here so I can put a heart on Mimo Capano wishing me a happy birthday. Interestingly enough, every time I respond to these, Our Lady keeps popping up in terms of our latest messages. Oh my God, Mimo Capino is quite the artist. He's got quite the profile picture. And there we are. He certainly has a lot of art going on. And this is, he's got quite the mind. And so there you have it. Just say thanks to him and move on for tonight. Okay. Let's see if I can type that in correctly. I almost feel like I should apologize for taking those moments. But then again, it's part of the night, right? Part of what I do. So, Jesus Christ, are they responding to that? And there we are. So they're just responding to that. And other people, of course, are reacting to what I've put up. Somebody added a photo of me. Oh my God. So not quite sure what they mean by that. Oh, review the post that you're tagged in. Okay, so did this guy tag me or something with his own profile picture? Well, that's cute. He's not. All right. Okay. Yeah, right. So technologically, China's orbital bombardment system is big, bad news, but not a breakthrough. What it is an attempt to evade missile defenses that threatens to worsen a costly arms race. While the word hypersonic has gotten all the attention, what is more interesting is that the weapon entered orbit. This is no mere hypersonic system, but what Cold Warriors called an orbital bombardment system. Just like I've got the OBS for online broadcasting software, their OBS is for orbital bombardment system. People are freaking out, with some like Fox News calling it a Sputnik moment. But just what is this thing, you might ask? And of course, you'd follow up by asking, and how bad is it? Well, it's what's called, in its acronymous form, a FOBS, F-O-B-S. So we don't confuse it with the online broadcasting service. It is software. I didn't make this acronym up, by the way. This is a Department of Defense acronym you can look up. FOBS, or a FOBS, is a fractional orbital bombardment system. It's not new, which is why you can find it online. The Soviet Union deployed a similar system during the Cold War. But Red China's test of such a system is unwelcome news, not because it's some fantastic futuristic technology, but because it is yet another step in a pointless, costly, and dangerous arms race. Now, starting in the decade into which I was born, the decade when I entered this vale of tears, starting in the 1960s. The United States began working on a missile defense system, which eventually came to be called Safeguard. This system ultimately consisted of a number of missiles armed with nuclear weapons intended to vaporize incoming Soviet ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles. That's not an acceptable situation from the standpoint of a relationship based on nuclear deterrence. The whole idea of nuclear deterrence is that if one party starts a nuclear war, everybody dies. Hence, the term for the situation, which was acronymous as MAD, M-A-D, or Mutually Assured Destruction. If one side has a bunch of defenses, however, its leaders might start to think that they could survive and, God forbid, even prevail. And that makes starting the fight a dangerously tempting option. So my preliminary advisement is, with the advent of glide vehicles and FOBs, this fractional orbital bombardment system, which was a nuclear weapons delivery system developed in the 1960s, same decade I came into this vale of tears, by the Soviet Union, it all makes traditional ABM or anti-ballistic missile measures ineffective. So I find myself wondering if it will bring back development of terminal phase defenses, like the Sprint or Gazelle ABMs, or anti-ballistic missile systems that were being researched and even deployed back then. Maybe I just want to see things going Mach 10 in atmosphere again, but if the FOBs, the FOBS, can defensively maneuver in orbit, and during re-entry, the only real time to intercept would be during boost or in its terminal phase. Either way, it seems like we have some catching up to do. That much is real. Whatever the case may be about the hypersonic status that everyone is latching onto, hypersonic weapons are coming, whether we're ready or not. Now, it's always risky to proffer an analysis on the probable impact of a new technology, especially if you aren't entirely convinced that a much-touted game changer is quite as significant as its proponents would have you think. Exempli gratiae, there were plenty of distinguished scientists and engineers last century who badly misread the future possibilities for aircraft or nuclear energy, two developments that changed the nature of warfare and military strategy. There's even a hall of infamy for erroneous predictions about technology, into which I would prefer not to be included or inducted. Nonetheless, I'll have a go at assessing the significance of hypersonic technologies. Hypersonics is both literally and figuratively a fast-moving field. I've had to revise my comprehension thereof several times in the past few weeks to include a new publicly available, any new publicly available information, which is an indication of the current high level of activity, as several nations are pushing ahead with the rapid development of new hypersonic weapons. There's no precise definition of the term hypersonic, which I'm certain is at the top of your mind. Exactly how do you define hypersonic? But roughly speaking, it includes anything traveling faster than Mach 5, or 5 times the speed of sound. This is where Tricia Whitmer, and of course all the guys, Marcus and, the rest who are living in Australia, and of course to Louis Rogers in New South Wales. This is where Australia becomes a player in the field as well. They have been involved in the land down under, down in Oz, in joint experimental activities with the American Empire for over 20 years, and have a cadre of world-class researchers in the field. The Australian government has included hypersonic weapons in its defense acquisition plans, albeit typically details of funding and timelines are scant. As a military historian, I can first of all emphasize that hypersonic systems are not new to the world's military arsenals. The first ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, appeared in the fucking 1950s. Their development required engineering solutions to deal with the heat generated by very high-speed flight through the atmosphere, but that problem was solved theoretically in the mid-1950s and practically in the years that followed. Re-entering the Earth's atmosphere at speeds in excess of Mach 20, ICBMs were essentially immune to any sort of defensive action, leading to the Cold War standoff of mutually assured destruction, acronymous as MAD or MAD. Even today, defense against anything other than a small number of unsophisticated ICBMs remains highly problematic. And the emerging generation of hypersonic weapons is likely to render defensive efforts even less effective. At the strategic level, there be, hypersonic prompt global strike systems, PGS, in the form of glide weapons that skip off the upper layers of the atmosphere one or more times before re-entering hypersonic speed levels. Re-entering our atmosphere at hypersonic speeds. They're kind of like the old German antipodal skip bomber of World War II. Of course, most of the warfags out there are going to say, "What German antipodal skip bomber?" Because for those of you who don't know the word antipodal, you may have heard of the word antipodes. And the antipodes are, of course, the southerly points towards the other pole, hence antipodes, opposite the pole, which would be, in this case, the North Pole of our globe. You would have Australia as the antipodes, as well as South Africa and, the southern cone of Latin America. These are the antipodal nations, in the sense that they're disambiguated from the podal nations of towards the pole, everybody north of the equator. Now, in terms of the antipodal skip bomber developed by the Germans, most of the conventional warfags out there who consider themselves historians are going to say it never existed. To that, of course, I can tell you, bullshit. It did exist and was deployed by the Germans, and it was used to bomb the factories the Russians had relocated behind the Urals mountains, which is why the Russians were so fucking dependent on American Lend-Lease to give them so many of their supplies, because despite whatever propaganda you've been fed, the Soviet industry was pummeled by German strategic bombing high enough in the atmosphere, in fact above it, to the point where you never learned of it. And what they would do is they would skip over the atmosphere like skipping a stone across the lake bed, the surface of the lake, where the surface of the water on the lake, not the lake bed, but the surface of the water on the lake, you can skip stones over. This is how an antipodal skip bomber would bounce off of the atmosphere, so that it would use far less fuel, wouldn't need to use or consume so much fuel, because it's taking advantage of bouncing, skipping like a stone off the atmosphere. And when they did their bombing runs, these German antipodal skip bombers would basically skip around the world to return back to base. In other words, they would literally circumnavigate the globe. The Germans were the first to do that from space. You might ask, why didn't they just go and bomb New York? Well, it's because they're on calculated trajectories. When they were launched, they could only go in one direction, that is towards the Urals, bounce off the atmosphere, find their way home. There was no time to recalibrate the few bombers that they had and point them in the direction of New York when the immediate threat was from the east and the need was to destroy the Russian industrial manufacturing base that was relocated and supposedly sequestered and protected behind the Ural Mountains in Siberia. So that being taken care of, the Russians were completely dependent on Lend-Lease for the Americans to give them fucking everything. Which the Americans did. So, in terms of the antipodal skip bomber, that is the historical precedent for elements of what communist China would love to launch. And in terms of this strategic level, what they have done, these hypersonic prompt global strike systems that manifest in the form of these glide weapons that skip off the upper layers of the atmosphere one or more times before re-entering at hypersonic speed. These are all based on the German technology of World War II, improved upon since, and turned into pilotless, unmanned, suicide weapons that just, do their job by self-destructing on impact, carrying their warhead. But by traveling at a lower altitude than the lofted trajectories of ICBMs, which are like rockets to the moon, except that they fall back down, these can provide reduced warning times to ground-based radar. And because they can maneuver, in contrast to the predictable trajectories of ICBMs, they can approach the intended target from almost any direction. At the tactical level, air-breathing hypersonic strike weapons will enable attackers to stand off at long range, but still engage the target in short times. A Mach 8 weapon travels 100 kilometers in little over half a minute. Heating caused by motion through the atmosphere means that hypersonic speed isn't practically achievable, not near sea level at least. So the flight will take place at high altitude before dropping down to a supersonic terminal phase. Because high speed precludes high maneuverability, such weapons won't be suitable against fast-moving targets, but could be very effective against fixed targets or slow-moving targets, such as ships. In 30 seconds, a 20-knot surface vessel will have traveled around 400 meters, provided that the initial position data programmed into the missile at launch was accurate. Only small course corrections would even be needed. So let me take another look at our incoming messages. Okay. All right. Someone else has posted their well wishes to me. And again, I feel compelled to respond to it with at least a heart. And so there we are. Fatuma Art says, "Happy birthday, friend. How considerate these people are. Wonderful. Blessed be." Okay. Good. Fatuma Art. All right, there we are. All right, enter that there. And, all right. Australia is investing many billions of Australian dollars in advanced sensors and combat systems to defend its surface vessels against subsonic and supersonic weapons. Now, in any analysis, I myself would hedge about the possible consequences of hypersonic strike weapons for the effectiveness of our Well, certainly for Australia's current and future ship-based missile defense systems. I think that's analytically correct, as there might be clever ways of employing the systems the Australians are buying to, well, I would say that they're buying these systems to work against faster and less predictable incoming weapons. And like I said, they might deploy them in such a way Americans haven't even thought of. But my gut says otherwise. The fundamental problem of defending ships, Australia's or anyone else's, is that they are large, slow, and confined to a two-dimensional surface. And if they have to rely on large, multi-million-dollar missiles that cannot be reloaded once fired, any performance increase to the incoming weapon that reduces the effectiveness of the defensive missile makes life much harder. Now, in between strategic and tactical systems, intermediate range, as in 500 to 5,000 kilometer hypersonic weapons, raise some serious arms control and stability issues. Intermediate range ballistic weapons were banned by treaty towards the end of the last Cold War because the reduced warning times increased the risk of uncontrolled escalation. That was at the heart of the Cuban Missile Crisis. So hypersonic weapons don't create a new problem, but they exacerbate the old one by providing even shorter warning times. For purposes of comprehensibility, my analysis can only convey but the briefest semi-survey of current hypersonic developments. What I can tell you is that many Russian and Chinese systems are being developed with the capability to field either conventional or nuclear warheads. That prevents an obvious escalation concern. The detection of an incoming weapon that could be carrying a nuclear weapon presents a decision maker with a difficult choice. Again, that's not a new problem, as Chinese anti-ship ballistic missiles already raise that specter, but hypersonic delivery further increases the chance of miscalculation. Collectively, the issues raised by the likely deployment of hypersonic weapons during the course of this decade have prompted the American Congressional Research Service to wonder whether there's a need for risk mitigation measures, such as expanding the new START. That's an acronym, START, all in the uppercase, and that implies the new Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty. START, get it? START, strategic, the ST. Arms Reduction Treaty, ART, the art part. And that would, of course, be necessary for negotiating new multilateral arms control agreements or undertaking transparency and confidence-building activities, meaning the enablement of the two parties of any group, or two parties or more, to trust each other. With new announcements and reports of hypersonic developments coming along every few weeks, it seems like a good time to move discussions of their implications along at a faster pace, well, a faster speed as well. And as for my in-depth advisement, let me check these. I can't resist. Okay, incoming messages. Another wonderful lady commented on my photo. Delightful. What a wonderful person. And of course the translation. She says, she's always very good. She says in the Portuguese, "Gratitude, beautiful, for sharing your day of great victories." Oh, that's delightful. What a wonderful human being. Okay, let me respond to that. And tell her, there we are. And let me see if I can get a little something from here. And again, of course, I always feel guilty about this, indulging myself in responding to people while I'm on air, so to speak, while I'm broadcasting. I really should just, pay attention to my job, so to speak. Just keep broadcasting rather than responding to everybody that comes along. But hey, you only live once. I might as well take you on the ride with me so that all of you can experience what I'm doing. Our dear friend George Knight, he sends his regards, and he's someone who's working hard, doing what he's doing, bringing home the bacon for his family. I guess I could say I imply the bacon in every way. That's so he's obviously he's porking his wife. That's how we got the new baby, right? By we, I mean his family, not mine, thank God. If it were me, I would kill myself if I had a new baby to worry about. Okay, where did this go? I mean, so she said what she said, and I was trying to respond, and it kind of disappeared. Okay, here we are. Reset the page again, I suppose. And that'll take us back. I guess I should have just clicked the notification there. How do you people even stand my talking to myself all the time like this? You're all very patient with me. You're all more than I deserve, honestly. So there we are. So, oops. Okay, change the sentence a little bit, and then get her a flower of some sort, because she sent me a box of flowers as a pictograph of a box of flowers. And these look, it is raining outside in San Francisco. These look nice, so send this her way, see if that takes. There we are, thank God. All right, that should manifest. Wonderful. Okay. All right, here's my in-depth advisement concerning all this hypersonic missilery. If you're worried about missiles coming in from the south, even without the glide vehicle bit, if you can put a warhead on an orbital class rocket like the Long March series, you can reach anywhere on Earth from any direction, anyway. And when they say maneuvering at those sort of speeds and altitudes, a glide vehicle isn't going to be making anything like tight turns. If they manage, the Chinese, more than a 20 or 30 degree course change, I'd be quite surprised. Not enough to make a 90-degree turn so it can fly in from the east, turn, and then attack from the south. So I don't quite think they're the quantum leap in doomsday weapons some make them out to be. At least when talking about strategic level weapons. I think mid-course interception is probably the easiest of the three phases to intercept such a weapon. The boost phase would require proximity to the launching location and is not a very efficient intercept course. But between the end of the burn and the re-entry into the atmosphere, it would be following the same sort of ballistic missile trajectory as an ICBM, your conventional intercontinental ballistic missile, if there be anything conventional about it. It's not hypersonic in the sense that this shit is that everybody's hyped about. Though I would expect a glide vehicle to begin its re-entry much farther away from the target. because it's like a jet plane is useless for counterinsurgency warfare because of the torque, right? Just the sheer torque of turning that baby around at those speeds, at that thrust. This is why you use reciprocating engined propeller planes for COIN operations. COIN, C-O-I-N, or counterinsurgency. Now, going back to our hypersonic babies, apparently the SM-3 is meant to have a max altitude of something like 1,000 kilometers, or about 2.5 times the height of the ISS, the International Space Station, which I think would be sufficient for most mid-course intercepts, so long as they were launched from a suitable location. And that if the crux, well, it's certainly the crux of the problem, at least as far as I see it. You need to either station missiles far enough away from their targets, but still along the course of the missile, or else you need an incredibly high-performance missile, like the old Sprint missile with 100 Gs of acceleration, which the Japanese built the electronic brain for. But also enough range to reach the incoming weapon before it re-enters in the time you have between identifying the threat and it beginning re-entry. Ideally, if you were expecting missiles from the south, you would station a destroyer somewhere around the Caribbean or even southern Atlantic, or a permanent battery on Puerto Rico. Then there is also the question over, without any data regarding the nature of the flight, it's impossible to judge what capacity to expect, or what capability we can expect from these Chinese vehicles when it comes to maneuvering. There are also elements of this hypersonic technology in both ICBMs, or intercontinental ballistic missiles, and, well, in that case, the MIRVs, MIRVs, that I had mentioned just the other night, the MIRV missile system. By the way, in terms of the acronym of MIRV, that was acronymous for Multiple Independent Reentry Vehicle. Any of the several nuclear warheads carried on the front end, or what's called the bus of a ballistic missile. Each MIRV, or MIRV, multiple independent reentry vehicle, allows separately targeted nuclear warheads to be sent on their independent ways after the main propulsion stages of the missile launch have shut down, such as what you would find in the W-87MX missile system. They're impressive. Sometimes, as what was it Han Solo said after they all wound up in the garbage compactor on Death Star, sometimes I impress myself. Now, MIRVs, the multiple independent reentry vehicles, are independently targetable, meaning that they have to steer themselves through the atmosphere at hypersonic speeds, not exactly along ballistic trajectories. And also in spacecraft reentry modules, there we are, where you have elements of this hypersonic technology in both the ICBMs and spacecraft reentry modules, which are, in case you didn't know it, spacecraft reentry modules are flown, in quotes, through the atmosphere in a controlled manner to both slow the descent and aim for the desired landing site. And they are even sometimes skipped off the atmosphere in a similar fashion to what the illustrations show for hypersonic glide vehicles. All of this, the rockets, the antipodal skipping, all of this is just German World War II German technology. Deutschen Tech. Just revamped for the 21st century. So, as for the number of missiles, be careful to separate rhetoric from credible threat. It all reminds me of a certain miner's son named Nikita Khrushchev, who stood up in the United Nations banging his shoe off the podium for emphasis as he claimed, "Nuclear ICBMs? We're pumping them out like sausages!" At that time, he only had one. And that one blew up on the launch pad. True story. Nevertheless, we should not be surprised at Communist China's territorial claims or its aggression. Every year, the Communist Chinese Empire celebrates a victory over the American Empire. We know it as the Korean War. The Red Chinese call it the war to resist American aggression and aid Korea. And how's that for a mouthful? Imagine learning that in school and having to repeat that on your test. When Mao Zedong's so-called volunteer People's Army turned back the 8th Army of the American Empire, the U.S. 8th Army, in December of 1950, while the United States was still legally at war with the Empire of Japan. Red China inflicted what is still known today as the longest retreat in American history. The Battle of Chongcheon, or more in the Korean, kind of a Kong, has taken on even more significance as the drumbeat sounds louder of another conflict between the American and Red Chinese empires. Yesteryear, at the 70th anniversary of Red China's triumph, Xi Jinping warned the Chinese people, "The road ahead will not be smooth." That's the opposite of my name, Yi Ping, which means this long, flat path with no obstacles. A path of peace. He is indicating the path of war. He called on people to revive the spirit of the Korean War, or in his communese, he pronounced it, or expressed it, the spirit of the war to resist American aggression and aid Korea. And Communist Chinese dictator Xi emphasized to revive that spirit, to speak to invaders in the language they know, to use war to prevent war. How do you like that? Kind of like that officer in Vietnam who, when he was interviewed by the American media, said, "We had to destroy the village in order to save it." Simply, what commie dictator Xi was saying was, tell the Americans that China is not afraid, it was victorious once, and it will be again. So, dictator Xi said that Red China won with less steel and more spirit. In fact, he went so far as to say, the forces of Red China and North Korea combined defeated their armed-to-teeth rival and shattered the myth of invincibility of the U.S. Army. You know, in America, Korea is known as the Forgotten War. The United States and its allies prefer to commemorate World War I and II victories. But in Communist China, the Battle of Chongchuan is revered as D-Day is in the West. Yesteryear, a Chinese state media opinion piece warned the United States that victory in Korea is a reminder that Red China has never been afraid. The Battle of Chongchuan, 70 years agone, can be seen today as an harbinger of American decline. What followed was war and retreat in Vietnam, endless conflict in Afghanistan, where the Taliban not only remained entrenched, they resurged to victory. All simultaneous, the folly of the invasion of Iraq that removed a brutal dictator in Saddam Hussein, but left a destabilized, ravaged country ripe for terrorist insurgency like the Islamic State, financial crisis, deep social and political division, and the upheaval and trauma of the Trump presidency. For all America's economic and military might, it is a deeply damaged nation, seeking to recapture its former glory in a world where it meets a rival of enormous and growing strength. So, Red China remembers the Korean War, while America tries to forget it. Yet the ghosts of wars past are stirring again. And there is another lesson of history. America helped Red China open up. Its markets, American markets, made Red China rich. The Communist Chinese Empire, even at its most bellicose and belligerent, knows war with the American Empire would be catastrophic. Indeed, it's the self-defeating American tech war what represents Red China's real Sputnik moment. Let me give you a quote. See if you remember or can at least intuit or identify who said it. But basically, someone said, when governments permit counterfeiting or copying of American products, it is stealing our future, and it is no longer free trade. I just couldn't get the accent at all or his mannerism. But so said United States President Ronald Reagan, commenting on the Empire of Japan after the Plaza Accord was concluded in September of 1985. Now, how about another quote? See if you can guess who said this or intuit. I know from a common sense financial standpoint that something has to burst. When a country is losing billions and billions and billions of dollars a year, and when other countries are making hundreds of billions of dollars, something is going to burst. Okay. Those are familiar words from Donald John Trump. They aren't the words of President Trump talking about his misguided trade war with Red China circa 2019, the year before yesteryear, but of businessman Trump talking about the trade deficit with the Empire of Japan circa 1989. Japanese cars, Chinese steel, the song remains the same. Americans refuse to learn a basic lesson. When goods cross borders, armies won't. That brings us to the 80s fear. The fear during that decade of the 1980s of a Japanese economic Pearl Harbor. That all looks silly today, but they're instructive. In the 1980s, the American empire portrayed the Empire of Japan as a grave economic threat. Now, Red China is their new villain, when they should be looking squarely in the mirror. While American technology sanctions have impeded innovation in mainland China, it's open to question whether they sufficiently suppress Red China's rise and at what cost to the American economy. The United States' efforts could stifle domestic innovation and drive away startups and tech companies while benefiting other countries and forcing the Communist Chinese Empire to become free of Ameritech, or American technologies. The two empires have been better as friends, however qualified that may have been, than as enemies. The rivalry with Red China is palpable, but history teaches us lessons about how it's easier to blame others than blame ourselves. The gravest threat to the American empire is not Communist China. It's much closer to home. Now, Red China's increasingly aggressive geopolitical and economic stance in the world is unleashing a fierce bipartisan backlash in America. That's fine if it leads to more public investment in basic research, education, and infrastructure, as did the Sputnik shock of the late 1950s. But it poses dangers as well. More than 60 years ago, the sudden and palpable fear that the Soviet Union was lurching ahead of us shook America out of a post-war complacency and caused the nation to do what it should have been doing for many years. Even though we did it under the pretext of national defense, we called it the NDEA, the National Defense Education Act, and the NDHA, the National Defense Highway Act, and we relied on the DARPA, the Defensive Advanced Research Projects Administration, for basic research, leading to semiconductors, satellite technology, and the internet. The result was to boost American productivity and American wages for a generation. When the Soviet Union began to implode, America found its next foil in the Empire of Japan. Japanese-made cars were taking market share away from the big three automakers. Meanwhile, Mitsubishi purchased a substantial interest in the Rockefeller Center. Sony purchased Columbia Pictures. And Nintendo considered buying the Seattle Mariners. By the late 1980s and the start of the 1990s, countless congressional hearings were held on the Japanese challenge to American competitiveness and the Japanese threat to American jobs. And what we're talking about, of course, is simply more productive competitors. Then as now, since Red China's accession to the WTO, or the World Trade Organization, in 2001, American producers have been faced with increased competition from more productive foreign firms. Between 1963, the year my late sister was born, and 1967, the year after I myself was, the Kennedy round of talks took place under the GATT, the GATT, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, followed by the Tokyo Round, as it was called, circa 1973 through 1979. and the Uruguay round, circa 1986 through 1993. Together, these reduced tariff rates in all the developed nations and averaged over-dutiable items. These over-dutiable items, it got averaged out by about 1/3, just as those tariff rates were reduced all over the developed world among the developed nations by about 1/3. Superior productivity gave Japanese producers an edge in these newly competitive markets. With automobiles, well, the economist David Flath explained that, I'll just read a paragraph from his work. Process innovations that have been developed at Toyota in the 1950s and 1960s and then diffused to other Japanese companies had lowered the production costs of the Japanese auto manufacturers and boosted their exports. Then the rise in gasoline prices arising from the two oil shocks, the 1973 Arab oil embargo and the 1979 Iranian Revolution, switched demand away from the large American cars and toward the Japanese imports. So, in that way, Japan benefited from the world at war. Between 1975, the fall of Saigon, symbolizing the descent of the American empire as it sank in the Pacific, and 1982, Japanese manufacturers' share of total American new car sales rose from 9.4% to 22.6%. Well, that brings us to the subject of trade deficit and capital surplus. Because then, as now, the United States found itself buying more stuff from than it was selling to a particular trade partner, resulting in a trade deficit. This totaled 49 billion United States dollars with the Empire of Japan circa 1989, which so alarmed businessman Donald John Trump. These dollar inflows showed up as a surplus on the American capital account, offsetting the ballyhooed deficit on the trade account. But the flip side of this was that the Japanese, like the communist Chinese now, were selling more stuff to than they were buying from a particular trade partner, giving them a trade surplus. Where America piled up consumer goods, the Empire of Japan piled up American dollars. Surely the Americans were doing better out of this. What could the Empire of Japan do with these Yankee dollars? Well, they sent them home, using them to buy assets like the Mobile Building in New York, circa 1987, Firestone Tire and Rubber Company, circa 1988, and the Rockefeller Center in Midtown Manhattan, circa 1989. These dollar inflows showed up as a surplus on the U.S. capital account, and then again, you have to understand that offset this maligned deficit on the trade account. And that's what brought us to the era of reactionary protection. By the way, I see my lady here. Let me see. Did I not respond to this? Oh, I must have responded to that. Okay. Let me press I'll leave a page here. Yeah, that I responded to. So this is like something else. Let me take a look at what somebody was. Here we are. Oh, there we are. Got it. Okay. So, what did I just do? This is Crystal River here. Oh, that's cute. Oh my God. Crystal River is anti-vax. There we are. Yes, so many people are. And say la vie. All right, let me save that image there, since that is cute. All right, got that down there. Lower that. Bring the screen back up, and going back to talking about protection now, because then, as now, American producers began demanding and getting protection from Congress and the president. The American auto industry, it found eager defenders in both parties across the political spectrum in the United States. During his 1980 presidential campaign, Ronald Reagan, who starred in propaganda films throughout the Second World War, said, "Japan is part of the problem. This is where government can be legitimately involved. That is, to convince the Japanese, in one way or another, that, in their own interests, that deluge of cars must be slowed while our industry gets back on its feet." In 1981, Senators John Danforth, the Republican from Massachusetts, was it? And Lloyd Bentsen, the Democrat from Texas, proposed a bill to establish import quotas for automobiles. The Japanese government acquiesced, agreeing to a system of voluntary export restraints. Initially set to run till 1983, they were renewed annually till 1994. As a wise man once said, "A government bureau is the nearest thing to eternal life we'll ever see." That wise man was not Tennessee Williams or W.C. Fields. It was Ronald Reagan, circa 1964, the year after my sister was born. This means war. And then, as now, military metaphors entered circulation. Circa 1985, Senator Benson fretted, "We're in a trade war, and we are losing it." In 1988, the commentator Paul Harvey, the father of American media, the only man left to use a ticker tape to read off the news. They had an intern who worked the last ticker tape machine to present him with the news in that format. He warned of an economic Pearl Harbor in an article he authored titled, "Japan buys us!" Not U.S. with the two periods, but the two uppercase U and S together without the periods. So you knew he meant U.S., but it read, "Japan buys us with our money." The military talk went beyond metaphor. The esteemed writer, James Fallows, wrote a series of articles on the Empire of Japan, in which he hinted at the darker side of the Japanese character by citing the sadomasochistic violence in Japanese sex comics. And a string of books appeared with titles like The Japanese Challenge and Japan as Number One. These weren't fringe ideas. Of 1991's book, written by that George Friedman and his American think tank, entitled The Coming War with Japan, an actual war, not Senator Benson's trade war. Publishers Weekly wrote that while the authors of that lurid book sometimes overstate their thesis, their scenario is plausible. Not even something that is conceivable, plausible. As in probable. A tide of books demonized Japan. Pat Coates, Agents of influence alleged that Tokyo's alleged payoffs to influential Americans were designed to achieve effective political domination over these United States. Clyde Prestovitz's Trading Places argued that because of our failure to respond adequately to the Japanese challenge, the power of the United States and the quality of American life is diminishing rapidly in every respect. Yeah, remember how the Japanese left you poor and, starving? Yeah, you pulled out your pockets and nothing but lint balls and flies came out. And you said, them damn dirty Japs took everything I had. There was a distant relation of mine. Every boy in my late and sainted sire's family, not the Hitler family, the guy who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the chief petty officer who served in no less than 3 foreign conflicts that the United States officially recognized: World War II, Korea, and Vietnam, as well as the gunboat patrols of pre-war China, and of course the Cold War itself. 5 wars altogether. Every brother in his family was named William Dietrich, after the Kaiser or something like that. And he was the only guy who was named George, and of course was the black sheep of the family. Kind of like the runt of the litter, really, the last boy to be born. And so all these William Dietrichs in the family, one of them wrote a book, William S. Dietrich's book entitled In the Shadow of the Rising Sun, claimed the Empire of Japan threatens our way of life and ultimately our freedoms as much as past dangers from Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Ooh. 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 Robert Zielinski and Nigel Holloway's work entitled Unequal Equities argued that the Empire of Japan rigged its capital markets to undermine American corporations. Can you imagine? Daniel Burstein's book entitled Yen, subtitled, well, yen, of course, is the currency of Japan. In case you didn't catch the title, what it meant, because, of course, it can sound like a nonsensical monosyllable to people who aren't familiar with the subject. So the book was titled Yen, but the subtitle was Japan's New Financial Empire and Its Threat to America. And it asserted that the Empire of Japan's growing power put the United States at risk of falling prey to, get this, a hostile Japanese world order. A hostile Japanese world order. Yeah. And on it went. More books in my library. I can read the titles off my shelf from here. The Japanese Power Game. The Coming War with Japan. Zaibatsu America, which is subtitled How Japanese Firms Are Colonizing Vital U.S. Industries. You like that, huh? Colonizing vital U.S. industries. Yeah. It's because your industry's a third world. They're meant to be colonized. There's another book in front of me, The Silent War, and another entitled Trade Wars. But there was no vicious plot. America simply failed to notice that the Empire of Japan had invested heavily in its own education and infrastructure, which enabled it to make high-quality products that American consumers wanted to buy. America didn't see that their own financial system resembled a casino and demanded immediate profits. America overlooked that their educational system left almost 80% of our young people unable to comprehend a news magazine, and many others unprepared for any work in any field. And our infrastructure of unsafe bridges and potholed roads were draining our productivity. Today resembles, in many respects, a remake of this 1980s movie, but with a reality television star, Donald Trump till recently, replacing the Hollywood film star Ronald Reagan in the presidential leading role, and with a new villain in place of the Empire of Japan. Back in the 1980s, the Empire of Japan was portrayed as America's greatest economic threat, not only because of allegations of intellectual property theft, but also because of concerns about currency manipulation, state-sponsored industrial policy, the very heart of fascism, and a hollowing out of American manufacturing, as well as an outsized bilateral trade deficit. In this standoff with the American empire, the Empire of Japan, ultimately, in its politeness, simply acquiesced. But it paid a steep price for its consideration. Nearly 3 lost decades of economic stagnation and deflation. Today, the same plot features the Communist Chinese Empire. Notwithstanding both countries' mercantilism, which Westerners find objectionable, the Empire of Japan and the Communist Chinese Empire had something else in common. They became victims of the American Empire's unfortunate habit of making others the scapegoat for its own economic problems. So, like Japan bashing in the 1980s, Red China bashing today is an outgrowth of America's increasingly insidious macroeconomic imbalances. In both cases, a dramatic shortfall in American domestic saving spawned large current account and trade deficits, setting the stage for battles 30 years apart with East Asia's 2 economic giants. When Ronald Reagan took office in January of 1981, the net domestic saving rate stood at 7.8% of national income, and the current account was basically balanced. Within 2.5 years, courtesy of Reagan's wildly popular tax cuts, the domestic saving rate had plunged to 3.7%, and the current account and the merchandise trade balances swung into perpetual deficit. In this important respect, America's so-called trade problem was very much of its own making. In fact, it was caused by Ronald Reagan. And so, the Reagan administration went into denial. There was little or no appreciation of the link between saving and trade imbalances. Instead, the blame was pinned on the Empire of Japan, which accounted for 42% of U.S. goods trade deficits in the first half of the 1980s. Japan bashing then took on a life of its own with a wide range of grievances over unfair and illegal trade practices. Leading the charge back then was a young deputy U.S. Trade Representative named Robert Lighthizer. Fast forward some 30 years and the similarities are painfully evident. Unlike Ronald Reagan, President Donald John Trump did not inherit an American economy with an ample reservoir of saving. When Trump took office in January of 2017, the net domestic saving rate was just 3%, well below half the rate at the onset of the Reagan era. But, like his predecessor, who waxed eloquently of a new morning in America, Trump also opted for large tax cuts, this time to make America great again. The result was a predictable widening of the federal budget deficit, which more than offset the cyclical surge in private saving that normally accompanies a maturing economic expansion. As a result, the net domestic saving rate actually edged down to 2.8% of national income. By late 2018, keeping America's international balances deep in the red, with the current account deficit at 2.6% of GDP, gross domestic product, and the merchandise trade gap at 4.5% in late 2018. And that's where Red China assumes the role that the Empire of Japan played in the 1980s. On the surface, the threat seems more dire. After all, Communist China accounted for 48% of the U.S. merchandise trade deficit in 2018, compared to Japan's 42% share in the first half of the 1980s. But the comparison is distorted by global supply chains, which basically didn't exist in the 1980s. Now, one of the organizations that I sourced mined data from was the OECD, which is a very important economic organization, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. The OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, is an intergovernmental economic organization with 38 member nations, founded in 1961 to stimulate economic progress and world trade. So, it's from this organization that I sourced data along with the WTO, the World Trade Organization. And the data sourcing from both suggests that about 35 to 40% of the bilateral Sino-American trade deficit reflects inputs made outside of mainland China, but assembled and shipped into the United States from Red China. That means the made in China portion of today's U.S. trade deficit is actually smaller than the Empire of Japan's share of the 1980s. Like the Japan bashing of the 1980s, today's outbreak of Commie China bashing has been conveniently excised from America's broader macroeconomic context. That is a serious mistake. Without raising national saving, highly unlikely under the current American budget trajectory, trade will simply be shifted away from Red China to America's other trading partners. With this trade diversion likely to migrate to higher cost platforms around the world, American consumers will be hit with the functional equivalent of a tax hike. Ironically, Trump then summoned the same Robert Lighthizer, veteran of the Japan trade battles of the 1980s, to lead the charge against Red China. Unfortunately, Lighthizer proved as clueless about the macro argument today as he was back in the day. Back then, when the enemy was the Japs. In both episodes, the American empire was in denial, bordering on delusion. Basking in the warm glow of untested supply-side economics, especially the theory that tax cuts would be self-financing, the Reagan administration failed to appreciate the links between mounting budget and trade deficits. Today, the seductive power of low interest rates, coupled with the latest strain of voodoo economics, modern monetary theory, the infamous MMT, that's kind of like Eminem or Ice-T. It's kind of like a rap, and it's equally alluring for the Trump misadministration, which so recently passed, and a bipartisan consensus of China bashers in the U.S. Congress, which Biden has inherited. The tough macroeconomic constraints facing a saving-short U.S. economy are ignored for good reason. There is no U.S. political constituency for reducing trade deficits by cutting budget deficits and thereby boosting domestic saving. America wants to have its cake and eat it with a healthcare system that swallows 18% of its GDP, defense spending that exceeds the combined sum of the world's next 7 largest military budgets, and tax cuts that have reduced federal government revenue to 16.5% of GDP, well below the 17.4% average of the past half a hundred years. Ooh, got another post up on my timeline. All right, let's take a look at that. And of course, that's Sivano Vita wishing me happy birthday. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Here. Silvano. There we are. There we are. Okay. Good. Okay. Now, of course, you might ask, doesn't it just mean cheap stuff? Then, as now, it was a curious kind of war where the two combatants were transacting voluntarily. The trade figures showed that American consumers were happy to buy from Japanese companies, while politicians and commentators fretted about the trade war with Japan. Street hawks Jesse Mark was fighting crime from the back of a 1984 Honda XR500, and the Breakfast Club was listening to Sony Walkmans. Diehards doomed Mr. Takagi, you know, the film that Bruce Willis got his start in. The Japanese CEO, the corporate head, quipped, "Pearl Harbor didn't work, so we got you with tape decks." Everyone seemed to have forgotten a basic lesson. When goods cross borders, armies won't. The war with the Empire of Japan never came. In 1990, the Empire of Japan's stock market collapsed, and the economy tanked. It is arguably yet to recover. As with Ireland's Celtic Tiger, a good boom based on improved productivity was replaced and smothered by a bad boom based on cheap money. Businessman Trump had been right. Something had indeed burst, but probably not the way he expected. And for the concerns about the Empire of Japan buying up the United States, the Mobile Building is still on East 42nd Street in Midtown Manhattan. The Rockefeller Center can still be found nearby between 48th and 51st Streets. And the combined Bridgestone/Firestone North American operations are now based in Nashville, Tennessee. Is Red China different today? Is there something darker lurking behind their competitively priced exports? Few now worry about the American and Japanese empires going to war. That avalanche of cheap consumer goods that some thought masked an economic Pearl Harbor was just an avalanche of cheap consumer goods. So what about the coming war with China? We got several books that essentially bear that title, published regularly these days. Now, to reiterate, few now worry about the United States and the Empire of Japan going to war, because that avalanche of cheap consumer goods that some thought masked an economic Pearl Harbor, like a shroud of fog in front of a flight of Mitsubishi Zeros, turns out just to have been an avalanche of affordable consumer goods after all. So the similarities between the current concerns about Red China and the worries about the Japanese Empire in the 1980s are striking. Improved productivity in a trade partner, complaints from domestic producers, political hyperbole, retaliation. But this remake of an old movie is disconcerting, to say the least. Once again, the U.S. has found it far easier to bash others. Japan then, China now, than to live within its means. Give me a second here to catch my breath, now that my head's screwed on its shoulders enough to go on about this. I'm basically having to live with some flashbacks because the humanitarian side of me is going to try to express America's hypocrisy in terms of its own kind of tyranny compared to that of communist China's. In terms of the kind of late-stage capitalism that you saw, for instance, in Icebreaker. Isn't that the name of the train? They even made that into a television series, didn't they? I don't know if that carried on. But it's definitely something that, shall we say, kind of expressed metaphorically the horrors of what we see go on with American capitalism and so many you'll see the same patterns in communist China. I'm trying to figure out a way to coherently express this, how parallel America and Red China systems really are. So be patient with me while I get my thoughts together to do just that. And all right then. Okay. I'm trying to see if I have the stomach to do this and trying to back down my gorge because I dealt with the physical manifestation of what the Americans did with their economy in some of our extraction operations. And so I'll get a little bit into that soon enough. Trying to just give my mind a rest here, and all right, just get back to what we're doing. And This is something, of course, that, all right, let's get on with it. Okay, then. In terms of the coming war with China, when I expressed how this remake of this old 1980s movie that wasn't any good the first time we saw it, and we have the same plot being retread with a new villain in place of the Japs, in this case, the Chinks. We're stuck in this Groundhog Day replay where America's bashing the yellow powers on the other side of the Pacific rather than looking inwards and analyzing its own ugly guts to find out that they plugged their intestinal tract into the wrong hole and are swallowing their own shit thereby. All of this replay, this time, however, this real hackneyed movie might have a very different ending. Because in the present case of communist China, the geopolitical rivalry is palpable. We all know we've been here, or somewhere very similar, before. There are differences, to be sure. Red China has ongoing territorial issues, which it wants to resolve, primarily with relation to my true homeland and heartland of Taiwan. Of course, Red China should be thankful for the U.S. Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo's frank comments of late, because instead of hiding behind condescending platitudes, she made explicit America's agenda to contain Red China's technological advancement. U.S. technology sanctions have certainly impeded innovation in mainland China. The question being whether these efforts can sufficiently suppress Red China's rise and at what cost to the American economy. The United States is waging multi-pronged economic warfare on communist China, justified by a litany of alleged Red Chinese economic misconduct. Sino-American rivalry will play out primarily in the economic and technology spheres in this decade and the next. So to Red China itself, the AUKUS Pact, Australia, United Kingdom, United States, the NATO of the Pacific, is a sideshow. When Australian nuclear submarines come into service by 2040, 100 years after World War II began, they may well be obsolete politically. Red China's economic scale might have far surpassed America's, perhaps inevitably will, and with their relative economic strengths sorted out, the American and communist Chinese empires may reach rapprochement. So the fellas down under will be left holding the bag. With a large nuclear fleet prowling the Pacific, they're all dressed up with nowhere to go. Well, at that point, they become their own empire and the automatic enemy of the other two. Either way, the Americans have a new bad guy on the prowl. Innovation is a globally connected phenomenon. Apart from how the American empire learned from Europe at the beginning of its industrialization. The United States benefited from talent and technology as a result of the first wave of exodus from the Third Reich, and the second wave of exodus from the Third Reich as the Thousand-Year Reich went into exile, as the nation-state of Germany transitionally collapsed on the surface world. Exempli gratiae. The U.S. chip maker, Qualcomm, co-developed its CDMA technologies in partnership with South Korea. And of course, for those of you who are unfamiliar with the high-tech acronym of CDMA, it's acronyms for Code Division Multiple Access. And of course, it's actually one of the two older radio systems known as 2G and 3G, second generation and third generation. CDMA, or the Code Division Multiple Access, serving along the same time as GSM, or the Global System for Mobiles. So Code Division Multiple Access is a channel access method used by various radio communication technologies. The CDMA is an example of multiple access, where several transmitters can send information simultaneously over a single communication channel. That allows several users to share a band of frequencies. And so that was developed with South Korea on the part of the Americans. They had to work with the South Koreans to make that a reality. And then you had the Dutch ASML's machines. Of course, that's another acronym I'll endeavor my best to explain so that laymen can understand it. And the ASML is, of course, a semiconductor company. It's the world supplier to the semiconductor industry, as a matter of fact. It gives the world's leading chip makers the power to mass produce patterns on silicon, which helps to make computer chips smaller, faster, and greener, in the sense that they are environmentally more friendly. So they're just a high-tech company that's headquartered in the Netherlands. Their acronym is essentially a Dutch acronym. And it's not something that, if I translate it, it's just going to be a series of Dutch words. But if I could look it up and see which Dutch words it stands for, basically it would be, well, I think it's Advanced Semiconductor Material Lithography, actually, now that I remember it. It may be an English acronym after all. So, yes, but regardless, it's not an abbreviation of anything anymore. It does have its roots as one. So if I remember, now that I think on it, in 1984, ASML was founded as a joint venture between Philips and ASML. Back then it was a program, Abstract State Machine Language, if I remember, as a matter of fact. So they got together, and well, where we're at now. Basically, if all right, let me try and rash my brain some more. At this point, this would normally be where I would start drinking to lubricate the works and get where I'm going with just basically trying to express some of these memories to our listeners here and get them light years ahead of everybody else with the knowledge that they'll have that nobody else does. But fuck it, let's drop the topic. To the extent that, I'm dealing with the histories of that particular technology and company to a degree. Okay, good. Got this response to what I said. Anyhow, my point was talking about how America needs globalism to advance. And ASML's machines for making advanced chips are built upon technology and components from what is now Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, the Empire of Japan, and the United States. So, neither the American nor communist Chinese empires can innovate effectively if cut off from the global technology system, the technology's ecosystem, the ecology of technology. Given their complementary and integrated supply chains, Sino-American rivalry exposes vulnerabilities in mutual dependence that may be perceived, potential, or realized. Before the COVID-19 supply chain disruptions, American vulnerabilities to communist China were mostly perceived or potential. The United States has been nervous about the unproven Trojan horse surveillance potential of Red Chinese telecom equipment, yet its tech sanctions on Red China have wrought substantial economic damage and brought to the fore Red China's own vulnerabilities. The United States wants to maintain maximum leverage on Red China while curtailing the Communist Chinese Empire's potential leverage, whereas mainland China is a peer or leader in a broad range of technologies from electric vehicles to drones. By choking Red China's supply of American chips and other technologies and involving America's allies in same policy, the United States reinforces Red China's need to bolster its industrial policies for survival. All the while, U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai, the Taiwanese American selected by Biden for that responsibility, has been denouncing Communist China's unfair industrial policies, including the threat of the country's plan to wean itself off American semiconductors. Now, given that American semiconductor technology is embedded in every modern machine from mobile phones to automobiles, the United States can inflict heavy damage on the Communist Chinese Empire. But its political economic system may limit how coordinated it can be in its long-term race against super-centralized, monolithic communist China. American companies pursue borderless commercial interests. Meanwhile, American politicians engage in China bashing to advance short-term political interests. And few have the incentive or capacity to make coherent long-term programs happen. Unlike the 5-year plan perpetuating communist Chinese. Instead, in America, both political parties are obliged to act tough on Red China, even knowingly against American economic interests. Suppressing communist China, a key tech player and a vast market in and of its own right, would cost the United States a $1.9 billion United States dollar fund has been earmarked to support rural telecommunications carriers in purging their Red Chinese equipment. It is unclear what the other cost-effective options are. Wide access to high-performance and low-cost broadband networks is essential to the digital economy. The dismantling of AT&T through antitrust actions left the United States without a strong competitor to Huawei Technologies Company, which is funded by the communist state. But the ensuing competitive telecom networks paved the way for tech giants from Amazon to Google. By denying itself access to the most competitive 5G or fifth generation technologies, the The United States disadvantages itself in digital innovation. And it is not as if such an exclusion would help American companies. The other key 5G providers are primarily South Korean and Scandinavian. American companies from Intel Corp to Qualcomm need access to the vast red Chinese market to generate the profits required to fund innovation. With their profits suppressed by government restrictions, competitiveness suffers. Unlike communist Chinese companies, American companies' primary allegiance is to their shareholders. To overcome American sanctions, some American tech companies may relocate selected R&D, research and development, and manufacturing operations overseas, undermining rather than buttressing our empire's technological edge. Longer term, company founders would not want to deprive their companies of access to the world's largest market across the Pacific. As a result, the startup space may flatten, making neutral countries like Singapore more attractive. America's goal as a global innovation hub may diminish. All these are self-inflicted costs, even before any serious retaliatory communist Chinese actions. Given the economic calculus, it is unlikely that other advanced economies would copy Australia's all-in bet against communist China. A winning economic outcome is difficult to imagine. Just as American agricultural and resource companies have gained market share in Red China at the expense of Australia, European and South Korean technology firms can seize the opportunities in mainland China vacated by American firms. There is no question that the United States can obstruct Red China's technological progress, but that cannot be the end in itself. The ultimate aim is to maintain American dominance, and the whole exercise becometh self-defeating if it ends up hurting the American empire more than the empire of communist China. United States technological sanctions will realistically decelerate innovation for both Red China and the United States, while inadvertently advancing the economic interests of the likes of Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, and the Empire of Japan and South Korea. They should let the American empire continue apace. Unlike Australia, these American allies will be much more clear-eyed about their national interests. They will cooperate with the Americans where their interests align and compete otherwise. America's technological suppression represents Red China's Sputnik moment. Raimondo has thrown down the gauntlet, and this will strengthen Beijing's resolve to free itself from the American chokehold. So instead of sharing prosperity in coupled commerce, the American empire may be threatening its future. But, in this case, history gives us some cause for optimism, because the Empire of Japan would most benefit from a Cold War 2.0. Sino-American rivalry is ending decades of economic stagnation. Years ago, the verdict was in. The Cold War is over, and Japan won. That was the verdict of the exhaustive and most well researched of all the Japan scholars, Chalmers Johnson, circa 1991. It remains the case that the Empire of Japan prospered mightily in the decades between the Korean War and the fall of the Berlin Wall. In the subsequent 2 odd decades, or the next 20 years, not so much through the mind's eye of the West. As far as the Empire of Japan was propagandized against, the end of history, supposedly ushered in with the end of the Cold War, as celebrated by the American political scientist of Japanese descent, a Jap trash American house nigger, the political scientist named Francis Fukuyama. It's all misrepresented as an era of economic malaise, political confusion, and diminution of international stature. This is how the West views the Empire of Japan. But in the last 7 years, well, 8 or so by now, at a time of mounting regional tensions, the Empire of Japan has recovered its old mojo in the eyes of the whites. Economic conditions have improved markedly. The Empire of Japan's cultural and commercial footprint has grown thanks to tourism and success stories such as the retailer Uniqlo, Uniqlo. I don't know if there's any correct pronunciation for that by way of that. Uniqlo. Japanese politics has been stable under Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was described by the Australian Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, as the senior figure in the region with a real wisdom about him. And of course, his successors, well, we'll find a proper one yet, let's put it that way. But correlation is not causation. The Empire of Japan's recovery from the devastation of war was something that was, in hindsight, always revised by the West as bound to happen one way or the other. And the subsequent Godzilla-sized bubble and bust was largely self-inflicted, it could be argued. Yet there can be little doubt that the start of the Cold War had an enormous impact on Japano-American relations. The idea, widely held by influential Americans in the early post-war years, that the Japanese archipelago and the Die Deutschen, or the German Vaterland, the German fatherland, should both be returned to a pastoral, pre-industrial state, which never made sense in the first place, certainly no longer made any sense at all. Of course, neither Japan nor Germany was ever subjugated by the Allies to the extent where they could carry that madness out. Instead, access to the enormous American consumer market helped the Empire of Japan to develop into a bulwark of capitalist prosperity as viewed by the Americans on the Soviet Union's eastern flank, albeit they later began to conclude that if the Soviet Union was America's ideological enemy and military foe, the Empire of Japan was its economic enemy and technological antithesis or opponent. Today's world is very different, but the increasingly fractious relations between the American and Communist Chinese empires have triggered a spate of Cold War comparisons. Testifying before the Senate Intelligence Committee, Christopher Wray, the head of the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigation, described the China threat as not just a whole of government threat, but a whole of society threat, which will require a whole of society response by us. This is the kind of propaganda you heard in World War II against the Germans, that they're indoctrinated from cradle to grave. And the Japanese, from sperm to worm. All of this made them racial enemies. That's how America was encouraged to think of China by Christopher Wray. Meanwhile, Red China's ambassador to the EU, the European Union, spracketh of the American empire, blacklisting of Huawei in terms of a digital Iron Curtain. And the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping calls for China to embark upon a new long march. For those of you who don't know about the first long march, that's a very resounding call to duty, something that can be ignored at our peril by the West. When he says something like that, he's talking about a military retreat that was monumental in its scope to the point of legendary epic. And that would imply China going into a period of privation, for self-sacrifice, for the sake of the empire, on a whole of society level. All of this suggesting that the confrontation between Red China and the United States will long outlast the bandwidth-hogging presence of former President Donald Trump and his successor. No doubt there will be phases of détente and compromise, but the fundamental incompatibility of national interests will ensure that the strategic rivalry persists. Red China cannot achieve regional hegemony while the American empire has a powerful military and commercial presence in East Asia. Just as in the original Cold War, there will be alliances and non-aligned countries. Geographical distance from China will likely be a crucial factor. For European countries, the commercial opportunities of the Red Chinese market will far outweigh any sense of threat. For Communist China's Asian neighbors, the risks are more evenly balanced. Many would prefer to hedge their bets, but ultimately they may have to choose between the American and Communist China when it comes to payment systems, internet regulation, communications infrastructure, and sources of finance. For the Empire of Japan, there'd be no choice at all. Ever since the dispute with Beijing over ownership of the Senkaku Islands flared up back in 2012, the end of the Mayan calendar, with riots, arson attacks, and consumer boycotts orchestrated by the Communist Chinese authorities, the Empire of Japan's pro-China business lobby has been on the back foot. Some Japanese companies have hedged their bets by pouring direct investment into alternative destinations such as Vietnam and Myanmar, formerly Burma, and repatriating production to new facilities within the Japanese archipelago itself, as companies such as Casio, Honda, and Unicharm were doing before everyone else began their divestment from mainland China in the Empire of Japan. In other words, Japan has divested from mainland China due to mainland China's racist anti-Japanese riots and their terrorism of Japanese companies and their properties and their employees in mainland China. Chinese integration in the global economy makes a total rollback of trade and investment flows impossible, of course. Instead, what we will likely see is a cordoning off of sensitive areas, particularly high-tech, and the development of competing, incompatible standards on either side of this new digital curtain. Now, Japanese and American companies that have supplied leading-edge products to communist Chinese customers by selling them robotics, semiconductor manufacturing equipment, and highly specialized processing devices may find themselves subject to the equivalent of the Cold War-era Coordinating Committee for Multilateral Export Controls. Meaning if Team China is set on achieving autarky in key industrial sectors, as the Made in China 2025 program indicates, then Team Japano-America may decide to do the same. In times of war, both hot and cold, strategic goals override all free market ideology. The Empire of Japan, of course, is no stranger to fascist, government-led industrial policy initiatives. But neither is the United States, with the Apollo space program being the classic example. If globalization was deflationary, could deglobalization, which would include repatriating production, targeting self-sufficiency in key areas, and sponsoring public-private initiatives, prove to be inflationary? Admittedly, that is not how it looked originally, as the prospect of tariffs had driven bond yields down to the vanishing point. That may not last, though. Conflict is usually inflationary. Indeed, it is World War II that is usually credited with ending deflationary conditions in the United States and elsewhere. For the American empire, confrontation with Communist China is likely to mean more government spending on big projects, a reversal of the peace dividend, and import substitution leading to higher input prices. For the Empire of Japan, it could well mean a decisive end to deflation. The emergence of a powerful, expansionary Communist China represents a multi-level existential threat to Japanese autonomy. The response needs to be multi-level too. The Empire of Japan will need to do whatever it takes to keep the United States engaged in Asia, just as Emperor Hirohito played the American and Soviet empires off against each other by creating a demilitarized zone in the middle of the Korean Peninsula for them to fight over, which Japan benefited off of immediately by re-gearing its war production to supply the American war machine on the peninsula. Beyond that, the Empire of Japan needs to continue and strengthen the proactive diplomacy that has marked the Abe years and expand exchanges, partnerships, and alliances with the many sympathetic countries in region. The last Cold War was marked by spying, subversion, and proxy wars. The new one is unlikely to be any different. Indeed, North Korea could be considered as playing the part of Cuba in a long, drawn-out missile crisis. The Empire of Japan will need to have the intelligence resources to compete. In terms of soft power projection, it needs a smart public relations strategy to focus the world's attention on contemporary realities, not, as Red China and its sympathizers would prefer, on the events of 80 years agone. Cold War 2.0 will have costs for everyone, the Empire of Japan included. But strategically, it will be a 21st century version of the Wind of the Gods, the kamikaze that saved Japan from Kublai Khan's Mongol fleet in the 13th century. At the same time, it will bring an end to the long period of zero interest rates and change the psychological climate too, as necessity becometh the midwife to a more outward-looking, assertive Japanese empire. But on this side of the Pacific, our elites have learned all the wrong lessons from the end of the last Cold War. In the last 2 hours remaining to us, let me see if I can articulate that. America today faces a potentially existential challenge to its national security as two great power adversaries. Revanchist, revisionist Russia and Red China contest its post-war, its post-Cold War dominion. The reason? 3 decades of delusion. For 30 years, it has been led by corporate, media, and policy elites who failed to acknowledge the enduring verities of great power politics. Instead of carefully reassessing our strategy when the Soviet Union imploded, after 1990, our intelligentsia embraced, sans hesitation, the ideological bromides principally cooked up in our think tanks and universities about the end of history, our unipolar moment, and the inevitable triumph of the so-called liberal international order across the globe. Never before has a drive towards empire been based on such a glaring inability to calculate power relationships and to learn from history. How did we get here? Simply put, liberal hubris. Our political class failed to appreciate why the United States triumphed over the Soviet Union. We won not because of the power of liberal ideals, though they were important additional enablers of American foreign and security policy against the Soviets, but because in 1947, when the Cold War competition was fully joined, our empire possessed a massive industrial base, the global reserve currency, the largest gold reserves, half of global gross domestic product, a navy larger than all the world's navies combined, an expanding population and rapidly growing middle class, and a monopoly on atomic weapons by our own belief, which provided, of course, the bravado necessary to prevail. True, over the course of the Cold War competition between the United States and the Soviet Union, the latter for a period aligned with Communist China, the balance began to shift somewhat. The economies of war-ravaged Europe and Asia recovered, and the relative power position of the United States would never approximate where the country was in 1947. Nonetheless, there was little question that in terms of the power indices of the era, America had an unmatched edge in every aspect of technology, research and development, manufacturing, and overall wealth when compared to its red adversary. Few in the captive nations of Eastern Europe doubted that American free market capitalism, and what the West represented more generally, was superior when it came to both wealth and freedom. What kept them mouthing communist slogans was the reality of being occupied by the Red Army and dragooned into the Warsaw Pact against the very America and West they so admired. But we won, largely because America's hard power was undergirded by our unmatched industrial base and R&D, research and development institutions. Yet we failed to grasp that the Soviet Union did not implode because the liberal democratic ideal somehow overpowered the tenets of Marxist communism. Few argued at the time that we had won because our adversary simply could not match our industrial base and innovative research universities and labs, especially as we moved into the digital age, and that henceforth it should be the government's sacred duty to preserve and protect advantages that took generations to build. The implosion of the Soviet Empire was greeted by Washington's intelligentsia as an ideological triumph par excellence. In a bizarre replay of the Bolshevist fiction about the universality of Marxist dogma, our elites post-1990 seemed certain that a new globalist age had dawned in which America's sui generis history and political tradition would first claim a universal quality and ultimately dissolve in the new global order. At think tank conferences, political science conventions, and increasingly in government and Congress, our elites succumbed to the temptation to view 1990 not as marking the end of a long twilight struggle in which the nation's industrial base and military alliances had ultimately carried the day, but rather as the culmination of an inexorable drive toward the fulfillment of a grand universalist promise. Chicken shit, Jap trash, house nigger, Francis Fukuyama's thesis was transformed into the equivalent of now discarded communist teleological reasoning, only this time built on liberal cliches in place of Marxian canon. As our utopian intelligentsia on the East Coast was coming into its own in think tanks, government buildings, and corporate offices, it had an ally in the emergent West Coast digital aristocracy. Our corporate CEOs, bankers, and money managers were eager for a globalist expansion, one in which software and money would go hand in hand, while the process of shipping America's critical supply chains overseas gathered speed each year, with few in government and business batting an eye. In this brave new world, digital campuses, transnational banks, and multinational corporations would spawn a new globalist corporate aristocracy, an American but de facto transnational ruling elite whose prosperity, it was believed, would be indefinitely supported by Chinese labor. Borders would not only become permeable, but in fact disappear. After all, when trade crosses borders, the armies stay at home, and eventually, who needs them because those lines cease to have any meaning as a perimeter of defense. Our universities would go on to train hundreds of thousands of Chi-Com, Chinese Communist graduate students a year, while many of our Brahmins ensconced themselves on foreign corporate boards and accumulated wealth at a rate that echoed the one achieved by the robber barons of the gilded 19th century. Historically, efforts to capture elites have preceded the capture of the states from whence they sourced. Hence, the communization of America that so many on the radicalized right feel has been realized with the administration of Joseph Biden. That's a misperception. But I've provided you the context in which that misperception has come to preside over the paradigm of the radicalized right. Nevertheless, the Chinese Communist leadership seems to have learned all too well the British imperial dictum that we do not run Egypt, we run the Egyptians who run Egypt. The massive inflow of Chi-Com money into the United States, and increasingly into Europe, has translated into a relentless string of communist Chinese influence operations, not only through the Confucius Institutes, but across our think tanks, corporations, and throughout the media. Chi-Com money would also go on to support commissioned research at our premier research universities, with contracts stipulating that American researchers turn the results over to their Chinese counterparts and refrain from ever criticizing communist Chinese policies. In fact, over the past 6 to 7 years, 115 of our colleges and universities received no less than $1 billion United States dollars in monetary gifts and commissioned research from Communist China. Corporations, still American in name, but in name only, lobbied vigorously to maintain the status quo long after it had become as clear that the United States was at risk of being transformed into a communist Chinese tributary state, a la North Korea. Hence the video game Homefront, where the North Koreans had conquered America. The logic makes sense in context of what I exposed to you this night. This makes the past 30 years of globalization a historically unprecedented time. We handed over to Communist China the jewels of American technology and industry, while relentlessly educating Chi-Com engineers and scientists. In fact, the year before yesteryear or so, of the approximately 1 million foreign students at American colleges and universities, 370,000 were Chinese communists, mainly in the STEM graduate programs. The STEM acronym meaning our most viable and vulnerable potential for prosperity. STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. An acronym, all in the uppercase. Our STEM graduate programs are our hope for the future, and they were communized. Yet few in our think tanks or corporate boardrooms batted an eye. Instead, they decried our punitive tax code and insisted that onerous regulations had left American corporations no alternative but to ship their factories and supply chains wholesale to Communist China. Great powers often lose their global standing when they suffer a defeat in a major system-transforming war. But it is rare that great triumph carries with it the seeds of a state's undoing. In hindsight, this has been the fate of the United States following its unequivocal victory in the Cold War. Just as America was emerging as arguably the greatest imperial power in human history, the ultrapower, the sole remaining superpower, the unipolar ultrapower, a confluence of blind ideological certitude and an all but unconstrained sense of elite pouvoir to do as it pleased, began a process that 3 decades anon not only has hobbled American dominion worldwide, but is also destroying national cohesion at home. While one could possibly argue, in the case of revanchist, revisionist Russia, that a country at least partly European in terms of its heritage and culture might, however briefly, entertain the notion of following America's lead and adopting a version of Western liberal democracy, the idea that communized China, with its distinct civilization and culture going back millennia, might in short order morph into something akin to a liberal democratic state and become a responsible stakeholder in the global system was borderline lunacy. The fact that such a notion gained traction reveals the extent to which the destruction of area studies as a pathway to tenure at our universities in favor of statistics and quantitative methods produced analysts poorly versed in even the barest fundamentals of country expertise. The processes we are witnessing today, both in our cities and across the world, are not an accidental coming together of factors. Rather, they be a manifestation of deep structural changes within America and in the global power distribution, resulting from decades of willful economic, foreign, and security policies that rested on a spectacular misdiagnosis of the end of the Cold War and its consequences. It is high time to ask those who have perpetuated this strategic debacle to recognize it and, at least with a semblance of humility, return traditional American pragmatism and, dare I say, a patriotic commitment to the nation, to our domestic and foreign policies. But throughout America's post-war history, it has ever been easier to blame others than to blame ourselves. For even now, American corporations and investors are quietly making bundles by running low-wage factories there and selling technology to their Chi-Com, their Chinese Communist partners, no less. And American banks and venture capitalists are busily underwriting deals in Communist China. Thus, the greatest danger we face today is not coming from Red China. It is our drift toward crypto kleptocracy. Crypto as in hidden, kleptocracy, a government by thieves. The kleptocrats, those who steal everything that's not nailed down, and then take that which is nailed down by pulling out all the nails with their teeth if need be. Crypto kleptocracy, the government by secret criminals. We must be careful not to demonize Red China so much that we encourage a new paranoia that further distorts our priorities, encourages reactionary, xenophobic, racist nativism, and, of course, the pathological xenophobia, which leads to anti-Asian violence and leads therefrom to larger military outlays rather than public investments in education, infrastructure, and basic research on which America's future prosperity and security critically depend. The central question for America, an ever more diverse America, whose economy and culture are rapidly fusing with the economies and cultures of the rest of the globe, is whether it is possible to rediscover our identity and our mutual responsibility without creating another blood enemy whose enmity will vanish only with its destruction, as what was the case with the former Soviet Union, and the enmity didn't vanish then. The revanchist, revisionist Russian Empire arose in its place, far more dangerous than the Soviets ever were. So, forget Russia and China. The biggest threat to American midterm elections, to all our executive elections for our presidents, comes from within America itself. If American leaders were really interested in protecting our democracy, they would forego regime change overseas and remove incentives for electoral interference, the hacking of our elections every leap year at home. Now, in the autumn, same season but yesteryear, the closing months of 2020, U.S. intelligence reported that revanchist, revisionist Russia wanted Donald Trump to win re-election, whereas Communist China and Iran sought to help Joseph Biden. Both sides of the political aisle cited that report, claiming that one adversary or another would be happy if the other party took power in January of this year. It shouldn't surprise us that foreign countries have preferences about American electoral outcomes. Why wouldn't they, given American influence in the world? According to political scientist Lindsay O'Rourke, during the Cold War, the United States engaged in 64 attempts at covert regime change. More recently, we have overthrown and ultimately helped to kill leaders in Iraq and Libya, whilst aiming to replace governments in Syria and Venezuela. Hillary Rodham Clinton believes that Vladimir Putin's grudge against her goes back to comments she made about the 2011 parliamentary elections in Russia conducted during the year my mother was murdered, immediately after Fukushima Daiichi. And Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, comparatively recently, urged the Chinese people to overthrow their government. Given the propensity for regime change overseas, it makes sense that other nations would seek, in turn, to interfere in American politics, for reasons of self-defense, if nothing else. What's less understandable to myself at least, is the moral indignation that American leaders express about what can be argued are relatively minor incursions, compared with American violations of some of the most fundamental rules of international law. Nearly 2 decades ago, both Vladimir Putin and the Chinese Communists warned the United States against invading Iraq. Those who opposed the war at home were criticized as unpatriotic and apologists for Saddam Hussein. Therefore, was the Iraq War a good idea because Saddam, the Chinese, and the Russians were all against it? That's a question for the late Colin Powell to molder over in his grave. As the Iraq War should remind us, the world is usually not zero-sum. China, Iran, and Russia do not want conflict with the United States for self-interested reasons alone. They would prefer a world with less war, a lower likelihood of major pandemics like COVID-19, and a stronger global economy. Despite our rivals, should we therefore be in favor of disease, war, and depression? Of course, it's possible that Communist China or revanchist, revisionist Russia wants a certain side to win in November of any leap year, because it sees an opportunity to take advantage of Americans or engage in foreign aggression. Nonetheless, simply knowing which candidate Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin favors tells us nothing about which way Americans should vote. Right now, Americans are extremely pessimistic about their institutions and the direction of this country. Yet, as the liberal journalist Ezra Klein argued in their comparatively recent column entitled "Why We're Polarized," the system may be broken from the perspective of what's good for the country, but it still works fairly well from the perspective of those in power. Government contractors still get paid, lobbyists still make major profits, and top government officials can still leverage their time and power into lucrative private sector work. Coming from the other side of the political spectrum, Charles Murray's column entitled "Coming Apart" documented how the Washington, D.C. metro area has become home to the nation's wealthiest counties in recent decades. It's from this perspective that we should understand stories about electoral interference. While it is the job of intelligence agencies to counter foreign intrusion, knowing whom Iran or Russia wants to win in any leap year November provides no valuable information to American voters. Such reports actually increase hostility toward foreign countries and make it easier to sell policies that will ultimately benefit those who produce intelligence reports and leak national security stories, as I started off tonight's analysis with when I spoke of the Chinese space launch. Hostility to foreign governments has generally translated into more money and power going into the national security bureaucracy and all the corporations that benefit from its contracts. Once in office, a president may find it difficult to calm relations with the foreign country that wanted him to win. If American leaders were really interested in protecting our democracy, they would forego regime change overseas and remove incentives for electoral interference at home. As long as American presidential elections outcomes carry such high stakes internationally, foreign governments will do whatever they can to put their thumbs on the scale. To believe that the intelligence community will catch all electoral interference cases is to place confidence in it that it does not deserve. Looking back from a perspective of nearly 2 decades, most people understand that those who criticized anti-war activists in the run-up to Iraq, such as myself, were wrong, and that their methods of attacking dissidents, as myself, were shameful. Yet fewer recognize that the same tactics used to push for confrontation back then are still being employed today. America and American democracy will be better off if we think less about what foreign countries want to happen in November of any leap year and more about the agendas of those drumming up concern about it. So forget China. The biggest threat to the American economy is the rise of its oligarchs and robber barons, the likes of Walmart, Amazon, Apple, and Google are dominating the economy in the United States. A wave of mergers and acquisitions has left sectors like airlines, retail, and banking with heavy concentrations of power. Ergo, Denise Hearn, co-authoress of the comparatively recently published work entitled The Myth of Capitalism and subtitled Monopolies and the Death of Competition, plays down the impact of the Sino-American trade war. The Sino-American trade war may be hogging the headlines, But the rise of oligarchs across many American industries is the primary culprit of our nation's rampant inequality. As I said, this wave of mergers and acquisitions has left vital sectors like our airlines, retail, and banking with these super heavy concentrations of power, in turn allowing big business to set market prices, but also squeezing employment opportunities for citizens in these United States. Large swaths of our economy are now dominated by these oligarchs and robber barons, terms usually reserved by us for Russian tycoons and the freewheeling, unscrupulous 19th century American industrialists of the Gilded Age rather than postmodern corporate America, which claims to be the bastion of free markets. And so, Denise Hearn, the co-authoress of this book that I only recently had time to review, The Myth of Capitalism, again subtitled Monopolies and the Death of Competition, who co-authored this book with Jonathan Tepper, concludes that more than offshoring to China, the Sino-American trade war, more than offshoring to China or the Sino-American trade war, the decline in competition is the biggest issue facing our American economy. So the central thesis of this book is that competition is dying in these United States, and this is bad for the average consumer. In some of the most extreme examples, a few companies have carved up the United States among themselves and forming oligopolies. 12 companies control 90% of the U.S. beer market. Yes, just 2 companies produce 90% of our beer. 4 airlines dominate the American domestic airspace. 4 players control the whole of the American beef market. And 5 banks control half of our nation's banking assets. In the high-tech space, Google alone accounts for 90% of internet searches, while Facebook owns 80% of the social media space. Amazon is crushing retailers, and Apple and Google's Android have divided the smartphone market into a duopoly. Supermarket Walmart, meanwhile, have dominated independent retailers, and in turn has the entire economy in a stranglehold. Walmart is also the only buyer of labor, meaning that in many parts of these United States it controls the jobs market, setting the price of goods and also dictating the wages that are paid. A common mantra of free market economists is that a rising tide lifts all boats, but productivity levels in these United States have increased by 240.4% since 1950, while wages have gone up by just 108.3% over that same period. The productivity gains are not being passed on to workers, nor the wider economy. Instead, according to this book, they are being siphoned off by large parasites that are sapping nutrients and robbing our country of all its energy. The hollowing out of local industry by these huge behemoths has had a huge negative effect on society as well. In many instances, the areas of America in which there is least competition also have high rates of addiction and suicide. They are also more likely to have voted for former U.S. President Donald Trump, who was elected on a promise to drain the swamp and penalize those with vested interests in maintaining the status quo in Washington. As our lovely lady Sarah says in live stream, Sarah Thomas, she says, "Good morning, Douglas," with a nice purple heart. Hey, ya, honey. She says, "Therefore, no competition. We have to shop and support local businesses." So true, darling. And these monopolies, they're also more likely, well, let's just put it this way. Income inequality is largely accepted to be one of the greatest issues facing American policymakers. In fact, a report released in October of 2018 by a think tank, the Institute for Policy Studies, proved that 3 dynastic families in these United States have seen their wealth rise by 6,000% since 1982, while median household wealth has fallen by 3% over that same period. Said report, which is entitled Billionaire Bonanza, if you want to look it up, reads, well, let me read therefrom. The median family in the United States owns just over $80,000 in household wealth. The richest person in the United States and the world, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, has accumulated a fortune nearly 2 million times that amount. And look at what he does with it. The spacegasm. The atmospheric orgasmatron. A separate report by the Economic Policy Institute, released the following annus, or the next year, in February of the year before yesteryear, found not only rising inequality in general, but also the persistence, and in some cases worsening, of wage gaps by gender and by race. Inequality is set to form a key topic for debate in the 2022 U.S. midterm election. A new breed of Democratic lawmakers, such as New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, have captured headlines with campaigns aimed at narrowing the wealth gap. And while Hearns' book focuses mostly on the American empire, the issue is not exclusively an American one. Instead, it is a story of dynastic wealth, under-regulation, and the revolving door between industry and governance that helps chip away at the laws that are supposed to keep corporate power in check. Hong Kong, for instance, is home to 3 of the 14 largest conglomerates in the world. In C.K. Hutchinson, Jardine Matheson, ThyssenKrupp, which helped dominate the local economy. In fact, let me quote therefrom, at length and verbatim, the book I've been reviewing for you. 21 tycoons in Hong Kong own more assets than the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. Although Hong Kong is touted as the freest economy in the world, there are high levels of concentration of economic and political power. As well, Hong Kong is at a 45-year high in terms of inequality. You can see that these things go together and cause real effects for real citizens who are struggling to make things work. We would contend that, of course, Red China entering the WTO, the World Trade Organization, was an issue, but we don't believe in monocausal explanations. Concentration of corporate power isn't the only factor, but it is underappreciated in terms of how pervasive and pernicious it is, how it has slowed the economy in these United States, hurt workers, hurt wages, and contributed to all of these societal issues. That has massive effects on workers. We're now in a situation where there's so much concentrated economic power on the corporate side, and there's been a withering away of bargaining power for workers and also suppliers. Those dynamics mean that money is being siphoned off from these rural zones into coastal cities and further widening inequality. Think about a rural town. The high street used to have the local hardware store, grocer, local banker, and now that's all been replaced by one store, Walmart. So Walmart becomes the price maker for the price of all goods. They may have lowered the price of goods for the consumer, but they got a lot of that through squeezing their suppliers and paying them less. When you overlay highly concentrated economic zones over where Trump was elected, they match identically. There was another fascinating study where a woman was researching opioids, and in counties where a high degree of deaths of despair, that is, deaths from suicides, overdose of drugs or alcohol, that matched very closely where Trump was elected. Again, nigh identical down to the county lines. To me, that says there's been a loss of hope. People have lost their economic opportunities and options, and eventually their senses. Then Trump came along and said, "I will give you back your economic opportunity," and was able to convince them that he could materially impact their economic situation. That's how Trump got elected. So the West's leadership failure on coronavirus under Trump is, well, until recently, it had every appearance that it was going to help Red China usurp us. In fact, it was because of that in the closing week of February, Xi Jinping eradicated poverty. The Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping declared complete and total victory that Menses, the second month of this year, to usher in the Asian Lunar New Year. In what the Communist Party mouthpiece, the Global Times, called the Great Miracle. You know, it's easy to scoff at this as the piece of propaganda that it is, but it is not to be underestimated. Red China's poverty reduction is remarkable to a degree. In 3 decades, the lives of nearly 1.4 billion people have been transformed, as a country that could not feed itself has become the world's engine of economic growth and stands on the cusp of usurping the United States as the most powerful economy humanity has ever known. How'd we get here? And of course, that's the question that I'm asking for you. Well, how we got here? Well, the span of the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's life tells this story. He was born at the end of the Korean War on the peninsula. The war is still active and declared, but its proactive prosecution of hostilities has been brought to a standstill under ceasefire in general. There's still shots taken and lives are lost, but the Koreas, still being at war, haven't had superpowers join in to make it the debacle it was. Well, it was the debacle it was until Xi Jinping was born. Not that his birth stopped it, mind you, but he happened to be born at the time that it stopped. 1953, just a few years after the victorious Communist Chinese Revolution. By the late 1950s, Red China was plunged into famine, which would ultimately kill well over 100 million people. From the mid-1960s, the decade into which I was born into this vale of tears, Xi Jinping's life was turned upside down by the tumult of the Cultural Revolution. When the Red Guard, the ideological vanguard of Mao's Communist Party, conquered China, and under collectivization, actively promoted cannibalism to feed the starving. We starved you? Now eat each other. The final solution. In the hour we have remaining, what I can tell you is that what communist revolutionary hero Mao Zedong started, the genocidal maniac who collectivized mainland China, Deng Xiaoping, as Red China's leader immediately thereafter, built upon by opening Red China to the world and kick-starting its economy. The communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping now aims to finish that work of rejuvenating the nation. He is a brutal authoritarian, locking up rivals and crushing all dissent. Yet he has delivered on empowering the nation in the sense of masculine assertion. And he's now determined to extend its global reach. Now, keeping faith with the poor is critical. It is the source of the Chinese Communist Party's legitimacy. The Chi-Com Party will make the people wealthy, but will never set them free. Meanwhile, dictator Xi is breaking all the rules, turning the international order on its head. Red China has embraced market reforms, but rejected political liberalism and democracy. And he is winning. Democracy is on the back foot. It has been declining globally for more than a decade. Democracies have been hijacked by demagogues and populists. The people have lost faith in the institutions of governance. Growing inequality, corruption, and the monopolization of power by a rich-get-richer, self-serving elite have revealed democracy to be a sham. In a head-to-head matchup with the United States, our empire devastated by COVID-19, racially divided, opioid-addicted, ravaged by gun crime, with a seething, disenfranchised underclass and reeling from the Trump years, communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's empire is increasingly looking by all appearances like a more stable and more secure and prosperous nation than the fractured United States. Or at least it did till recently. Nevertheless, America is a warning for the West. As goest America, so goest what we call the West. Just 20% of the world's population has dominated the global political order. It has done so by colonizing and dispossessing other peoples, exporting its own tyranny, and yes, making the world richer all the while. But it was never sustainable, and we are paying the price. With environmental degradation, alienation, hollowed-out communities, disillusioned and unemployed youth, a lack of vision. What leaders like U.S. President Joseph Biden offer is just more empty talk of unity and hope. It belies reality, and the people no longer believe it. The West is failing its own test of moral leadership. The Deutschen Amerikanisch, the German-American philosopher Herbert Marcuse, saw all this coming. More than 100 years agone, he warned that the West had become obscene. To quote him directly,
obscene in producing and indecently exposing a stifling abundance of wares while depriving its victims abroad of the necessities of life, obscene in stuffing itself and its garbage cans while poisoning and burning the scarce foodstuffs in the fields of its aggression, obscene in the words and smiles of its politicians and entertainers, in its prayers, in its ignorance, and the wisdom of its kept intellectuals. A diabolical moral failure. Look around the world today and try to deny Marcuse was wrong. We are living through a diabolical moral failure. In a world with enough food to feed everyone, the United Nations has warned that the world is on the brink of mass starvation and genocidal famine. More than 700 million people do not have enough to eat. The United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called hunger an outrage, a gaping hole in the heart of a society. The World Food Program Executive Director David Beasley has warned that if we don't act, we will be facing multiple famines of what he calls biblical proportions simultaneously. Which countries are most at risk? They are not in the West. They are Yemen, Congo, Afghanistan, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Nigeria, and Haiti. While the West throws away food as others go as hungry, it's also hoarding vaccine for the other world crisis, COVID-19. Just 16% of the world's population has purchased up more than 60% of the world's supply of vaccine. Antonio Guterres says, this vaccine nationalism is wildly unfair. He calls this the biggest moral test before the global community. But it isn't a test of the global community. It is a test of the wealthy West. And it is a test the West is failing, looking after itself while poor nations suffer and die. A bit about this vaccine diplomacy. As the Chi-Com vaccines stumble, the United States is finding new openings in Asia. The dictator Xi Jinping first sensed an opening. Red China is now exporting its vaccine to 27 countries, overwhelmingly developing nations. It represents a soft power coup d'etat for dictator Xi, extending Red China's influence, but it is also doing something good for the world. Much of Beijing's focus has been directed at the more populous countries, such as Indonesia and the Philippines, and its long-standing allies like Cambodia and Laos. Indonesia was Red China's biggest customer in region, buying 125 million doses from Sinovac. The Philippines obtained 25 million Sinovac shots after the president, Rodrigo Duterte, the dictator of the Philippines, said he had turned to Xi Jinping, China's top leader, for help. Cambodia, received more than 2.2 million of China's Sinopharm doses. It has inoculated roughly 41% of its population, achieving the second highest vaccination rate in region, after Singapore. Then, signs started emerging that the Chi-Com vaccines were not as effective as hoped. Indonesia found that 10% of its healthcare workers had become infected with COVID-19 as of July, despite being fully vaccinated with the Sinovac shot. That's according to the Indonesian Hospital Association, from which I sourced this information. So The arrival of the Chinese vaccines was supposed to help stop the spread of the coronavirus in Southeast Asia. Instead, countries across the region are quickly turning elsewhere to look for shots. Few places benefited from Red China's vaccine diplomacy as much as Southeast Asia in the first, a region, mind you, of more than 650 million peoples that has struggled to secure doses from Western drug makers. Several of these countries have recorded some of the fastest growing number of cases in the world, underscoring the desperate need for inoculations. And the Communist Chinese Empire, eager to build goodwill, stepped in, promising to provide more than 255 million doses. That's according to Bridge Consulting. That's a Beijing-based research company that I consulted, because I can read the Chinese. Half a year in, however, that campaign has lost some of its luster. Officials in several countries have raised doubts about the efficacy of Chi-Com vaccines, especially against the more transmissible Delta variant out of India. Indonesia, which was early to accept Chi-Com shots, was recently the epicenter of the virus. Others have complained about the conditions that accompanied Chi-Com donations or sales. The setback to Red China's vaccine campaign has created instead a diplomatic opening for the United States, when relations between the two empires are increasingly fraught, in part because of the coronavirus. Red China has criticized the American handling of the crisis at home and has even claimed, with no evidence whatsoever, that the pandemic originated in a military lab at Fort Detrick, Maryland, not in Wuhan, where the first cases emerged in late 2019. As more countries turn away from Chi-Com shots, vaccine aid from the United States offers an opportunity to restore relations in a region that American officials have mostly ignored for years, while Red China extended its onerous influence. The Biden administration has dispatched a crowd of senior officials, including Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris, who is scheduled to arrive on Sunday to visit Singapore and Vietnam. Or she did in the same weekend that the report leaked that the Chinese had launched this hypersonic glide missile. It is also, this whole situation at last, made its own, well, the president, our Biden administration more properly, has also, at last, made its own vaccine pledges to Southeast Asia, emphasizing that the American contribution of roughly 23 million shots as of Septimania last week comest with no strings attached. That's an elbow in the rib as an implicit reference to Communist China. So from COVID to climate change to international trade and globalization, the Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping is trying to re-present Red China as a responsible global power. Of course he bends and breaks all the rules to suit himself and abuses human rights in his own empire, particularly what has been confirmed as genocide or mass ethnic cleansing of the Caucasian Turkic Uyghur Muslims. But criticism of dictator Xi by the West is tainted by its own hypocrisy. Let's put it this way. You might ask, how can a German judge morality based upon their purported history of aggression and genocide? Herbert Marcuse said that corporate capitalism maketh individuals complicit in their own misery. They are trapped in a system that offers them happiness in return for their own obedience and conformity, and at the expense of others. He wrote, "The happiness of the ones must coexist with the suffering of others." The answer, he said, was for people to think free. They will not have redeemed the crimes against humanity, but will have become free to stop them. For liberalism and democracy to survive, the West needs to confront its history, its assumptions of universalism, the dangers of exceptionalism, and its own moral and political failure. Let me explain it to you in a way that brings it home in this last remaining hour that we have for tonight. I will go more into Australia for the sake of Tricia Whitmer and Louis Rogers and our other fans down under this coming Sunday. But for tonight, in the hours we have remaining, let's try and put this into some perspective. I know about capitalism as a criminal. Having grown up and come of age in the worst ghetto in the world, the Tenderloin district of San Francisco, there was no other way for myself to even try to help my family other than through crime. There was no option. Capitalism made me a criminal. This isn't some rationalization where I blame society for my crimes. It's simply a fact. But the kind of crimes we participated in, the tongsters. The old Chinese term of tong simply means hallway, the ancient gathering places for the underworld. And my blood Chuanua, my blood brothers in crime of our particular tongue, we engaged in human trafficking. I purchased my own son when he was a girl at the time, before his sexual affirmation surgery, off the streets. Raised her, as she was a girl at that time, out of poverty by allowing her to keep the majority of her wages earned through prostitution. And she's thanked me ever since. She would never betray me, and thanks to her ultimately marrying a man of substance, I have at least a life outside the crypt from which I transmit to you tonight. The important thing for us as human traffickers was to traffic in volunteers. People who wanted to be trafficked. We smuggled humans, yes. Humans who wanted to come into America. And we brought them here. We've never had anyone who complained. They always thanked us. We helped people escape. Because of our smuggling, we became renowned and approached for extraction operations. We didn't just smuggle Chinese into the United States to become citizens. We smuggled Chinese out of the United States to save their lives. In the District of Columbia and U.S. Territories program, there exists the CNMI, the Commonwealth of Northern Mariana Islands. The CNMI, the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands, benefits from substantial financial aid subsidies and development assistance from the federal government of these United States. United States air and naval military installations add to the resident population and the local economy. This is why they have visa-free entry. In case you didn't know it, American Samoan citizens, the Samoans from American Samoa. Samoa's divided, in case you didn't know it, between the Brits and the Americans. And those on the American side of the islands, their citizens can live, work, study, and travel freely with no restrictions other than having a passport for entry and as proof of citizenship. In years past, the main economic driving force in the Northern Marianas Island chain, wherein the capital island is Saipan, was garment manufacturing, driven largely by foreign contract workers, mainly from China. The garment industry was formerly a huge driver of the CNMI economy and contributed approximately 20,000 people to the national population, all of them slaves. Thanks to our extraction processes rescuing a number of those slaves and bringing them back to communist China, which for them was liberation, it was brought to the attention of the world what was done to them. And that resulted in the death of the garments industry on the islands of the Marianas. The slave industry is now essentially dead. Myself and my gang brothers can claim as much credit for that as I can for the closure of the political military base known as El Presidio Real de San Francisco. Yes, political as well as a military base. The commandant of the Presidio military base, well, it was his responsibility to cavort with the swells. That was the San Francisco elite. What they were known as was the swells. And he would thereby keep them updated on the defense of our coastal city, and they would help him progress politically, as most high officers at the commissioned level, once they get to colonelcy status, are politicians in uniform. By the time they become generals, like the late Colin Powell, they can run for president if they so choose. Certainly many enter politics. The Presidio military base was the best place in the world to start. A political military base it was. And I'm proud to say I shut it down. God knows what man could have emerged out of there to become the next president. And so, too, I'm proud that we shut down garments manufacturing on the islands of the Marianas. You see, the United States of America agreed that the CNMI, the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands, would be exempted from certain federal laws, including those concerning labor and immigration. You see, an immigration system mostly outside of federal American control, all that ended on November 28th of 2009, thanks to the extraction operations to rescue Chinese prisoners by my gang brothers and myself. That resulted in a large number of these Chinese migrant workers being employed in the island's garment trade, basically enslaved. The CNMI had successfully exploited its position as a free trade area with the United States, while at the same time not being subject to any of its labor laws, such as minimum wage, and this allowed garments produced in the CNMI to be labeled Made in USA, without having to comply with any American labor laws. Dozens of garment factories opened and made the islands and all their coconut niggers rich. clothing manufacture became the island's chief economic force, employing thousands of foreign contract laborers while labeling their goods made in the USA and supplying the American market with low-cost garments exempt from any American tariffs. The working conditions and treatment experienced by these Chinese slaves, listed as employees in these factories, were defined as chattel slavery by international law. You may not know what that means, chattel slavery. How is that disambiguated from slavery? It means that the slaves are bred, that they are bred and raised as slaves. These Chinese people were fucked, literally as well as monetarily. They were not only paid a penny every day just to say that they were paid on paper. They got a penny a day. They were physically raped. And the byproducts of those rapes, their children were forced to be delivered after working all through their pregnancy. Their babies would be delivered to be raised in slavery by the coconut niggers of the Marianas Islands. By the time of the year my late and sainted father died, in fact, the very month he died, as of March 2007, 19 companies were manufacturing garments on Saipan. In addition to many foreign-owned and run companies, all the well-known American brands operated garment factories in Saipan, as they had done throughout the majority of the last 3 decades preceding. All the brands, including Gap. As of the year 2000, they were still operating 6 factories there. But there was also Levi Strauss, Phillips Van Huysen, Abercrombie & Fitch, L'Oreal subsidiary Ralph Lauren of Polo fame, Lord & Taylor, Tommy Hilfiger, and of course Walmart. The lifting of the WTO, the World Trade Organizational restrictions on communist Chinese imports to the United States in the year 2005, put the CNMI-based trade under severe pressure, I'm happy to say, and that led to a number of factory closures. That also meant a lot of Chinese didn't have to leave home. Currently, I can testify that there are no garment manufacturers on the Coconut Nigger Islands of the Northern Marianas, with the last one having closed in January 15th of 2009. And I'm also happy to report that on November 28th of 2009, the federal government took control of immigration to the Northern Marianas Islands. Let's talk a little bit about that slavery that I had such a hard time with earlier, the flashbacks of some of the people that we rescued. Some of them that we rescued, we had to put on life support to get them home alive. But all of them made it home alive. Wasn't easy to keep them that way. Some of them were missing organs. You may not know what it's like to bring somebody, try to maintain them alive when they've had their liver, their spleen, or their kidneys removed, sometimes more than one organ. By God, the only ones we couldn't rescue were the ones who had their hearts torn out. If I could, I would kill every single coconut nigger on the Northern Marianas Islands with my bare hands. All of this was brought to light, to what degree none of you know about it, by the Jack Abramoff CNMI scandal. The people who were running so much of the economy were not just Americans, they were American Jews. A Jewish monopoly of human slavery and exploitation. And Jack Abramoff and his law firm were paid at least $6.7 million United States dollars by the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands from 1995 through to 2001 to change and or prevent any congressional action regarding the CNMI and businesses on Saipan, its capital, commercial center, and one of its 3 principal islands. Later lobbying efforts involved mailings from a Ralph Reed marketing company and bribery of Roger Stilwell, a Department of the Interior official who, circa 2006, finally pleaded guilty to accepting gifts from Abramoff. Foreign contract labor abuse and exemptions from U.S. federal regulations, excerpted from the paper's titled Immigration and the CNMI, and it's subtitled A Report of the U.S. Commission on Immigration Reform. It's dated January 7th of 1998, in which it says, the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas Islands immigration system is antithetical to the principles that are at the core of American immigration policy. Over time, the CNMI has developed an immigration system dominated by the entry of foreign temporary contract workers. These now outnumber all U.S. citizens, but have no rights within the CNMI, and are subject to serious labor and human rights abuses. In contrast to U.S. immigration policy, which admits immigrants for permanent residence and eventual citizenship, the CNMI admits aliens largely as temporary contract workers who are ineligible to gain either U.S. citizenship or civil and social rights within the Commonwealth. Only a few countries and no democratic society have immigration policies at all similar to the CNMI. The closest equivalent is Kuwait, which is infamous for exploiting slaves at the child level, as do the Northern Marianas Islanders. The end result of the CNMI policy is to have a minority population that outnumbers themselves, and therefore, as the minority governing a majority of non-citizens, they have established a slave state similar to that of the Dixiecratic South of pre-Civil War Southern states. Completely ignoring any inalienable human rights of the majority population who are alien in every sense of the word. Think of that term, alien in every sense of the word. That means that they followed the World War II policy of Asians, saying that all Asians are enemy aliens. This is expressed within this legal analysis. On March 31st of 1998, thanks to the evidence we exposed when we rescued hundreds of Chinese, what we as criminals leaked to the authorities, indirectly, so we wouldn't face our own day in court. The U.S. Senator Daniel Akaka said, "The Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas shares our American flag, but in no way does it share the American system of immigration. There is something fundamentally wrong with a CNMI immigration system that issues permits to recruiters who are nothing more than slavers, who in turn promise well-paying American jobs to foreigners in exchange for their own $6,000 recruitment fee. When these workers arrive in Saipan, they find that their recruiter has vanished and that there are no jobs in sight. Hundreds of these destitute workers roam the streets of Saipan with no chance of employment, no hope of returning to their homeland, forced to exchange their sexual services for food, begging like dogs, and often their children carried to term because they're not allowed to have abortions, are given into slavery from birth in exchange for food. Of course, the State Department did confirm that the government of Communist China was an active participant in the CNMI immigration system. This is why we didn't, when we could help it, bring any of our escapees back to Communist China unless they so requested. Most of them we delivered to Taiwan, and at that time Hong Kong, which was then still free. Now, to go on quoting the Senator Daniel Akaka, he said, "There is something fundamentally wrong with an immigration system that allows the government of Communist China to prohibit Chinese workers from exercising political or religious freedom while employed in these United States, which these slaves technically are, working for the garments industry. Something, too, is fundamentally wrong with a CNMI immigration system that issues entry permits for 4- and 6-year-old girls from the Philippines and other Asian nations, and allows their employers to use them for live sex shows and prostitution. The oldest prostitutes we found on the island chain were between the ages of 12 and 13. At that point, most of these girls were dying." Again, to quote from another section of Daniel Akaka's report, he concludes, "Finally, something is fundamentally wrong. When a female Chinese construction worker who is 9 months pregnant sells one of her kidneys for enough money to return to China and escape the deplorable working conditions in the Commonwealth for the sake of saving her baby when she knows the loss of her kidney will likely result in her death soon after delivery. There are voices in the CNMI telling us that the cases of worker abuse we keep learning about are but isolated examples, that the system is ever improving, and that worker abuse is a thing of the past. These are the same voices that reap all the economic benefits of a system of indentured slave labor that enslaves not hundreds, but thousands of foreign workers. A system described in a bipartisan study as an unsustainable economic, social, and political system that is antithetical to all American values. There is overwhelming evidence that abuse in the CNMI occurs on a grand scale, beyond our measure. And the problems are far from isolated. They are the very fabric of Marianas Islander society. Because of the rescue of hundreds of these escapees, who then testified with American authorities, some who we were able to bring to the United States to seek asylum. In fact, we had to, because they would have died otherwise with their missing organs. Some we were able to rescue in Taiwan by bringing them there. But because of those that made it to American shores, by 1991, Levi Strauss and Company was embarrassed because of the scandal involving 6 subsidiary factories run on Saipan by the Tan Holdings Corporation, in which it was revealed that Chinese laborers in those factories suffered under what the U.S. Department of Labor called chattel slavery conditions. Of course, they were cited for the sub-minimal wages violation, their 7-day work week schedules, in which there was no such thing as a day off, not to mention 18-hour shifts in which the other hours were spent sleeping, every waking hour at work. Impossible living conditions. In fact, they lived in stables originally penned for animals, penned in like animals, shitting and pissing in the same containers that were used to bring them food, and other indignities, including the removal of their passports and the lifetime imprisonment of every worker. Tan Holdings Corporation would eventually pay what was then the largest fines in U.S. labor history, distributing more than $9 million United States dollars in restitution to some 1,200 surviving employees. At that time, Tan factories produced 3% of all Levi's jeans with the Made in the USA label. Levi Strauss claimed that it had no knowledge of these offenses. They severed ties to the Tan family, and they instituted labor reforms and inspection practices in their offshore facilities for the first time in their corporate history. In 1999, thanks to our extractions ongoing throughout that decade, Sweatshop Watch, literally their fucking name, Sweatshop Watch, because they were a network on our site, to think that they had to take up that name so that people would know what they were doing. You would think it would strike some fear into the slavers. But they just thought it was some kind of watch brand. That combined with Global Exchange and the Asian Law Caucus and Unite, a charity organization. And the garment workers themselves, thanks to our rallying them, filed 3 separate lawsuits in class action suits on behalf of the roughly 30,000 garment workers still trapped in Saipan. After all, they were born there, born into slavery, but never to be allowed any citizenship. The defendants included 27 U.S. retailers and 23 Saipan garment factories. By 2004, thanks to the evidence we produced and were able to provide them, they had won a $20 million United States dollar settlement against all but one of the defendants. Levi Strauss & Company was the only successful defendant, winning the case against them in 2004 because they were the first we exposed and therefore by that time had instituted some minimal reform, which they could then claim was their standard operating procedure, their SOP. Run by a bunch of Jewish SOBs, or sons of bitches. All of this is the American West. This is why, of course, a German American can readily, morally judge America. In terms of all of this, I'm, of course, trying to recover myself. And that brings us back, of course, to the point of this new Cold War.
Because while the West needs to confront its own history, in the meantime, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping declares victory over poverty, doubles down on his tyranny, and exports Red China's growing power in a world that increasingly does not believe in the best of the West. If the Communist Chinese Empire does usurp the Western global order, it won't necessarily be because Red China is better. It will be because the West is tied to its worst. Understand this much for this night. And of course, we'll be returning to these geopolitics on Sunday night. But on closing tonight, in this last few minutes available to us, understand that I ask for your financial support for a contribution to myself on my birthday for what I've done for humanity. Yes, we were paid for our extractions by families who had lost their loved ones, and we helped bring their loved ones home. That was the main reason some of them had to be returned to Communist China. Others, despite the fact they had a family on the mainland, didn't want to return. In that sense, understand that the human trafficking we engaged in was humanitarian in nature. Ultimately, I can sleep with myself at night. But no one builds any statues for us. And I never received any medals or reward. The only people that can provide that financial compensation are yourselves. With that, my lesson for tonight to all of you is that the biggest threat to America is us. If we fail, Red China and revanchist revisionist Russia and Iran won't be to blame. Near the close of yesteryear's Democratic presidential debate, well, good God, I'm thinking actually back to 2018 to tell you the truth. That's when Chuck Todd asked the candidates what he called a simple question. He asked, in one word, who or what is the biggest geopolitical threat to America today? And reflecting on that moment, I asked myself what I would say. It didn't take long to decide. It's not China or Russia or Iran, it's us. We've become the biggest threat to ourselves. China, Russia, Iran, even North Korea's little rocket man aren't going to take us down. Only we can take ourselves down. Only we can ensure that the American dream, the core promise we've made to ourselves that each generation will do better than its parents, is not fulfilled because we fail to adapt in this age of rapidly accelerating changes in technology, markets, climates, the workplace, and education. And that is nearly certain to happen if we don't stop treating politics as entertainment. If we don't get rid of presidents, as we did the last to our credit, who daily undermined truth and trust. The twin fuels needed to collaborate and adapt together. If we don't prevent the far left from pulling the Democrats over a cliff with reckless ideas like erasing the criminal distinction between those who enter America legally and those who don't, and if we fail to forge what political analyst David Rothkopf described in a recent Daily Beast essay as a new American majority. That's a majority that can not only win the next election, but can actually govern the morning after. Actually enable us to do big, hard things after the midterms, because we have so many big, hard things that need to be addressed.
and big, hard adaptations that can only be done quickly together. Am I sounding naive? No, here's what's naive. Thinking we're going to be okay if we keep ignoring the big challenges barreling down upon us. If we just keep taking turns having one party rule and the other obstruct, with the result that no big, long-term, well-thought-out adaptations get built. Indeed, this moment reminds me of something that Mark Mickleby, a retired Marine Corps colonel of all things, said in a book co-authored circa 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus, my womb matron, my mother, was murdered. Co-authored the book with Michael Mandelbaum, entitled That Used to Be Us, and subtitled How America Fell Behind in the World It Invented and How We Can Come Back, in which he said, at no time in our history have our national challenges been as complex and long-term as those we face today. But, he said, the most salient feature of our politics of late has been our inability to respond coherently and effectively to obvious problems before they become crises. If we can't even have an adult conversation, how will we fulfill the promise of and our obligation to the preamble of our Constitution to secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity? Yea, how indeed? Well, there be just a few. Well, I can name a few of the challenges coming head on. First, if by 2024 we have 4 more years of Trump, we'll certainly lose any chance of keeping the global average temperature from rising only 1.5 degrees Celsius instead of 2 degrees, which scientists conclude is the difference between being able to manage the now inescapable climate-related weather extremes and avoiding the unmanageable ones, the ones that will kill us all. Second, as Ray Dalio, the founder of the Bridgewater Hedge Fund, comparatively recently pointed out, actually this was a number of years ago, I believe, that there has been little or no real income growth for most people for decades. Prime age workers in the bottom 60% have had no real, inflation-adjusted income growth since 1980. In that same time frame, the incomes for the top 10% have doubled, and those of the top 1% have tripled. The percentage of children who grow up to earn more than their parents has fallen from 90% in 1970 to 50% today. That's for the population as a whole. For most of those in the lower 60%, the prospects are much worse. The anger over that is surely one of the things that propelled Donald Trump into office, and, if not addressed, could propel someone even worse, like Donald Trump Jr., into executive position over our empire in the future. Third, the next 4 years, well, at least the 2 years after midterms towards the next election in 2024, those next 3 years or less will define relations between the world's 2 largest economies, the American and Chinese empires. Either the United States will persuade Red China to abandon the abusive trade practices it adopted to go from poverty to middle income, and from a technology consumer to a technology producer, or we're headed for a world divided by a new digital Berlin Wall. There will be a Chi-Com-controlled internet and technology sphere, and American versions, and every other country will have to decide who's to join. The globalization that provided so much peace and prosperity for the last 70 years will fracture. The fourth thing that comes to my mind in this final closing hour tonight is that technology is propelling social networks and cyber tools deeper and deeper into our lives, our privacy, and our politics, and democratizing the tools for deep fakes so that many more people can erode all truth and trust on behalf of the kings of Edom, the agents of chaos who haunt the sewers of Cyberia, spelled with a Cyberia, the sewers of cyberspace. But the gap between the speed at which these technologies are going deep and the ability of our analog politics to develop the rules, norms, and laws to govern them is getting wider, not narrower. That gap has to be closed to preserve our democracy. The only way to do it is to get rid of the First Amendment. We cannot afford freedom of speech. Don't give me the bullshit that, that's what protects me to say what I say now. Nobody's hearing me. Nobody knows the name of Douglas Dietrich because of information suppression. When I go on interviews, it's only to be ambushed. That Nicole Frolic cunt wouldn't even release 2 hours worth of what I said in what was supposed to be a 2-part interview. Instead, splicing my words, censoring my expositions, not even presenting for her screenshots any of the paperwork I brought as evidence of the child exploitation and torture that went down as performed by the Satanists. She approached me saying she had memories of satanic ritual abuse. Of course they all do. Lena Shea, Christine Joanna Hart. And of course, what did they become? Full-fledged Satanists. And segued into the cult of the kings of Edom because they had sunk too low for Satanism. They were raised to be Satanists, but became something worse. The fifth thing to slam home tonight is that Heather McOwen, my aforecited expert on the future of work, argues that today's workplace is distinguished by one overriding new reality. The pace of change is accelerating at the exact same time that people's work lives are elongating. You see, when the efficient steam engine was developed in the 1700s, average life expectancy was 37 years, and steam was the driving force in industry and business for around 100 years. When the combustion engine and electricity were harnessed in the mid-1800s, life expectancy was around 40 years, and these technologies dominated the workplace for about another century. So in both eras, you had multiple generations to absorb a single big change in the workplace. In today's digital information age, the DIA, you have multiple changes in the nature of work within a single generation. No one can absorb those changes within that span of time. This dramatically increases the need for lifelong learning. To quote as McOwen, the old model was that you learned once in order to work the rest of your life, and now we must work in order to learn continuously. So we're going from a model of learn, work, retire to a model of learn, work, till you die. You die working or learning, looking for another job which you don't make it alive to. In that kind of world, the new social contract has to be that government makes sure that the safety nets and all the tools for lifelong learning are available to every American. But it's on each citizen to use them. This moment is not about who to blame or what to bring back or what to give away. It is about how to create a new deal that engages the American people to take those longer strides, as President John Fitzgerald Kennedy said in seeking funding for NASA. But more of that striding will be on you for more of your life. Fortunately, the national elections showed us that there is a potential new American majority out there to be assembled to meet these challenges. After all, it was the independent voters, suburban women, and moderate Republicans who shifted their votes to Democrats because they were appalled by Trump's lying, racist-tinged nationalism and divisiveness, who enabled the Democrats to win back the House of Representatives. That same partnership could trample Trump tomorrow. If Democrats can elect a president who speaks to our impending challenges, but who doesn't say irresponsible crap about immigration or promise free stuff we can't afford, who defines new ways to work with businesses and energize job creators, who treats with dignity the frightened white working class voters who abandoned them for Trump, and who understands that many, many Americans are worried that we're on the verge of a political civil war and want someone to pull us together, it is only because he himself has found a new American majority waiting to be assembled and empowered. Now, in the last few minutes remaining, my love to all who have provided moral support throughout the time up till tonight. And my looking forward to financial support as well from any of you that can afford it on this solar return of mine when I turn 55 years of age. Of course, I'm not quite sure what that is in vampire years. God knows. I'm happy to report that I'm happy with my appearance as opposed to what many people younger than me look like. It's, well, it may be just a reflection on all of the stresses that I've articulated throughout the night. I, again, can never thank those of you who helped me through these times enough. And my blessings be upon you all who have supported us this night. Thus far, those who provided the upvotes to counter the bots of the agents of chaos provided us 52 up to 11 down that they were able to make stick when they threw their shit at the wall just to see whatever flung might stay up.